Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to... This is it! A boy is wild. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving.
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from any tree. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
2 players to be able to...
A 12
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from any tree. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026. The biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
2 players to be able to
This is it! A 12 MD7!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to
This is it! A 12
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends.
This is the Free Fire Clash Master 2026 Elimination Stage. On this day, we find out who truly has the nerves of steel to survive the bracket. Let the battles begin. The Elimination Stage begins with a clash of titans. Buriram has been perfect so far, with no losses in the group stage. But the Elimination Stage is a different beast. They face off against a hungry WAG squad, looking to pull off the ultimate upset. The road to the trophy gets narrow right now. You don't want to miss this.
ก็ฝากถึงทีม WG ครับผมรู้ว่าแฟนคลับเยอะแต่ก็เอากำลังใจจากแฟนคลับมาเป็นฝีมือด้วยก็ดีครับ Khi trận đấu bắt đầu, WG chỉ có một mục tiêu duy nhất, chiến thắng và sẽ không nương tay với bất kỳ ai.
Wins it 2-0.
Former EWC champions team Falcons are back to quickly ace the elimination stage. They have the legacy, but Esports has the hunger. Is this going to be a swift journey for Falcons, or is Esports about to topple a legend?
Theo mình, 8 đội tuyển đều mạnh, nhưng chiến thắng chỉ có một và B đến đây để vô địch hoặc không là gì cả.
ได้ข่าวว่าเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพใหม่ผมจะรอดูนะครับว่าจะโหดกว่าเดิมหรือเปล่า
The champions have their backs against the wall once again. AG enters the lower bracket with no room for error, facing off against the heavy hitters of Vietnam. Heavy. One chance to stay alive, one chance to keep the dream of a repeat title burning. It's the ultimate survival test.
ก็รู้สึกกดดันครับเพราะตอนนั้นมันไม่มีทีมไทยด้วยครับก็ไม่รู้ว่าเราจะคว้าแชมป์ได้หรือเปล่า Hãy ghi nhớ cái tên này vì Heavy đến đây để vô địch.
The bracket has been unkind, and now two of Indonesia's greatest legends find themselves on a collision course for survival. A rivalry built on years of history, now pushed to the edge of survival in the lower bracket. Two icons of the game enter, but only one keeps their FFCM dream alive. Who do you think will represent Indonesia?
Win for RQ.
Ray, karena gue dari dulu tuh pengen main sama dia lah. Udah dulu udah ada planningnya main sama dia. Semoga aja bisa kan.
RQ dir lah. Kalau bisa lo jangan sok jigel-jigel lah. Kita adu aja di tengah-tengah, kita berdansa di situ.
4 matchups, 1 defining day. By the end of this, the leaders will be chosen and the challengers will be pushed to the brink. Who will claim the high ground? Clash Masters begins now.
What's up, survivors? You're watching the Free Fire Clash C 2026, and it's been an exciting week already as it has been. Now, coming into the second week, we're going to slowly dwindle down until we only have the very final few who will be nominated as your Clash Master.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty exciting because the brackets have evolved in a way that I would say is pretty unexpected. You know, AG in the lower bracket, the Indonesians now fight for survival, and also some of the old guards are now back on top. I'm excited to see, BRU and Falcons see if they can survive the upper bracket.
It really is a fun time here at the Free Fire Clash Southeast Asia 2026. My name is Gideon Q. Of course, Husky at my side here as our co-caster for the rest of today's games. And now we've already moved away from the group stages, now going straight into the brackets. And let me tell you, without further ado, the rest of today's games is surely going to be action-packed, right? If there was any time we were thinking about teams testing out their strategies or at the very least setting themselves up for more, now is the time to execute.
Yep, and it's also time for some of the teams, especially in this case, the Vietnamese teams, to prove their mettle once again. They've earned their opportunities in previous years and previous iterations of Clash Squad, but for the inaugural Clash Masters, this is the best case scenario for them. Both of the Vietnamese teams in the upper bracket, but at the same time, having to fight off against two of the literal best Thai teams right now, AG aside, because they are in the lower bracket, to get another shot to see if they can claim the trophy at the end of this weekend.
Now, I think most people are going to be pretty surprised with AG's performance because they were coming off as, the Clash Squad champs last year. Coming into this year, things have slightly changed. I wouldn't have imagined it changing that much overall, but it feels like a lot of the teams have refined their strategy. Without further ado, for those of you just watching, for all of those survivors dropping in late, don't worry, here are the tournament rules. We started off with 8 teams, broke them into 2 different groups. They played a single round robin between the 6th to 8th of March in a best of 3. Now, top of the groups already made it to the upper brackets, while lower of the groups had to go into the lower brackets. They're going to fight each other in a double elimination from 13th to 14th in the best of 3. And finally, we get to the very end on the 15th of March where they will play a best of 5.
Yeah, and of course, all of this is not just for bragging rights, but it's also for the prize pool. The champion gets to walk away with 30 grand. Silver medalist comes in, gets half of the prize pool of the champion. 12K for third, 10K for fourth. Everyone gets a piece of the pie all the way down to 2.5K for 7th and 8th spot. But of course, the end goal for all of these teams is to get the biggest chunk of it.
30K for just the champions alone, bigger and doubled from the second place position. It is a tough time to be alive, especially if you're in the Clash Squad space. But let's go into our BO3 map selection. How we're going to do this, simply choose a map between Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera, and Solara. If you win the coin toss, once you win the coin toss, then you decide on game 1. Team B will then decide on the picks and bans, first or second, and then it will be given over to your opponents on the second game where they will choose the map and you choose the bans and picks. And finally, we go back to the similarities in game number 1, here in game number 3 for the draw winner.
Yeah, no duplicate maps will be played in a single series, so don't have to worry about that, at least for the best of 3. But here is the bracket on your screen. BRU takes on WAG, Falcons against PE Esports in the upper bracket, whereas later in the lower bracket, we have AG Global against Heavy, followed by Evos Divine against RRQ. Now, those 2 series are elimination series. Loser gets knocked out of the tournament.
Yep, the upper brackets are already pretty set in stone. As expected, BRU going to be sitting up on top. Same goes for Falcons, but they're challengers even. And obviously the big surprise in the world champs and AG down by the lower. In today's schedule, we'll kick things off with BRU facing off against WAG, then Falcons facing off against PE, AG facing off against Heavy, and finally, to round things up, it's going to be Evos dealing with RRQ.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a day, especially for the Indonesians. I feel like they have seen this scenario plenty of times where both of the representatives have to take each other out. But that's how the cookie crumbles, right? That's how it is, because in that week 1, they just were not able to show up in the way that we expected them to. There were discussions, we talk about Evos and RRQ having a lot of their low moments, especially when the going gets tough. And it seems like they still are struggling to get through that hurdle. Whereas for teams like Falcons, they got to a rocky start and then they came out strong. But we got to talk about the first series.
Yep, let's look at our predictions here. Both of us are leaning into BRU to take this game away, but it doesn't mean it'll be an easy series by any chances, right? With WAG already playing a hard set of games during the group stages, I think it gives a lot of confidence for WAG fans that they might be able to steal away a game, but I'm saying that BRU is going to be through and through looking to dominate the whole way.
Yeah, I think WAG has had some moments of brilliance, right? Whenever you sort of count them out, they suddenly have some great performances along the way. And I think this is sort of the magic that allows the team like WAG to really shine in dire straits. But up against BRU, having the stars align just isn't enough. You need to beat them with raw force.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think this is one of the few matchups where I'm more confident in because of the matchup that we're expecting to see between these, 4-on-4. Let's look at the lineup here now that I brought that up. It's going to be BRU up first with Jonah, Moshi, Get High, and as well as Wasana. All of them very good fraggers, really good chemistry all throughout the roster. And I think that's where WAG, if they were locked in these 1v1s against these individual players and individual roles, 9 out of 10 times, they're probably going to have to take the L.
Yeah, and a lot of times, the way to take on BRU is you sort of have to bring the fight to them, but that's also the second layer of the challenge, right? Where when you bring the fight to them, you have to outgun them, and it all rests on the shoulders of players like Tikwe, Hwangam, Ngan, and X4 to bring that prowess. Because 9 out of 10 times, like you said, BRU is going to take the W, but and I guess the silver lining is that this is a double eliminations. They still have a lower bracket run if they do drop, but I want to see what they can put up against BRU.
Yeah, I really think that it's going to boil down to who gets the first pick. So unless WAG, if Tikwe is able to create opportunities, or at least Hwangam is able to support Exmore, they might have an opportunity if they find that first initial pick onto Moshi. But then again, how many times do you see get Moshi picked off first in these clash squads? I think it's more likely that Get High or Wasana usually takes the first down overall based on the performance that we've seen throughout the group stages.
If the meta has told us anything in this Clash Master, I think characters like Morse right now is starting to become a bit more prevalent. We saw that from AG Global, Duel as a sniper having that character as well to reposition and really do a fake out in the starting round so that you don't get picked off. When we comes down to the map, we started with Bermuda, then we go Solara and ending with Kalahari. Pretty interesting because we did hear BRU talking about how Bermuda actually is a map that they struggle with more often than not, which it doesn't seem like it when we watch them play, but hey, if they say so, then WAG is starting off on a good foot.
Now, who knows? It could be like a specific cycle within the map. It could be certain areas within Bermuda, because every single one of these playlists of maps, they come with their own individual problems, right? Now, BRU going to be on blue side, facing off against WAG. It looks like WAG gave BRU that first pick. Getting rid of the Orion, getting rid of the Oscar. It's a quick Zane lock-in, followed up by Nero, and now looking to hover over Ignis.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, I think even most of the time, the Vietnamese representatives, they love to go for the Nero plus Ignis, right? You have a lot of utility to take out glue walls and also zone denial, but in this case, you are trading the Cassie over to BRU, who already has the Zane on board. They still have, Moshi's pick hidden. They can go for a couple of variations. The Chrono is one off the way, but it doesn't have to necessarily be on a sniper. Get High can get on that character as well.
Yeah, it's just a great support option. It looks like they want to set up for a 3-in-1 type formation where they can use the Chrono to bail out Zane and Cassie if, a lot of the big utils and the big resources have been thrown out early on. WAG now on the draw, looking over on Santino, maybe to try and open up this 3-in-1 formation, maybe an opportunity, because at the end of the day, WAG just have to slow down that front line, make them fight for every piece of ground they take.
And it seems like they are quadrupling down on that, right? A full-on utility-based lineup. You don't really have a front line per se. You probably are looking at Ignis and Steffi to kind of open things up, but Steffi is more of that utility denial if BRU do run at them, and BRU, they're willing to go for that Skylar as well. Their own method of denying glue walls on top of having that Zane in the front with Cass supporting. We're seeing a very different contrasting, at least approach coming into this game.
I like it a lot, right? Because this is like a 1-2 punch. Since you don't have access to Oscar, at the very least, you can have something like the Oscar, right? Extra toughness for the rest of your team, able to break through glue walls. Yes, it does happen to be on 2 separate people, but at the very least, the composition wants to play as like a typical spearhead, right? Break through the ranks, break through the gates, and you've already won the siege.
Yeah, making it very quick and straightforward as well. There's sort of nothing like what we saw from week 1, where you have a composition that really makes you scratch your head and have this high level of execution that a lot of things have to go right. In the case of these two teams, at least for Bermuda, it's very clear what they want to achieve. WAG is about keeping BRU at an arm's reach, whereas for BRU, once they break through their defenses, they are going to go all in.
Yeah, the only big worry that I have for BRU is with the Santino. No recon whatsoever. But with that being said, who knows what's going to happen in this battle between BRU and WAG. We're going to go into a quick interview before we jump into game.
เพราะว่ามันเอาไปคอมโบกับสกิลโอเลออนครับเป็นกองไฟครับแล้วก็สามารถแลกควันเล่นแอดดอปได้ครับมันดีที่สุดแล้วสำหรับผมน่าจะคิดว่าเป็นฟอลคอนแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าเป็นทีมไทยด้วยรู้การเล่นการดับอะไรกันอยู่แล้วมันอยู่ที่ว่าวัดกันในวันที่เจอกันแล้วครับว่าใครจะเล่นออก
Có tại vì Tài xế trong trận chiến này nó là khá là quan trọng. Tài xế nào sẽ xử lý tốt hơn với phối hợp thêm nhiều hơn thì em nghĩ sẽ là giành chiến thắng cao hơn cho đội mình. Theo em là sẽ là một lối chơi hoàn toàn khác để chiến đấu với BRU. Tụi em sẽ quyết tâm thắng BRU một cách tốt nhất để cho anh em Việt Nam thấy.
Let's get this map started. Bermuda, everybody starts on this default map. From what turns to default into professional plays when there's money on the line. And here in the upper bracket, plenty of money can be earned in just a single best of 3. Let's kick things off. BRU facing against WAG.
And you heard it from WAG. They acknowledge that BRU is one of the best teams on Clash Squad and they have a lot of priority on the sniper role. So they are coming in with something different. No recons on both ends, which is already pretty, unique because most of the time Koda will go through. But Wasana with the aggression already, with the help of the time turner, is going to try and take some space.
A lot of space, very aggressively taking enemy territory, already crossing the boundaries of the middle line of the battlefield. And as we see, Get High and as well as Moshi just working that center of the ring, making sure that at the very least Moshi, he knows that he's being flanked. A couple of pot shots were taken at him earlier and now all hell breaks loose by the compound.
Yeah, Moshi is going to receive pressure, and it's a good approach, but Wasana backs up his teammate, and just like that, his first elimination goes over to BRU. WAG will have to find contingency plan because they've already lost control of the center of the map.
Turns the corner to fight Moshi 1v1, ends up falling into a crossfire with the rest of the team gunning him down. A martyr's death, but unfortunately no trade so far for WAG as they're looking to kind of break up this composition, but BRU smartly play, controlling the center of the map on two separate sides of where the flanks could end up, and even throwing Jonah just in case as a third position in case they double it down. Now they've already found one. Nahan's trying his best. Get High already put down to 80% of his HP as Moshi is taking 50%. Lost. Wasana gonna try his best here, tries the side time turner as well. The Cassie is already through with the electrotherapy. They find one, looking for a secondary, and with the amount of pistols that they have, Tikwe takes out a Moshi, but at the cost of one more. They get Moshi back up on his feet, and Nahan is the only one left to face off the rest.
Yeah, and just a series of unfortunate events. The idea from WAG was correct, but it's either they got caught in a crossfire or they were one hit away from incapacitating the members of BRU. And in this case, it was the combination of both. Moshi surviving the initial assault, and afterwards, Get High's Cassie got dropped to like 20 health. And that was all BRU needed. When you have someone like a Cassie on your team, not getting down is just not good enough for their opponents. You get to heal back up over time. BRU, if they want to play the long fight, this composition is built for that.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really, really hard. And they can take as many as they want to because WAG per skill card, active skill card, is a lot more expensive compared to BRU, with the only exception here being Ignis. Those flame walls, at least you got 2 charges to work with, but BRU control the center of the map almost straight away. They want to make this difficult as Santino has already gotten one hell of a flank, but Moshi, he's got some backup on his side.
Yeah, Tikwe actually gets the dig onto Get High as well. Moshi brings his buddy back up. The buddy system is there for BRU. Export actually getting traded back. Wasana now pushes straight into Hwangam and brings him down. Public execution. WAG losing 2 members. Jonah is bleeding out, so at least there's something in return.
Lack of awareness coming in from Wasana here. He very clearly saw Nahan, thought he could sneak through the window just in time, but the tip of his head exposed outside of the time turner. Now with the cryo mines being thrown out and the ice grenades as well, at this point, both sides just waiting for their active skill cards to come back. Moshi still has the Rebel, ways to kind of deal with the blue walls, but at this point, do they really need it? The blue is already closing in.
Yeah. And now he's going to try and peek through the window as well. The blue is going to favor WAG temporarily. The mini Uzi in hand. Great for close combat, but he somehow needs to get to Moshi first. Great tap there from Ngan. Now out the window in a 2v1. The Cassie in favor of BRU. Ngan not able to buy enough time, and Tikwe arrives at the scene now, takes on BRU. And so far, Santino relocating is going to be able to help him out, but his position is exposed behind the pillar. His teammate trying to crawl to him as fast as possible, but with Wasana guarding one side and Get High on the other, Tikwe just cannot make it out. Valiant attempt, but BRU takes the second round.
An unfortunate turn of events, to be fair. They got Moshi, they turned it into a 2v2, but unfortunately for Nahan, he kites to the wrong side, right? He kites away from T-Quay, losing line of sight here. He's in a pretty compromised position once he's running through these buildings, but once he opened things up by taking out Moshi, I think that was a clear opportunity for T-Quay to actually take some damage.
I'm surprised that I just noticed that we saw the Santino mannequin, right? Probably another approach for T-Quay could have just swapped position with the mannequin to provide immediate support. But again, in the heat of the moment, perhaps didn't feel like that was the right choice as we move to Clock Tower for round number 3. And this time, WAG keeping to the game plan right into the face of BRU, able to tap some of the health bar from Moshi, but X-Bor able to win that fight before Moshi takes him down. The glue wall gets put up, Moshi isolates the angle and eliminates X-Bor.
Really good isolation here. Unfortunately, doesn't find the trade as T-Quay comes in with the MP5. Hwang Am as well with himself with the XM, trying to hold on to the second floor, jumps down to the bottom floor, takes out Moshi. Great timing, but the smokes are still active. And now, Hwang Am, he's got to try his best here. T-Quay is just going to buy a little bit of time and they close out the rest of the round. Good push and pull from WAG.
Yeah. And overall, just utility-wise, WAG has the resources to win that fight. If you want to fight in close compound, Cryo Mind, Ignis Flame Mirage, they just have a tad more value compared to what BRU has. You still get damage despite being in a time turner, and BRU kind of learn it the hard way. And WAG getting the initial trade as well definitely benefited them in the long runs. So BRU, let's see if they decide to stick with the same approach of running straight to take control of the center of the map, or will they kind of switch it up and have Moshi play a bit more far back?
It looks like they are still going to go up with the same lineup here while trying to control the center. I would have imagined they wanted to go to the left side of where they spawned on the south side of the map, but Jonah and Get High have already got one hell of a flank on their sides. Nam and T-Quay are cutting the 3-in-1 formation right down the center to make sure that Moshi is isolated from the fight. And now it all breaks loose as everybody corrals towards the eastern side. Mini Uzis in hand, Wasana taking a lot of damage, but his EP keeps him alive as he drops down the time turner. Get High gets traded in, Moshi goes down in trade as Wasana takes out Hwang Am and T-Quay eliminates Moshi. Wasana then goes down. T-Quay still with the MP5 doing God's work with the help of his sniper, gunning him down with the XM from afar, allowing this for easy cleanups. And now Jonah has no support left as WAG are just winning out, turning so many fights into 2v1s.
T-Quay has awakened one of the star rushes of WAG when he first broke onto the scene. This round 4 with the MP5 getting a 3K as well, completely stopping BRU in their tracks. And I gotta say, BRU had the right idea, right? They were able to navigate around the smoke grenades that was deployed by WAG, prevent a flank and prevent a push, and at the same time find a flank, but were not able to win the subsequent gunfire. And that's where T-Quay started to shine. He found isolated 1v1s and was able to bring it to a 2-2 scoreline. Now, the economy is going to favor WAG just a bit more due to the past 2 rounds. BRU going to have that smoke grenade again to cut line of sight, but let's see what Wasana has in mind. Are they going to go straight for the rush again? Because I feel like WAG are prepared for it with T-Quay on one of the sides.
Yep, they started on the north side and now they're heading down, making sure that 3-in-1 still covering on the western side of the front. Now Jonah left by himself, but he's still attached to Get High with the Cassie, trying to hold on to this position for as long as possible as Moshi is looking for an opportunity, but the smokes are a little too good. They break the line of sight.
Yes, the UAV on top, flying above head just now as well. So some info has been relayed. Wasana very, very low. Has the glue to keep him safe, but Hwang somehow didn't get shot. His teammates was the one that go down. Now Hwang needs to fight this 1v2. Unfortunately, getting knocked down early on is not good news for WAG. Though T-Quay was still able to trade Wasana back, but he gets his work cut out for him. It all comes out to X-Bor in a 2v1. If Jonah gets picked back up, the odds will still in favor of BRU, and that would be the case.
Unfortunate, and now they're going to eliminate the rest of his down teammates all by himself. X-Bor, unfortunately, with just the rifle in hand and not even the Primo rifles, he goes down finally. WAG, T-Quay has been doing a lot of work for the team, able to find initial picks, but BRU is much better when it comes down to just the recovery, right? A lot of this making sure that he can, revive his teammates as soon as they hit the floor and are able to cover each other. Really good usage of the util at hand.
Yeah, just a slight moment, an instance of lapse of judgment, and you see the punish instantly come true from BRU. And all it took was one knockdown. I think WAG had a very good idea, and even the cover was pretty well used as well, but sadly, Steffi ended up getting knocked down out of nowhere. Now we hit the peak, and this is where close area combat, if WAG gets BRU into the building, then I think it would favor them a bit more, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Tikwe on the long flank.
Yep. Nahan, he's getting hit by artillery fire. Plenty of nades and throwables being lobbed at him as the smokes have already broken off line of sight on this side of the cyber airdrop. Now Tikwe trying to go for the flank himself. Ooh, quickly changes position after getting at least one pump off. The front line now collapses entirely as the enemy has finally secured the cyber airdrop for WAG's side. Now Nahan, he's still trying his best. He's got the upgrade. MP5 wins out one with the help of Expor. Expor takes out Jonah handedly. Now has to worry about Moshi in the opposite corner, but with Cyclones already out, Wang Am loses his speed as Get High, but the MP5 himself is going to start rushing through, playing with death. Wasana getting in there as well, with Moshi already covered. Wasana has taken out Nahan. Export takes out Wasana with a clean headshot, but ends up losing his head finally once the smokes break.
And a blind spot for Export at the very end. Moshi had the angle, but unfortunately from Export's point of view, he could not see where Moshi was. Hey, WAG again, the support was there for the AWM. They had some pretty big investment in weaponry coming into this round, but BRU wins the long fight again. And it all started with just a quick knockdown and exposing the flank from Tikwe that really kept BRU's formation safe.
This is one of the few matchups where you see no recons, and this is the result of it, right? So many things that you have to be worried about, whether you're aggressively looking for these flanks or at the bare minimum, you just got to stick as a team, right? And wait for the opponents to reveal their positions. Now, Tikwe, he's going to notice all three of the members of BRU walking up here. First shot's already coming down from Tikwe as he looks to hold the line. Quickly, TP's out of position. Santino taken care of, and now BRU's position is revealed. WAG look to readjust.
Yeah, and that's grenade being thrown out by Ngan as a double stack behind the crates, but position compromised instantly. You have Export holding the corner with the AWM, and BRU quickly realizes that, so we have to prop down their own glue wall to create some cover, but they are trying to blitz right through, and it's not going to be an easy task. Wasana was able to slip through with Get High supporting him with the electrotherapy, and they're starting to break apart the formation of WAG. Now a two-prong attack commences. Get High in with Tikwe, and BRU just bulldozes through the ranks of WAG. Exports to no chance, and BRU are a map point.
That was a mistake. It was either they all go into the warehouse or they all jump off the building. You can't split 2-2 because if you lose the manpower, you know that BRU is already pushing you with 3 with an overwatch of Moshi just behind them. And if you can clear off these angles, understanding that running into the warehouse was going to be part of that line of sight, again, 2 people had the same idea, 1 person did not, and unfortunately, Export cannot cover every angle.
Yeah, and I think this Steffi also didn't really show much of an impact. I think dealing with the throwables from BRU is the least of their worries. And we're starting to see that Ngan also definitely feeling the jitters coming into this game 1. And a lot of times the pickoffs for BRU starts with him, and even some of the rounds lost was because he got taken down a bit too early. Now WAG on their last legs in Bermuda. They need 3 more rounds to force sudden death.
3 more rounds, and now that they're spawning on the same map but on opposite sides, the north side by BRU, early UAVs have been thrown out from both sides. They've revealed the position, still playing around this warehouse. Notices the 2 isolated, and BRU take a full frontal assault. Even Moshi needs to watch his back right now as they've already found Wang Am. They need just 1 more to collapse this front line. They find it with a time turner. They turn around, and now this should be easy business. Moshi, as well as Jonah, have lost their lives. Expor and Tikwe with primo weapons will try, and they find 2. Wasana all by himself. Tikwe, the big shotgun is gone. They have to deal with the WAM on Expor. He only has level 2 on his helmet, so headshots are going to count. Wasana loses 50, but he puts him in the dirt.
And BRU takes Bermuda 6-2 in an almost, I would say, dominant fashion. WAG had a lot of close calls, but close is never going to be enough if you're up against BRU. This entire game started imploding on its own from round 5 onwards, where BRU discovered, they realized that WAG, they needed time to set up, and they aren't really consistent with that setup, so BRU just ran straight at them every single round and let Wasana do what he does best, mow them down.
Yep, I think BRU set that up really, really nicely, right? They saw the inconsistencies in how WAG was playing, but more importantly, they were patient to do so, right? They're changing it up every single time. Yes, it was a 3-in-1, but the formation or the direction that they were pushing on the map always varied depending on what side that they decided to spawn on, just so that it's a continuous problem. You're going to get minimal effect from the cryo mine. The Steffi isn't going to find a lot of value because when exactly are they going to, is the 3 going to go for that big all initiation, which WAG had to kind of coin flip at times, because if they throw the util out and they back away, it's wasted utility, and that's 60 to 80 seconds worth of time that BRU gets to kind of mold them into the shape they want to.
Yeah, and that final closing round is a good demonstration of what BRU's composition is able to do, right? You started with Skylar Riptide Rhythm, you blow up the glue walls, you have Cassie supporting the chrono, so get high tethers to Wasana. Wasana runs in. The moment WAG retaliates and try to isolate him with the glue wall, he drops the time turner and he just starts winning 1v1s. And in that situation, WAG have little to no utility to work with. There really wasn't much they could have done. And I think the highlights can tell us a very, very good story as well. The whole theme of this map 1 is just BRU punishing the little movements from WAG that puts them just slightly out of place.
If they make a decision too slow, if they're standing in the wrong spot for too long, if they're too focused in one direction, BRU has punished the fundamentals of WAG. Although I will say, this was a bit of a surprising performance from WAG from my POV, especially when you're facing up a team like BRU. You're already losing man-to-man, but Tikwe really showed up at the most important times, especially when it comes down to like finding those initial flanks. He's good for 1, but he even is able to steal 1 more in some of these rounds, which honestly brought WAG so close to closing out these rounds, turning it into 1v1s or even 2v2s.
Yeah, and there are definitely a couple of commendable moments from WAG. I think the best way to give respect to BRU is to actually just fight them head on, right? Like WAG didn't really shy away from the challenges, albeit most of the rounds went to BRU, but at least WAG, they weren't playing not to lose. But up against someone like Wasana, one of the latest crown prince, is pretty difficult once Wasana gets into the groove. 14 eliminations, 4,000 damage, 7 assists, and rocking that chrono and having that MP5 in hand. He was headshotting people left, right, and center.
Oh yeah, he was doing a lot of work here, man. I mean, even with the Takmar on his side, the JBs for the extra EP, and more importantly, the fact that he had access to chrono, which is really frustrating because not a lot of people can actually deal with the full push, right? If chrono finds a good angle on you, exposes your front line, walks up in front of your face, and then drops the time turner, there's very little counterplay to either hey, I have to win in a shotgun fight in the time turner bubble, or I just need to happen to have a shotgun to do something, which is a little frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, and I think this stat screen tells a very compelling story as well. Of course, BRU's side, Wasana and Get High, we have sort of gone through the numbers that they basically were killing it. But for WAG's side, it is pretty unfortunate that we sort of see a bit of that weak link in that game 1. I think Nan probably felt slightly uncomfortable, partially because he's also put on the Steffi, which in the end didn't bring the impact that they thought she would. But that's round 1. Coming up, we have Solara, and I think WAG, hopefully they kind of switch it up a little bit, get that intel gatherer. I think Steffi is not priority. The Coda probably could help them more in that early to mid game to figure out where BRU is coming from.
Yeah, I don't think that the Coda is a bad idea here. I'm really surprised that both sides decided to not go for, a reconnaissance type specialist here from BRU or even WAG. But looking at the numbers, right, the average damage per round for both sides is obviously high. But from WAG is arguably some of the damage numbers that they're being put up are actually higher than BRU. So it really comes down to those moments. The poking, the number of shots that they're landing are about equivalent, if not slightly more in terms of successful shots against their opponents. So really it's either A, setup, or B, just looking to finish off those initial pokes.
Yeah, there are definitely some tendencies from WAG I think still lingers, from the previous season to now. And it's very player specific. I think for someone like Tikwe, who is very confident when in his rusher role, there are moments where you look back at previous replays, you start to kind of see when things go downhill, he gets desperate and he tries to make some hero plays. Those could be contributing factors. But I think in that previous game, it definitely wasn't the primary reason that BRU were winning those rounds. It was more of a collective result of some lapse of judgment from WAG. So moving into Solara, I think that's where we might find a bit more of a neutral ground for both teams.
Yes, I think Solara might be a little bit better, but it also puts a heavier emphasis on just raw compositions, right? I think the Oscars are still going to get banned out. I'm not sure whether the reconnaissance are still going to get picked up this time, because it's clear once I can play Santino, they do a very good job at it. The only problem is that how do you actually support the rest of your frontliners if BRU is playing no reconnaissance, keep a tight 3-in-1 formation?
Yeah, and something that I think BRU has definitely excelled in is just pushing the envelope, right? I think having BRU in your face is a very tough thing to deal with. Maybe WAG can also start by looking at the draft as well, because I think they were giving a lot of big comfort picks to BRU, partially because the way that they wanted to approach the game was more utility based. But let's see if they would remove at least one of the elements, right? Maybe remove the Zane from the equation, maybe get rid of the Chrono and have BRU pivot elsewhere instead of giving them a lineup that basically makes them immortal.
All right, we got some new stats. Let's have a quick look here at the top 3 highest damage weapons per player. And so far, we're seeing a lot of the time that the AWM gets thrown up, the MP5s as well. Obviously, we can't show you the actual good weapons here, but at the very least, we have a rough idea of what's being brought into these games. And the MP5 has been one of the heavy hitters of the overall tournament. High rate of fire, decent amount of damage, and it gets even better if you so happen to upgrade it.
Yeah, and even just in its base form, right, with the base stats, if you get it around round 3, round 4, these CQCs, you compare and you have it instead of a mini Uzi, it works just as well with just a heavier punch in those tight corners. And something that I think the teams are definitely leading into. Wasana basically was holding the MP5 in his hand for the majority of the late rounds, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more of that down the road.
Yeah, I don't see him changing it anytime soon. And I mean, considering the amount of economy that his team is able to generate over a couple of rounds and a higher contestation rate for the cyber airdrops, it makes a lot of sense why people are like, well, let's lean into shotguns. You realize that you can't really win those mid fights. And sometimes you're just not close enough to find those 2 pumps or 1 pumps. You're better off with an MP5. You're better off with a potential rifle in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, and it's sort of like a good parallel, drawn when you look back at some of the previous metas, even in Battle Royale, where people were, were debating between, I want to use the Vector Akimbo or do I want to use a Charge Buster, right? It's sort of the trade-off where either I get a one-shotted or I miss my shot, have to reload, and someone with 2 semi-automatic weapon guns me down in the long run. And I think we are now going back into the phase where a semi-automatic and full automatic weapons are a bit better than those 1-2 pump guns, because the risk to reward ratio is pretty high.
Now that it's a lot harder to find that 1 pump, it has kind of, shifted where a lot of these players want to find more opportunities to get those reliable shots in to guarantee, even if they see them for a split second, some effective damage. But let's look at the top 3 most elims for players. Wasana sitting at number 1 at 69 eliminations, Zero from PE with 57, and Limit at 52 from Falcons.
Yeah, which is actually not a surprising thing. Limit is one of the few sniper players that has high KD race. Despite being a sniper, you would expect the rushers to be the one taking over the role. But, for Limit's case, it's just him doing his thing. But Wasana, for the longest of times, I don't remember a moment where he is not the top of the fraggers ranking in recent, I think the recent 1-2 years. He is just that efficient.
Yep, he is extremely efficient. But I am very happy, to see PE Zareth there in second place. A lot of questions were circling around him whether he was going to be the right choice for the squad. And so far, I mean, he's giving a lot of promise, giving a lot of hope to all the PE fans out there.
Yeah, especially when they are the team that went through the biggest roster change. Coming into this season, they bring in rookies as well. And again, we have academy players joining some of these teams for 2026. It's definitely a breath of fresh air to see them adapt and get used to the competitiveness that quickly. But now we go to Solara for map 2, which is BRU's map pick. We talk about how they felt uncomfortable, not so comfortable on Bermuda. They won that pretty handily, and now on the map pick, the onus is for WAG to switch things up.
All right, WAG is going to be first on the picks and bans, so that means they're coming into Solara a little more prepared for this draft. I'm guessing they were just as prepared in game number 1, but the plan didn't go exactly to how they wanted it. Let's see what the adjustment for the composition is going to look like.
And they started off with the Zane ban, where I did say that, maybe they could consider taking away one of the components that contributes to the immortal lineup from BRU. They take the Orion for themselves, so 3 massive picks eliminated. BRU obviously still have a couple of options they can go for. You have the Cassie, which I think BRU is one of the few teams that really likes Cassie because of how they approach the game. But they are going to go for the Narrow first, which is just as fine. The Cassie can come in second.
Narrow's a good way to try and punish these Orions, right? Especially since the 2 notable techs right now to deal with the Orion, he goes invulnerable, you run behind him, you wall him off. Or plan B, you quickly throw the cryo mine behind him as well so that he doesn't get a free escape when he passes a certain threshold to get his teammates involved. One of the other good way to deal with it, the Cassie is always good. The Ignis finally gets locked in for the side of WAG. So now this game becomes a bit of a war of attrition, right? Both sides will be trading continuous resources, and at the very least for Ignis, it gives WAG time to think before the initiations.
Yeah, and also hovering over the chrono as well. One of the other key components of BRU's main composition taken away by WAG, and at the same time, having that Orion and chrono, you have a lot of ways to sustain yourself in these long fights. Definitely puts them at better odds if the game gets dragged on. So Coda goes over to BRU for some reconnaissance. They're also thinking about the 8124 and Iris. And 8124 is going to be pretty interesting because we did talk about her maybe becoming relevant in the future when utilities get a bit too meta, but they will decide to stick with the Steffi instead.
Really interesting composition coming out from BRU's side, right? A lot of it is just to thwart the advance of WAG. And now that they got the recon, they were considering the Santino as a means to say, hey, if we have the extra information, maybe we can get more successful flank offs. We even saw a hover over the Iris as well as a potential answer to deal with the chrono. And now WAG, they see this, okay, you want to play this war of attrition and you want to hide behind your glue balls? That's totally fine with us. Have the info. Eventually, once we get our active skill cards off of cooldown, our rotations of active abilities are just going to be a little bit better if you're right in our faces.
Yep. A complete change of approach coming into game 2. BRU now feels like the team that wants to focus a lot more on using their utility to gather intel before making a move, whereas WAG, they have a composition that allows them to push on forward as a team more efficiently with decent coverage from Export on that Iris.
BRU is going to have a lot of well-timed active abilities if they want to stand a chance against WAG, unless they're able to find like really early pickoffs. And based on what we've seen so far, it's pretty 50-50 between Moshi alongside with Xmore, both having a kill count on each other in terms of sniper pickoffs, but just the raw assistant damage that both provide is through the roof.
Yeah, and just, I think in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to Solara, you definitely want a bit more of that intel to work with. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how WAG deals with this, because they've sort of completed step 1, right? You take away some of the key components that BRU has found massive success with. Now, the question now becomes whether they can use it as effectively as BRU.
All right, close quarter map. Almost instantly, that's going to be one of the charges from Flame Mirage to come up as WAG look to play on the outside. Hwangam, unfortunately, as well as Tikwe losing their heads here with the big shotguns coming in from BRU. A quick round number 1 as they're able to make first move into the center.
Yeah, just every shot made count by BRU. Really felt like WAG wasn't putting up any resistance, and how could they when BRU just decided to storm through the center and flood out on the other end. But WAG gets another do-over this time with some weaponry to work with if they so wish to go for. We see the mini Uzi, the double revolver being picked up as well. WAG investing to try and equalize the score.
Yeah, Tikwe, he does have some armor, but he's got the hand cannon and hopefully he's able to find at least one pick. Ideally on Moshi, but he's running a rifle right now as everybody else already has the level 2s and level 3s in terms of raw armor from BRU. They punch all the way through, and immediately Orion goes invulnerable, trying to buy a little bit of time, but Jonah finds an initial pick, and worse yet, finds the secure on the kill. They continue to push forward, and Wasana, yeah, try drop the chrono. Try the time turner with my hand cannon.
And that is just a series of unfortunate events. The round starts and Jonah immediately lobs the frag and Hwang Ang takes him out before this Ignis could even have any impact. Sure, the Flame Mirage came out, but with a numbers disadvantage, BRU basically negated whatever investment WAG put it in this round 2. And that's 2 quick and decisive rounds. This is a scary territory, a scary headspace for WAG to be in when BRU are so vicious with their execution when they have a lineup that is expected to be a bit slower.
Well, at the very least now, they're going to get some real weapons, right? They've got some AKs in hand, I think. If I see that silhouette correctly, they're going to walk up almost straight away, knowing that the cyber airdrop is going to get contested for almost straight away. There's two angles in this particular map that you have to worry about, the outside and the inside of the bridge. Jonah, unfortunately, on the inner side of the bridge is going to get flushed out very, very soon, while Hwangam and the rest of the team are holding on the outside very well, but they got to work on their angles, right? Because at any point in time, we've seen BRU do this. They work with you a little bit, and then eventually you see the flank.
And Tico was able to slip away into the shadows, but Wasana still found Han again. And just like that, you see the whole battle line of WAG collapse in an instant. Export left just to pick up the pieces, and Jonah shuts that down very, very quickly. And 3 consecutive rounds for BRU.
And now BRU, they don't find the initial flank, but they understand the position of where Expor is going to be. So they keep on pushing and walk towards, as you see Jonah here, to the right side to blow off the angle away from Expor. And once they've dealt with all the ground forces, turning onto Expor was not too difficult.
Yeah, Tikui lost in the sauce as well. I think, early on he was able to slip away from BRU, but BRU made the call to just fight outside and catch WAG off guard. And I think these split-second maneuvers are starting to really tax WAG because they are struggling to keep up with the pace that BRU is playing at. A couple of pot shots coming in again at the start of the round. WAG decides to stick together and take it head on, but X-Bor has been reviewed.
Yep, 2 UAVs already being thrown out as they look to contest for the cyber airdrop, and WAG have 3 shotguns in hand, quickly getting early information out, and even ice nades just to make sure it's a tight corner. They want them to come into this fight. WAG hiding behind the generator. This could be a time turner. That's already one. Tikwe finds with a slug, looks for the second, and actually secures it. Almost healing through the pain with the help of the electrotherapy. Finally gets downed as we see the X-Bor on the opposite side getting blown through as Moshi left to deal with X-Bor. Can he get these revives down? And it looks like he'll be able to get the bare minimum 1 as X-Bor turns the corner.
And now Moshi is going to be trapped, but he's already brought most of his teammates back up. And despite all of that effort, the bait and switch, they used their own teammates as a means to an end, and still BRU comes through. They got all of Wasana's blue walls out here, and and suddenly launch a 3-man ambush. They take out 2 members of BRU, and at this point, 99% of the time, people will say that this is WAG's game, but against BRU, they're a completely different beast. Jonah and Moshi, just very good tag team to thin out the numbers of WAG and then get their own respective pickups.
Yeah, I mean, Jonah, really keen eyes here. Just before the initiation, pops down the recon, knew exactly where X-Bor was going to be, how many remaining attackers were going to be on this side, and now that they're spawning on the opposite side, they probably want to reproduce those same effects, this time taking a bit of a slower approach. They could still have slugs and hand cannons on the opposite side, so they're going to take their time with this until they start hearing shots.
Tico already getting chipped away by the utilities of BRU, and he's trapped in a rough spot. BRU knows this, forces the Orion vulnerability out, but the pressure is just immense. It's completely overwhelms Tikoi, and without that rusher, the star rusher from WAG, BRU, they can do whatever they want. This does not feel like a contest at all. Export again with no response, can only do its best to survive. BRU have secured the 5th round.
And this is huge economical damage, right? Export committing quite a lot to his loadout currently. Same goes for the rest. They're going to be losing a huge amount. As we look at this replay one more time, just look at the way that they're doing this, right? Try to block off the invulnerability. But I think the unfortunate part was the placement of the next glue wall coming in from the Orion, right? Ends up trying to throw it down at his feet. It somehow bounces and gets to the 2nd floor, gets right on top of the opposing glue wall, and that just completely ruined the front line.
And this is WAG's potentially final chance. Still got some decent weaponry that they can work with. We see the AWM. Export hasn't been really able to find any impact. Did get an initial shot off of Jonah, so that's half of his health bar gone. But with the Cassie around, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Cyber airdrop is going to be contested by Wasana as Ngan makes his appearance there with the ice grenade, but Wasana is going to be decided to back off. Again, in these long fights, it's going to be tough. Jonah gets picked off.
Yep, they've already found one. This is their best odds, right? It's a 3v3 right now as Export is already down as well. WAG need to make some moves of their own as the Ignis comes through to break through two of the walls. BRU slowly coming through. Moshi, unfortunately, loses his one against Huang with a Tommy, and now Wasana has to kind of deal with the rest of these members by himself. Get High wants to help him out, but he has to deal with another fight on his own. Get High ends up going down, and finally, they all collapses. I thought with that single pick onto Export, they will lose a lot of their firepower, but Huang Am comes in big time, winning his one.
Yeah, someone needed to step up to the occasion. Huang Am became that man and just went for the push when he saw the opening. BRU, they wanted to take an aggressive stance, and at the cost of that, sometimes you do end up leaving your members in isolated conditions, and that's sort of what WAG took advantage of. But now that has happened, BRU should be adjusting quickly to it. Let's see if WAG can keep that up. They've been able to get some pretty good early game pot shots off, but they don't result in any finishes, and that's what WAG have been struggling with.
Now, playing around the center of this particular map is going to be difficult. A lot of open areas, however, cover at least is able to go above your shoulders, so the tip of your head can still poke out every once in a while, depending on what angles you are in, and more importantly, the slopes. And he hears it. He knows. Tikwe knows that Wasana is nearby. I don't know if he realizes that Cassie is actually nearby as well. He can't see the tether behind these walls. Turns the corner. Oh, it's going to be Wasana who acts first, dropping the glue wall just in time before the 90-degree turn comes through. Tikwe quickly going into the invulnerable state, realizes where the Cassie is, realizes he's in 2v1, still wins it out with the help from his back as well. Great assistance from his teammates. Jonah, however, at the very least, is by himself. He's lost all of his frontliners, and WAG is bouncing back into this game here on round 7.
Yeah, heroics from WAG once more. It was Huang Am first and Tikwe next. They picked up Moshi fairly early on into the round and basically disabled any long-range support from BRU's end. But Tikwe surviving this 2v1 and even taking down one of the BRU members on his own when put in such a precarious position was what contributed to WAG finding the second round. And now the economy is going to start building up. They need 3 more rounds to bring it to sudden death. This is the exact same spot that they were put in on Bermuda.
Huang Am is coming up big time this time. He's already putting some good damage numbers. 2,000 on the dot. Just 152 just behind Export, the dedicated sniper. And early on into the round, they just have to wait, right? Active skills can't be used almost straight away. Good changes were made here in Clash Squad to even up the playing field. In terms of raw health, BRU will have to take their time. Get High can't afford to keep taking shots like this. He doesn't mind the rest of his team members, but he himself had to use a medkit for it. And now they're going to have to wait.
Tikwe has plenty of info where the BRU members might be at. Another 2-man push from BRU, and this time Tikwe playing it a bit more safe to hide on that low ground with a glue wall to support him. So even though BRU knows where he is, they can't just simply push in. So Wasana will be the one holding the front, and this should elicit a response from WAG to at least try and pin Wasana down, or at least keep an eye on Moshi as the blue pushes in. Wasana takes a shot. That's what we need. Export being able to be activated and finds Wasana.
Export already finds ahead of one. Looking for a second. Oh no, they're trapped in this corner here. They have to move out quickly. Glue walling to cover the position. The Iris active skill card still has about 10 seconds left before he can let it rip one more time. Loses a primo position, but look at the way that this team is corralling the cattle of BRU back into the corner until we see that pick. Wasana is the first to go down. Nahan and as well as Tikwe slowly working the angles. Unfortunately, losing their head. Get High dies, but that's too late. They tried to turn this around. Unfortunately, BRU still in the heated scopes of Export on the opposite end.
And that is perfection. Great execution for WAG. Exactly what we need. Tikwe basically doing his job perfectly to bring BRU into the worst possible spot that they could be in, utilizing the blue zone as well. But being able to call Export in to provide reinforcements was the missing piece to intercept all these rotations from BRU, and WAG now up to 3. and one step closer to the equalizer.
Oh my God, that's going to be 3 WM purchases for the side of WAG on this particular map. They could go wide on either end, or they could look to hold the inner compound, because luckily for WAG, they get a quick means to get to the top of this building and even contest the center. Oh, Wasana looking to block them off. The Ignis is going to cut them off too. Time Turner as well is already showing up. Wasana's worried about that right-hand side. Sees X4, quickly blocks up that corner, but he already loses 50% of his HP. He's not calling for the electrotherapy.
What?
Yep, they've already found one. And Moshi gets another in. They've already quickly jumped off the side and anticipated this move from WAG, knowing X4's side and what angle he has access to. Great play from BRU.
Xbox is now in the from the best possible position to the absolute worst, without anyone in the front line. Hongam going down signals the end for WAG. And just a quick pivot from Jonah out of nowhere, finds a flank onto WAG when I was certain that WAG has had BRU control. Jonah finds an opening, and Wasana with the game-ending shot. This series goes 2-0 to BRU. They are off to top 4.
And that's the difference with having reconnaissance and relying on the naked eye to see people through walls, man. I mean, the fact that Jonah was able to quickly, pop the keen sense, quickly get a good understanding of the battlefield, recognizes where Xbor is, and hops onto the opposite side of the window to get to the bottom floor to find that flank around. All of this in a matter of 2 seconds, greatly communicated to Wasana to close out the round. BRU, they're just something else right now.
Definitely on a different level, this BRU. This is the championship team. And I think, if there's any doubts about BRU's performances on week 1, most of them have been dispelled. I think right now they look like the prime team to win it all. They're going to move on to the semifinals and, get a chance to play in a best of 5 instead. Whereas for WAG, it's not the end of the road. They still have a lower bracket to run.
There's a lot of competition to still get through here for today. We have another upper bracket match to actually play after this, another BO3. But good work coming in from BRU, putting in not only the work but also really we got to see what WAG looks like when they're trying to flex, really try to put the maximum output of damage, and it really boils down to my perimeter is my security, so therefore my perimeter is me. I think they've got a great way of playing, but it's really hard to kind of corral the sheep into the pen if they don't want to play that sort of tune.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's also WAG, they didn't really they weren't really given too much space to adjust to BRU with how fast BRU is playing. I think it really comes down to those split-second decisions where BRU is just a bit more proficient at.
If we look at those highlights, maybe we'll get to see a couple of it all over again, right? I do think that, unfortunately, this was just a couple of these rounds from WAG, especially the pistol rounds, really come down to small misdemeanors, right? Oh, I tried to push in a little too early without double swinging with the rest of my team, even though I got the cryo mine set up right at the choke point, Pistol rounds like those, if you drop them, you're already giving the momentum over to the side of BRU. It's just something that they can work on, right? If they can't beat them in a full mechanical 4v4, when it comes down to big boy weapons, at least get those early rounds in the pistols.
Yeah, I think the rounds that work in WAG, there is a clear pattern to it, right? This round 8 is the best example, I think, of the entire series and how WAG systematically dispatch BRU. You slow BRU down, you don't let them get too close, because I think most of the rounds that WAG has lost was because the BRU got uncomfortably close, and then when BRU really starts stepping on the gas, WAG just struggles to kind of keep up with the tempo. But if they can keep BRU, in an arm's length, keep them away, have good control of the area around them, and suddenly WAG stands a decent chance of winning.
Yeah, it's two sides of the same coin, right? All of it just boils down to Jonah. With or without the reconnaissance, he seems to always be making the best decisions in the game, which, pretty consistently overall, which is rather ridiculous. But the fact that he's also, making sure that, hey, this time around, we've shown you a side of us where we played without the reconnaissance and we had to rely on the raw naked eye. Now that we actually have precise information, you can see that that's where Jonah, leans and slips through the cracks of WAG in the middle of the 4v4.
Yeah, and it's just very smart in finding all these blind spots, right? All these, hidden corners that you usually don't think about. And a lot of times you wouldn't expect, a support player to be coming in, flanking you as if he's playing something like a Morse, something like a Santino. But Jonah, he does it all. He's a jack of all trades, and rightfully so, to bring BRU to a 6-3 scoreline on Solara.
He's putting hella damage numbers here. Considering the number of times we saw pickups coming in from Moshi, I would have imagined he would have been slightly higher, but not by that much, right? With that being said, though, BRU very confident in their play. WAG goes down to the lower brackets, and looking at the damage contribution so far, it's great to see that Tikwe is making it work, but it feels like WAG, if the game time could be just extended a little bit longer, I think it's just about setting up that perimeter, because those are the rounds that they win against BRU. It's either BRU make a heavy mistake, or they find that perfect setup to push them into corners.
And going up against BRU sometimes, when it comes to Clash Squad, people say it's a marathon, but when you play against a team like BRU, it feels like you're running, 6 different sprints consecutively. You are not really given much space to breathe, and that's sort of the chokehold that BRU put WAG under. Every single round, they are just forced to do a 100-meter sprint, and WAG just ran out of breath faster. But at least the score, the stats line for match 2 gives us a bit more from WAG, right? They showed us a bit more what they're capable of, and they dusted off the jitters from map 1. It's just unfortunate that BRU was a bit too fast for them.
We did see that Hwangam was able to kind of step up in this particular game. Nahan, unfortunately, was the sacrifice in this particular position. 2-7 with a 0.7 in KDA. Oh, these teammates are going to be like, all right, map 1 was yours, Nahan, but Hwangam, he's got Solara down on lock. But that does mean we have one of our first potential semi-finalists here, BRU. We'll see if they can make it to the grand finals, but we need to know who is going to be their competitors between Falcons and PE, and they want to see Falcons.
Yeah, and Falcons against BRU is going to be one of the few historical matchups, as Falcons and BRU both have beaten each other at some point of time. So it will be a pretty good rematch, right? A good prelude to what the grand finals would look like before the actual finals. But I think, PE, there are also no pushovers. Falcons didn't get into the upper bracket in a smooth manner. They actually had to really fight tooth and nail to be in this upper bracket. So I do wonder, how that second series is going to be. Is PE going to bring a better fight?
Exactly. And keep in mind, like, every single one of these wins in the upper bracket saves you an extra game to play down in the lower bracket, right? So even if you are in the upper brackets and you do end up dropping, it's not the end of the world, but every one of those wins just makes your life that much easier, even if you do end up in the lower side of things anyways.
Yeah, and overall, it's just lesser games to play. You conserve more energy, and you get to study what your upcoming opponent, is capable of. And I think that's sort of the advantage you get being in the upper bracket. Easier said than done. I think WAG, they came into this with expectations that it's going to be the hard one. So, if anything, I think they do not need to be too hard on themselves, but definitely some improvements to be made for the coming days.
Hey, but coming up next, it's going to be Falcons facing off against PE, an exciting game to actually watch, because who knows what PE has in store for us, right? They seem to whip out something new every single day. Falcons being Falcons is either a heavy win or a heavy loss. Either way, they are still great shooters, but I'm really excited to see whether PE has prepared meticulously well for this matchup.
Yeah, we saw both Zeref and Limit on that top elimination leaderboard. Zeref in second, Limit in third place. So that's also another matchup that is worth paying attention to on the side as well. Is Limit going to show off that comfort on the sniper role? Is Carrero only going to play Deagle when they start snowballing? A lot of interesting events that might unfold.
A lot of extremely interesting events, all of which I would love to see, in the near future here, man. If only we can have it right now. But before anything else, keep in mind, everybody, that when we're watching Clash Masters, it's only going to be Clash Squad the entire time. This is just a prelude to the eventual Battle Royale happening in the future. But I think it's been exciting, right? Especially with the number of teams that we've seen here today, the adjustments and changes. This is just a very small look into what is to come later down in the future.
Yeah, this is one of the first tournaments in a long time that we had sort of like a medium to major meta shifts, where priorities characters are very different, and I look forward to see what's more.
Well, with that being said, enough of us here. We're going to go on a short rest, a quick break. For the rest of you survivors, go take a breath, relax, eat some food. You're watching Free Fire Clash Masters.
First blood. First blood. Double.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course, there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set.
Welcome, survivors. The Clash Masters continue here today with our second best of 3 series ready to go with Falcons versus PE Esports. If you're just tuning in and dropping in late, survivors, my name is Gideon. This is Husky here at the Kazu, just keeping you guys entertained for the rest of the day.
Another Thailand versus Vietnam showdown. Early on, we see BRU basically work through WAG and send them to the lower bracket, whereas BRU qualifies for the semifinals. Now they're looking at who their potential opponents might be. Historical BRU against Falcons matchup again, or maybe perhaps PE Esports is going to show us a different side of Vietnam and bring Falcons down to the lower bracket. And either way, it's going to be an exciting series coming up. The odds, I think, skew against PE Esports, but if the Vietnamese team has shown us anything, is that when the chips are down, sometimes they are the one that make magic happen.
I'm not going to lie, since last year, Vietnam missed out on EWC. It was a little sad, but from that point onwards, they've been really grinding hard to put themselves back on that global title list. And honestly, they put some good contenders as well. The Clash squads are even pretty fun to watch. And now that we've seen Clash Masters, the split of the upper bracket being ties alongside with the Vietnamese, I think there is a lot that's at stake here for both regions. Now, let's have a look at the predictions for this particular matchup here. It's going to be Falcons versus PE. Both of us are leaning into Falcons winning it all out, but you're saying it's a 2-0 compared to my 2-1.
Yeah, I personally think that despite there are moments where Falcons can trip over their own shoelaces, I still think that they should be able to triumph over PE. I say it's a 2-0, but I think it will be a close 2-0. We maybe perhaps get like 6-4 score lines, 6-3, 6-4 score lines at least.
The unpredictability of Falcons and the inconsistency is what's making me think that this is going to be a 2-1 in the first place, because PE has shown that they're able to kind of flip the script when necessary with a good amount of preparation and tactics coming into the game. Falcons, they seem to be playing very similar games all the time, falling into that comfort, but it's on and off. It's either they all get wiped up or it wasn't even close to begin with.
Yeah, and sometimes, the comfort is detrimental, right? And that's something that I think is very synonymous with Falcons. They either give us the game of their lives, or sometimes they make us question whether this is actually Falcons playing. Pina, Limit, On Fire, and Karoro, they don't need no further introductions. All veterans in their own right. I think Limit, from his debut in the FFSI until now, has been one of the most stellar sniper players from Thailand.
He's one to watch out, right? If you're in the scopes, you're dead to rights. But now we look at the new PE Esports lineup, right? LBT, Huangshi, Zerafin, as well as Sichuan as well. All of which we had their doubts in the very first week. We all had our doubts with PE Esports, but it feels like they got some real shooters on their side. They've got some firepower. The real question is whether they can get their chemistry to tie up with the rest of their firepowering capabilities. And I think we've got a complete team right here.
Yeah, and it also comes at a time where I think PE Sports is moving forward with almost a complete roster overhaul, right? They were the only Vietnamese team at EWC 24. They finished at the bottom of the barrel, and then they missed out on 25. But EWC aside, in the official circuit, PE Sports had a pretty decent second half of the year. They were topping top 5, top 8 on the leaderboard, and now coming into 2026, I'm okay with what they've shown us so far, and now I want to see more. I think this Zarif kid is one to watch out for. If he can remain consistent like he did from week 1, we're gonna have a superstar in our hands.
That or Falcons just completely shut him down, right? Again, we don't know the preparation coming into this. We don't know whether or not Falcon have prepared extensively against PE, but we definitely know that PE probably would be putting in the time and effort to try and take them down. Now, Falcons get to pick Kalahari, then Nextera, then Bermuda, and it looks like PE is going to choose the picks and bans. Let's see who's that first pick and ban is going to be as we start heading on into the draft.
It's going to be pretty interesting because, contrary to what we've already seen early on, wait a minute. I feel like they know something we don't.
Get in trouble.
They're opening things up, and it looks like they're going to kick things off with a first pick, Dimitri. So it looks like a composition that just plays as either a 3-in-1 or a complete 4. No in between. Orion going to be a very good lock-in alongside with Oscar. Big power picks from the side of Team Falcons, but the order is just enough for PE Esports to lock in both Zane alongside with Cassie if they truly want their composition to be immortal.
I have a feeling I kind of see the idea from PE Sports, and I think by the time the live feed reaches the official broadcast and the chat sees this, they're going to have a lot of questions. But I'm going to throw out my theory first before anything else. I think this is a full-on YouTube with top each other, the buddy system, the buddy, bro, and then they try to outlast Falcons. I have a separate theory, but I'll keep it until game 1 ends. And so far, I definitely think Falcons, they're just playing by the boat. They drop in the Ignis. Everything that they want is being given to them.
Yep, everything's falling into the hands of the Falcons. PE Sports, I'm really surprised they want to go with the Outlock here. The Skylar is kind of a yes and more to deny it off from Limit more than anything else, but with all the priority picks here, it wasn't even worth getting rid of the Skylar away from Limit. Was it worth it? Santino was available. Oscar was also available. I mean, even if they wanted to play either Zane and Cassie, any of the reconnaissance, they could have gotten on later down the line.
All right, at least there's a Skylar there. So I think that at the very least sort of makes up for what they lack. Although it would be pretty interesting to see how PE Sports plays this out. Right, I think on paper there is some practicality to what Alok Dimitri can bring to the table. The one thing they severely lack, or I would say completely absent, is definitely on the offensive end. They don't have anything to allow them to be the aggressors, but they definitely have ways to support their own teammates and keep them lasting longer than they should in these run-on team fights. And now it comes down to whether they can shoot better than Falcons.
Well, I think that PE Sports, with the compositions that we see so far, if PE Sports all just, util dump all active skill cards in the same place, there's a pretty high chance they might actually be able to win that. Falcons, they have ways to get in and out of the fight, which I think is going to be the biggest difference. If they're able to walk away from the active skill cards, when it gets dumped on them, they should be able to pull this back. But, that's just me. Let's look at the interview before we head on into the game.
เพราะว่าหาดตะวันเป็นแมปที่เด็กครับเล็กกว่าแมปอื่นแล้วก็คิดว่าเป็นแมปที่เล่นยากครับและที่ผมก็เล่นได้ดีในแบบนี้ผมคิดว่าที่สกิลมันสามารถปรับเปลี่ยนได้ในแต่ละแมปครับมันใช้ไม่เหมือนกันอย่างแมปที่เล็กก็จะใช้สกิลที่แบบวงกว้างได้ดีครับแมปที่กว้างก็เน้นสกิลที่แบบเจาะจงแบบเฉพาะจุดมากกว่าแล้วก็สกิลที่ใช้บ่อยในแต่ละแมปผมก็ไม่ค่อยมีครับส่วนใหญ่ดาบแบบช่วยกับทีมแบบเล่นเป็นทีมให้เข้ากับทีมมากกว่าผมคิดว่าก็เป็นผู้เล่นที่โดดเด่นอยู่นะครับทั้งสองคนแล้วก็คิดว่าน่าจะเอาชนะได้ครับเพราะว่าทีมผมก็เก่งครับ
Team Falcons là một đội rất mạnh nên tụi mình chuẩn bị tâm lý và phong độ hiện tại của các đội rất cao để chuẩn bị một trận đấu rất tốt lên. Vì mình thấy Thâm Sinh và USB 2 nó có khả năng kéo đầu rất tốt và khả năng cơ động cao. Mình thấy kỹ năng Endo trong chế độ tự chiến khá đặc biệt và có khả năng đột biến trong giao tranh và gây khó chịu cho đối phương.
Well, it's time to battle it out here on the hot sands of Kalahari. Despite Nero being the one big game changer, they didn't pick it up for themselves. And now they come to Kalahari with their one pick not in their hands. They have to figure out a way. They got to figure out a way to deal with it. With their current composition, they take them on head first.
Maybe this is a sign of PE, just trying to just have a show of force. And, maybe make Falcons drop their guard. Pina comes in, double pistols, doing the work. WBT instantly goes down. They get a decent trade back. Limit actually gets followed as well. Wang Shi doing God's work there with a 2K. And it's PE Sports having the health bar advantage. Down on fire against Zareth. The new kid on the block, Zareth with full health to work with. And on fire, barely on his last leg. Turns the corner. What? Karoro! And on fire works together to win that. How did that happen?
Nails the jump shot, the most important one when Zareth had the life lead. That last moment was so winnable here for PE Sports. They're trading 1-for-1. Unfortunately, they didn't catch the flank fast enough, and it did cause some damage, but man, really good stuff. Really, really good stuff coming in from the boys here on Falcon, on fire, holding it strong, but now it's going to be rifle purchases. This should be another win for Falcons ideally, but considering how that first round went out, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, that's one of a tilter if I have seen one, and to have it happen in the opening round. PE Sports, let's see if we can dust that off as quickly as they should. On fire, he is on and off angle right at the get-go. Takes off C-Tron already, drops the glue walls, gonna start taking on space. A good Riptide rhythm to force on fire back. The rest of Falcons gonna start closing in, but Zareth with a good punish.
Yep, ran out of glue walls there, and the team really, really slow on that flank, right? They truly did not want to be caught up here. But the positioning, they've got first shot, and Sichuan is the first to go down with the Akimbo revolvers as Pina now looks to take the space. The rest of the team in position to actually attack. They're trying to push them to the left side to fall into the crosshairs of a limit on the opposite end. And Huang Shi, the first to fall. Zareth realizes what's going on. He has to take this fight against Pina. The next to fall. They get Sichuan alongside with LBT back up into their feet as they continue to try and take the space to fight back away from the crosshairs of limit. As the blue pulls in, LBT takes one back. And at the very least, the revives, not exactly in the favor of PE, but they get one back at the very least. Karora already down and Limit rushing to try and get into the fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were able to intercept him slightly earlier than he would have liked. Still fights T12 with the P500. So there is an opportunity there. Those headshots are going to hurt, but he doesn't really need that due to the health bar of PE Sports. The blue working in favor of Limit. You see Zeref come through, but this time he will not miss Zeref. The redemption brings PE to a 1-1.
And that's how they pull it back. A simple mechanical mistake here. And the calls from Falcons, they didn't back up on fire once he already burnt his util. Worse yet, once he ran out of glue walls, there's only so many you can purchase within a round. You're not in a battle royale where you can have 8, 11, 15 on you at a particular period of time. And that's just a mistake coming in from Falcons.
Yeah, and this was the moment as well. Limit had a very good idea with the mannequin, drops the Santino mannequin, tries to sneak past, but he got spotted by PE Sports just a fraction of a second earlier. Because I think had Limit slipped past, that would have been potentially a 1v3 clutch. But either way, we're at command post for round 3 on fire, again under severe pressure from PE Sports, and Huangshi just right on the money with his shots.
Yep, the Flame Mirage already used to take the space, and now they have... Oh, wait, actually,
what?
One more just in case. Mr. is able to put him down in the dirt. That's Peanut and On Fire already losing their heads. Karoro eliminates Sichuan at the very least, but now it's a 3v2 situation. Unideal for the Falcons. They've got the firepower, but PE seem to be getting their groove back from last year. If you're going to swing as multiple people.
And Falcons so far has a few instances where it felt like they were running straight towards a brick wall. Again, the blue zone will not be in their favor, just like the previous round, and PE Sports has the entire area locked down. Great crossfires from Huangshi and LBT, and not to mention having Zeref watching the window. So wherever Falcons come from, if it's from the front, Zeref will be able to get a clear shot on them. So Falcons are forced to come through the back door where PE Sports will be ready.
They've got to get resources out of PE. There's still 4 glue walls to work with, 3 coming in from LB2, 1 from Huangshi. Falcons are only currently running 1, and they are under-weaponed. They're coming off of a loss from the previous round, but with 4 seconds left remaining, let's see whether Falcons find a pick prior to the blue closing in.
Yeah, Karoro with a pre-fire earlier on, but LBT knows better than to even stick his head out. They don't need to make any move. Just wait for Falcons to be the one that takes the first step. The other one's under pressure with the blue closing in. The first member jumps out from the window. Huangshi and Zero work hand in hand to take out Limit. And Karoro really has nothing left in the tank. We just have to bulk it eventually.
Why jump out if you're not jumping out at the same time? Falcons playing their individual gameplay as PE has locked down the perimeter. They want to keep the perimeter safe, and they are the perimeter that they set up. PE Sports take round 3, bringing it 2-1.
Man, if PE wins with this composition, we're going to have quite a tale to tell for the rest of the weekend. And so far, it is looking good, but not by any means, the abilities of the characters, but more so PE's macro response, right? Yeah, the macro approach to the game, where they're very systematic setup, and they're actually, forcing Falcons' hands. I think they are playing towards Falcons' tendency of liking to be aggressive, liking to be the one that runs in, and they're making sure that every time Falcon does that, they get punished.
It's a 2-2 split right now, and all of a sudden 3 members of PE decide to show up as On Fire, already very low, but he has plenty of EP to work with. Eventually goes down. Karora and Limit find 1, and it looks like they're able to win out every single individual fight that they place on the map here by Santa Catarina, as the upper grounds have been controlled. LBT, the next to fall here, as Pina snipes him through a crack, and Huangshi, the next to fall, as Karora chases him down. A convincing victory here to set the tone here on round number 4.
And this one was a clean round. Falcons did not give PE Sports any openings at all. There wasn't much room for PE Sports to set up, and we see a bit of why that was the case. PE didn't really have utilities that allow them to set up in close areas like Santa Catarina, the shipwreck, as compared to Falcons, who have all the necessary tools. So this could be one of the few games where your lineup dramatically affects you depending on which area you play at. We go with the Santa Catarina again on different ends for both teams' top sides. Let's see if PE Sports is going to adjust their approach.
Yeah, they just want to control the base area here from PE. They've learned their mistake, right? If they're going to take over one side of the ship, they might as well take the top end. And it looks like they're making the mistake of splitting up once more to try and take both top sides. Now, this is going to be Falcon on the draw here. They want to control the ground floor of Santa Catarina by this boat. And Sichuan unfortunately gets gunned down by Karoro alongside with On Fire. On Fire taking the majority of the damage, but he's got got a med kit to keep himself healthy. And now Falcons take control over the drop. And now they will move their way to the butt of the ship as they've controlled every single top to bottom angle on this area.
As the Ignis Walk comes through, it's going to split the members of PE Esports apart as well. Zeref able to find an isolated one on the Kiroro. On Fire wins his one on the other side. So numbers still favor PE Esports. It might come down to Zeref Huangxi pulling his weight, but unfortunately Limit is there. Zeref comes in a tad too late, trying to be the hero for his team. The Santino relocate helps Limit to stay alive and outplaying Zeref. Falcons gets that third round.
Clutched at the end down to a 50-50. I am so surprised that Zeref won his 1v1 against Kerora. Like, Kerora literally punts him out of the way, breaks his glue wall, and still wasn't able to find it at the very end there. And I thought that maybe that could have been that moment, right? Turning this into a 2v2, but Limit clutches out at the very end here with a close range Santino swap, wasting precious time and precious shots before Zeref had to reload.
Yeah, and there was a lot of pressure on Zeref as well. There was a revive that was literally happening right in front of his eyes. He had a couple of decisions he needed to make, and it was just a bit too overwhelming. But good attempt though. I think Zeref really not shying away even when the odds are against him. And now comes through again, finds Kiroro, but this time traded by Pina.
It's a 1-for-1 trade here, but they will PE Esports thinking about going for the revive, but Pina waits for it patiently. They forgot that he was on the top. The time timer is already down and on fire. Trapped in himself, has to go around, gets back to the super bonfire here as he takes shots at Sichuan, and he wins out that fight. Knowing that LBT is nearby and can't seem to get out of this, Falcons have brought themselves back from the brink of losing into a full 4v1 scenario against LBT, which they will handedly give to him. They take round number 5.
Kiroro just body slams the final survival of PE Esports. In a normal situation, that would have been a foul, but in Clash Squad, any and everything works. One of the few times at PE Esports, they lost track of where the Falcons members are. You know, we saw the attempt to pick up on the Zeref, and that was a very, very costly mistake, completely forgetting the fact that, you know, the Pina was still hiding on the rooftop. Falcons up to 4, weaponry looking incredibly well. Limit comes in with not just the VSS, but also the AWM.
Yeah, they're going to be going in pretty hot here. Some very expensive weaponry coming in from PE to try and take this round away. Even a Trogon purchase from LBT to guarantee himself some form of a trade in these close quarter battles. Slugs and MP5s for the side of Keroro. Fully armed to the teeth from both sides. Only real difference here is the number of glue walls, right? Or maybe something else that On Fire has in hand on top of 3 glue walls.
Yeah, thankfully able to patch himself back up. A neutral state, Pina is taking some punishment. Drops the Flame Mirage, so Zeref being forced to the other end. And Pina knows exactly where to look, as the left side has already been isolated in terms of line of sight. So Zeref doesn't want to pick through there, but was able to reconvene with LBT. So the Kiroro is the one that's calling for help, forced to drop off the balcony to rejoin his teammates. Powers through the ice grenade, and Falcons now able to basically regroup Huangxi in a 1v1 time turner in favor of On Fire. On Fire with the cleanest 1v1s.
And they tend to forget this. They can't deal with them. There's so many ways to actually buy time, and the tempo falls in favor of Falcons as Pina gets an amazing time turner of his own. Dropped down in the middle of the air, covering his feet as Kiroro takes out the last remaining members here of PE. Let's look at this replay one more time, because they had a 2-2 split for the side of PE, which wasn't a bad idea unless they found they ended up losing their ones, which they ended up doing anyways, which begs the question, right? Should PE have rotated to the center straight away? Because they already had the information on all 4 members of Falcons.
I think for PE, I felt like it's just the 1v1s, right? They've figured out Falcons' position, but Falcons were able to force the 1v1s, and I think that's where they shine the most. These one-on-ones that have been favoring them majority of the time, and once they get a pick-off, like what we saw earlier on, suddenly PE Sports struggle to respond, and also partially because this lineup just is not the best at responding when you start losing players. You want to be able to play together and stick together, but if you are losing players in individual gunfights, that's where this whole composition falls apart.
That's Clash Squad for you. Falcons They've got the southern side and the northeastern side in their favor. The western side from the middle to the north going to be controlled by PE Sports. It's 2-on-2 type scenario. It's the same exact scenario we saw in the previous game. So it comes down to these 1v1s once more. They're going to slowly move on in and even throwing the Flame Mirage to cover their advance towards the next compound. They want to get as close as possible to this compound because right now Falcons, they don't want the center. They know that PE wants the center and they want to punish another UAV, the third one thrown out this round.
It's all about that intel. And the longer this round goes on, the harder it is for PE to navigate. The time turner was a draw to keep Zero alive for a bit longer, but Kororo instantly into the thick of it. C2 backs him up just in time, and LBT comes through. And that was a clutch punish that PE was looking for, but Limit instantly responds with a 2K on his own. As Limit comes through with the third one on the C2, he is a one-man army on the side of Falcons right now. Limit about to close it out with a potential ace. Huangxi down to 50. Was able to bring his teammates back up a 1v2, but the health bars in favor of Limit comes in over the ramp, finds the fourth pop, and now right in front of C1 AWM, but doesn't get the ace. PE barely survives.
Oh, down to the wire here. Down to the wire. Once the pins have been set, the bowling ball of Limit comes to knock down, but doesn't find the initial ace, doesn't find the complete wipeout here. Luckily for Sichuan, and I think, good decisions coming in from PE. They're aware of the AWM. They are aware that they have no resources. A single shot could take them out. So every single engagement is a risk.
And the fact that it had to come down to that, it's a pretty scary thought for PE. A lot of investment, in that round, as they should. And now they get a bit more back. The revive in the end was clutch, but Limit not backing down. Actually, 2 initial tags ready onto 2 separate members of PE Sports. Zeref right in the process of Limit. You see the Riptide Rhythm come up, but unfortunately, I think not hitting the mark. So gone in waste, and Limit is going to be able to pin Zeref down.
Oh, and now they want to go for the care package. And it looks like it's going to be contested on fire and LBT going back-to-back against each other. A pretty good perimeter being set up by PE. Very close. Same setup, actually. Coming in from Falcon, who want to make sure that they can punish from every single one of these sides. On fire is leaning towards Zeref's side. He knows that he's covered by Huangxi on the ground floor. And if he pushes up too far, LBT will be looking to flank him. But Zeref is taking so much punishment up on that outpost, looking at high ground. Zeref ends up going down as Pina is able to close the distance, drops down the time turner, and has the angle on Huangxi. They can keep on working, and even Sichuan is affected by this loss of the left side. Huangxi is the next to fall. Another time turner being dropped down to secure this kill, as On Fire keeps on pushing forward, loses a majority of his health, and even takes out LBT, all of which not having to use his invulnerability once in that round.
And Falcons closes out Kalahari 6-3 against PE Sports on the first map of the series. Definitely, some iffy moments from Falcons, but they quickly recovered, and PE Sports just falling victim to sort of the same, I think, errors in the rounds that they lost. It's just getting picked off in the last round. Zeref, unfortunately, just didn't take a single bullet to the hit, but was just weathered down by utilities. And Falcons, great composure to really take advantage of what PE Sports competitions lack in the offensive end.
That just goes to show that Clash Squad is anybody's game as long as there's one man standing. And I think this is a good example of it. PE really put their heart outs out there. Bringing it down to 1v1s is already very significant, because those were multiple rounds that they could have taken away from Falcons had they just landed just one more shot, had Falcons missed just one extra shot, which is something that PE, at least now the litmus test is done. Coming into map 2, hopefully there's going to be a change in pace in terms of their composition, because I don't think their composition were doing much work when it comes down to just raw dog fighting against Falcons.
Yeah, and to a certain degree, they had to rely a lot more on their gunfights, on the mechanics, But even with the limitations that they were given, I think PE Sports showed some decent ideas, right? Some decent approaches to the game where the teamwork definitely felt a lot more cohesive if you compare to BRU against WAG. WAG was lacking in their cohesiveness, right? Sometimes it feels like one of their members was half a beat late, but PE Sports right on the ball with when they need to respond, and then the rest just comes down to who hits their shots more, and the Falcons was the one that hit most of the shots.
Yeah, and I think that even for PE Esports, there's a couple of moments there where it's just the lack of awareness, right? The lack of awareness cost them a good chunk of their HP, always putting them on the back foot when it comes down to the life total differential between each of the individual members. Like this one, right? Karora gets the walk up for free and they respond so late to it. Karora has already done plenty of damage before going down, enabling 2 trades to happen within the first round.
Yeah, I think even the round one, was an unlucky clutch. Round 2 as well came down to the wire. Just a fraction of a second made all the difference. But you look at the rounds, most of the rounds that PE won, they were all very tight rounds, right? It's not like they steamrolled over Falcons. Falcons made them work for it. And in the rounds that Falcons won, there were some clutch moments, some really individual heroics, but there were also some very dominant rounds where Falcons were just bulldozing through PE.
Bulldozing all the way through pockmarks, as well as team sport boosters. Pretty much from all sides. Nobody really taking advantage of the anvil at this point, but I think only from PE, yeah, they're the ones taking advantage of the anvils here because they're bringing in the MP5s more often than not compared to PE. So there's also like the economical disadvantage here. Just from setups alone. Either way, Falcons have done a pretty good job here. It's difficult to say whether they've learned much from this game, but I guess they're learning habits from PE, right? Learning the fact that they are going to swing with multiple members, that their individual gunfights is good enough to get them through, because even with Peanut with a Mag 7 on a Ignis of all things is able to put up some big numbers.
I really enjoy what PE was brought to this, even when they lost map 1. But Pina with this Max 7, just aggressive as always. I feel like any player that was picked up by either Falcons or BRU, you have to have the guts though, right? You have to be gung-ho when push comes to shove. You have to have the dog in you to be able to go aggressive and take on fights regardless of your role. And I think Pina is one of those young stars that ever since he broke onto the scene, that he is made to be the aggressor.
And that's the thing, right? He's been sitting in the back for a decent amount of time as a sub that you wouldn't consider like main lineup when he first joined it. But now it's hard to disassociate the name Pina with Falcons at this stage, considering the performance that he's putting up. And all the members, right? Limit, On Fire, alongside with Pina, we're putting up hella numbers when it comes down to raw damage. The only one not so much is going to be Keroro. But then he did put up some high numbers with assists comparable to Limit.
I mean, Pina was basically the person that stopped RQ from lifting the EWC trophy last year in Riyadh on round 9. So definitely has a track record to his accolades. Before PE Esports, again, impressed with what they brought this, despite the circumstances that they were given. Zareth, as always, just basically just raw mechanics. I think, Zareth, despite being under pressure by Falcons, he has an eye for opportunity. He's willing to take these fights to Falcons and win it for his team.
Yeah, they really did. Really good stuff overall. And I think that, at least for PE, the only thing that needs to be readjusted is just the decisions, the micro decisions that need to be made. Because macro-wise, we can see that they have like a pretty decent idea, despite us not agreeing necessarily with the composition that they brought to the table. But that's just what you bring, right? You do what you got to do.
And I think on Nextera, it's going to be pretty interesting as well. I think overall, on a map like Nextera, Falcons, they don't really have the best track record. I think in the overall sense, that's a map that they definitely have a bit more wobbly on, but for PE Esports, they could use this map as a platform to bring that momentum back, since it's also their map pick.
Yeah, it is their map pick. That's also going to be a bit of a risk, but who knows, right? This could be the turnaround that PE were looking for. Maybe they were looking for the different opportunities to maybe look for weaknesses against Falcons, and maybe that was all in game number 1. Because if we're looking at the average damage per round, it hasn't been that great as well. Falcons have definitely, outgunned them in a majority of these positions, which makes me consider that either, yes, their comp could take a lot of bullets, but I wasn't expecting that much bullets, or PE at the very least just can't make the decision once 2 of their members are low, right? They go into immediate defense mode.
Yeah, I'm willing to put game 1 aside because of the composition that they unfortunately, had to work with. And I think, with that aside, they have shown some decent decision makings, right? There were moments of lapse of judgment, but when things come together, when things fall in place, you can see, how the approach of PE Esports, very systematic. They were able to punish Falcons' aggression. Now imagine if they're given a functional lineup and they have another chance to do that. on their map pick, and that's what I'm looking forward to when they get their hands on someone like a Nero, which is a character they did highlight early on during the interview.
Yep, and maybe that's going to be the game changer here for PE. Ooh, let's have a quick look into the map order, just in case if anybody's just tuning in, unaware of what's going on. We're already moving on to Nextera, and PE has decided on the first pick here. So we're probably going to see them, really clear up their compositional problems, and maybe if they're able to bring this map all the way to the very end, we might just see a game 3.
Yep, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see what else PE has in store, right? I think it's fair to say that that wasn't PE at the 100%, and now I definitely am curious to see on Nextera, especially on certain areas. I think Graph Lab is one of the few areas that I think Falcons really excel in due to a lot of uncontrollable factors. PE Esports, how are they going to deal with that, right? They start off with the Zane ban, they take the Oscar for themselves, and without a Cassie to work with, PE Esports are not going to be affected too much, but for Falcons and the Orion becomes the must.
Now with Zane and Cassie, the sustainability of majority of comps is going to go down, right? And Falcons, they don't mind it as much. They weren't running it too heavily when push comes to shove. They do get the Ignis once again alongside with the Orion to make sure they it's a strong 2-part combo to get Orion in and out of a lot of fights while still being able to be aggressive if the opportunity presents itself. But in terms of the raw first picks, the Oscar is good. Santino is being hovered over. Do they want information? Because that's something that they were lacking in the previous game.
Some relocation, some more flexible way for their members to relocate. We've seen different usages of Santino. Some teams love to use it on their rusher, or in this case, from WAG's end, we see that be on T-Quick, right? He goes in for the rush and then he instantly relocates. But the more common uses is for sniper players to basically have a safety net like what Limit does. The Nero now goes onto the side of PE Esports, so some good glue wall denials and area control.
Okay, so they have the answers. They've got the Nero that they were banking on from the interview anyways, and they're looking to whip it out here today. Now, I don't know whether Team Falcons want to go for the reconnaissance again, right? Because they were okay. They were okay to deal with PE Esports with or without it. It really just came down to the time turners, which really makes the difference for a composition like Falcons, because they want to get in your face, and once they get in your face, they want to create moments where they can stop taking damage, reposition, or at the very least look at the battlefield and start focusing down on target priority.
Yeah, so with the Chrono being picked up, it's either the Coda or the Skylar. They opt to go for the Coda, which is completely fine. This Chrono could easily be on Limit. I think there are a couple of different options that they could opt for. Steffi being the last pick for PE Esports. This is one of the few teams that I think, down the road, if they make it to the best of 5, the A124 might be in consideration if they want to deny key utilities for teams like Falcons, who are heavily reliant on them despite having a more aggressive approach to the game. But I think the Steffi is just as fine. It helps protect them from the utility down from Falcons, which was one of the reasons that PE Sports got picked off in a few of the rounds.
Yeah, I think that Falcons, as of right now, the important thing is to win out on that pistol round, because once they get the pistol round going, that means other players can start getting access to actually buying the time turners for themselves as a self-defense mechanism if ever they get rushed down by Oscar Nero or they're affected by the Steffi and can't throw anything down. At least there is some form of counterplay, because every first shot is going to stick a majority of the time, and unfortunately a lot of money needs to be commitment to just buying health packs.
Yeah. And a lot of that is also how Team Falcons approaches PE Sports, right? If they're gonna go with the same default way of just Falcons being straight in their face, then I hope the PE Sports is a lot more ready to receive that hit on Nextera.
Well, let's find out here, because Nextera, there's a lot of awkward maps that heavily favor one side or the other. Luckily, we play repeats of those type of maps, so this being one of them here. Quick portals from the side of Falcons, looking to take the western side of the map quickly, moving over to the top floor where a majority of Clash Squaders consider to be the god spot. But here on pistol round, it's so important that all the damage is used. Oh, Time Turner used pretty early. Same goes for the Cryo Mine.
Yeah, we saw a couple of pre-fires as well from Limit. Let's play this map. countless of times that those pre-fires can make the difference as the Hellbars are getting chipped from PE Sports side. They gotta make a decision though. All of the stack at the doorway, but they are the ones taking damage and not really returning enough. Keroro's gonna get rushed right now. LBT, do you find any? And does commit to it. Pina ends up getting traded as well. PE Sports able to come through in the latter stages of the trade and find a pistol.
Oh my gosh, that first engagement here, really nicely played by PE. They understand that unfortunately the natural amount of just free damage you get from the composition of Falcons is pretty high, right? You got the Ignis, you've also got the Orion as well. 2 active skill cards that actively damage your opponents if they happen to be within the vicinity or, you know, take it in the first place. They just cannot press the advantage further than that from Falcons once their abilities are on cooldown.
And thankfully, despite all the chip damage that they took, none of them went down. You know, crucial trade at especially LBT, rushing straight in and just making the call to go for the fight. So I think Falcons were feeling very comfortable where they were, having a bit more space and health to work with as well. See the mannequin being dropped down by Huangxi to have a way to reposition himself once he gets that intel, but PE opting to play on the low ground before slowly advancing.
They're just waiting for the active skill cards. They have to use everything here. The only one who has it is On a Fire, and he already finds Huangxi. He's going to go for a little bit more here as he presses the advantage as Pina backs him up, and Xerath is the next to fall. They're not sure where LBT or Sichuan is, but they can hear them underneath, and On Fire is going to turn the corner and quickly go invulnerable, nearly catching his back here, turns the corner for the repeat again, and Pina takes out Sichuan, leaving only LBT left, and he finally goes down at the end.
That was a clean round from Falcons, through and throughout. On Fire, finding the most important pick, Huangxi on the roof. He's going to be the one playing scout, but without his aerial, his high ground support, PE Sports forced to go into the building blind and with a man disadvantage. And unfortunately, Falcons this time a lot more ready. One of the few rare moments where they are not the aggressors and they are the ones anticipating PE Sports to make that move and make the mistake.
Which is, well, I mean, it's a mistake, but at the very least, it's an important round to win because now we're already here. We're already here to fight in our third round. Upgraded armors and helmets, making sure that the top gondolas are going to get taken care of, and even smokes being thrown early on. The Cryomine is going to come through, and it looks like Falcons want to push, but LBT hides within the smoke. Luckily, they're able to take one. Limit takes out Huangxi. On Fire secures a Xerath, and Limit finally secures Xerath as well as Peanut. Oh, didn't react in time as LBT wasn't expected to be seen in the smoke. Secures at least one, turning this into a 3v1 scenario.
The odds still stacked against LBT, unfortunately. Able to swap to a better weapon, but now in the CQC, On Fire is going to push on forward with Keroro. Goes invulnerable, plays at a distraction. LBT is going to be taken out. Keroro with the mini Uzi does the work. Falcons again takes back the lead 2-1.
Couldn't do anything about the economic lead from Falcons, right? They just had more armor, more utility to throw at them. And PE Sports losing a majority of their glue walls very early on into the fight, trying to contest for center space. Falcons played that really well, right? That 3-1 to press the advantage, leaving only LBT in that smoke as they take out the entire backline. Falcons, they know how to push the envelope. They know how to increase the tempo. PE have to respect that.
Yeah. And there have been certain maneuvers that PE has been attempting since map 1 that hasn't been working, and is these, forceful responses, right? Forceful push towards Falcons when they see Falcons coming at them. And it's going to be made worse by some of these VSS pokes in the earlier stages of the round. LBT and Xerath continues to aggress onwards towards Falcons. So it's a 2-2 split, a 2-1-1 split. So again, isolated pickups have been costing PE Sports rounds, and they need to pay attention to that.
Yep. But not to mention Huangxi, he's trying to go for this fight, but he's getting kept in check. Is now Keroro.
Oh, what?
Oh, wait, hold on. Keroro wins it out. I thought he was the first person who was going to go down here and didn't even have to use the time turner as well, but ends up taking Xerath in the process, which is great for Falcons. Now that they have a man advantage, they can get a little bit more aggressive. They know that Sichuan alongside with Huangxi are covering the outer edges, which means the only remaining player was the one looking to flank on the lower ground. So they've got all the info. Falcons are just waiting for the blue to close before they decide.
It's moments like these that really skews the round, away from you. And PE Sports, Xerath slipped through the glue wall and still ended up losing the 1v1. It could have at least been a 1-for-1 trade, but it ended up being a negative for PE Sports. Now they gotta work against the Great Huangxi down low. The Mannequin not in the best spot, and it's not even moving from where it was used, so basically rendered ineffective. As On Fire finishes off LBT, Pina with the follow-up on the Huangxi, and Sichuan doesn't really have much left in the tank. All members of Falcons are gonna gun for him. On Fire down but not out, and Falcons up the tree.
And PE Sports keeps doing this, right? It's either A, you wait for the blue, or you set up for a position for when the blue closes. If not, why are we putting ourselves in positions to get shot for free like this, right? And it looks like Falcons was just the more patient team overall. They recognize that PE are the ones who are overextending, and as long as we don't overextend, we win our 1v1s individually with or without help.
Yeah, this is another hurt before you go for the kill, and that has been the theme for this map. Falcons willing to take a step back and let PE trip over themselves. And how you can see, even in the terms of the weaponry, the Winchester comes out from PE Sports. They're really investing as much money as they have for the best possible purchases. But again, the value isn't returned so far, right? They are the ones getting pot shots. They are the ones struggling to find where Falcons are at.
I mean, it is upgraded, so there is a decent amount of chances for them to actually find it. And Sichuan ends up losing his head, just as I would say it. And now it turns into a 4v4. Sichuan unfortunately does not have any med kits to work with, just glue walls. He ends up going down again as Limit blows off his head. Now Limit is going to keep working that angle alongside with On Fire, who's looking to secure it. The pick is already through. Limit is already down on his knees, and he should be coming back anytime soon here. Sichuan is still down and dead, and Falcon can't seem to close him out, can't seem to secure it. Sichuan and Zaref, plenty of damage, but that's two bodies that could potentially turn the tide onto On Fire if things go wrong, or he happens to look the wrong way, and he finds both still.
Zaref, he walked into the blue zone and got knocked down. That actually might have costed them the round as well. LBT under immense pressure as Huangxi gets eliminated. LBT is surely going to go down. And a painful way to drop this round. PE Sports, they didn't have the health to work with, but they had numbers. The pickups came true, and then there was this moment. I'm pretty sure we should see on the highlights where Zaref, I'm not sure if he didn't see the blue zone coming in because of the smoke grenade cutting off his vision, but he hopped into the blue and got knocked down instead. And the rest is history. Falcons just ran away with the round.
And now there's only a couple of rounds left before Falcons secure the win. 2 more rounds in the bag could put PE out of this. PE, they've got to figure something out. And the natural reaction, especially on a map that has hook lines, take the hook lines. LBT on low, Zaref on high. Carora on high, On Fire on low. But Limit already spots out LBT trying to hold the line in the middle of the smoke. He's spamming through it and minimizing his own angle just in case. But On Fire is more well suited for the situation. He goes into the iframes. Oh, wait, hold on. Dropping the time turn in the middle, and Sichuan runs right through the zipline to find the initial flag. He drops down in the middle of the fight. The super bonfires are keeping them alive for the time being, but these glue walls rendered so useful. They take out LBT. Zaref, he's still behind him. He's locked in. Pina, shot in the back, isolates the target behind him, takes out Pina. Now looking for a second. On Fire takes him out as Kororo is here to back him up as Sichuan is the next to go up. Iframes keeps him alive. They know that there are 2 members by the stairs, and there's nothing that they can do about it.
All of that, and PE Sports still were not able to gain control at all. Falcons come out on the other end with barely a scratch. As Sichuan, no, he's pinned down by Limit, and there's no one to help him. Huangxi doesn't have medkits to work with as well. They are literally on their last legs, and with On Fire right on the other side of the glue wall, this is going to be the 3rd one knockdown. Limit finds the easy snipe. PE showing virtually no resistance at the tail end of it. And Falcons are now at series point.
Oh man, On Fire got some really good shots. Despite being pretty much zero visibility, he was chunking out members of PE through the smoke as he blind fires. But I think the worst part is how the fact that Falcons are just using their economic lead against PE in these types of positions, right? They're willing to spend an extra couple of bits of gold to get another UAV to reaffirm their suspicions in the middle of the match, despite having a 2-man advantage in these fights as well.
Yeah, SA Fate's Crew Mistress. We are here at Graph Labs of all places in Game Point. And Falcons, they thrive in the chaos. On Fire was given a couple of lead to the body, but nothing much was lost. Zaref is the one that needs to somehow recover it. The relocation there for Huangxi with the mannequin helps him to survive against On Fire in initial trade.
Did not wanted none of that smoke. And Huangshi understood that, nah, I'm not going to beat a fully upgraded MP5. I'm sitting with the car. I'm also sitting with the Tommy. I'd rather just be playing my angles. And that's what he's doing, right? Pressuring Limit as On Fire continues to chase him in this cat and mouse race. Every shot he lands onto Limit buys him a little bit of time. Sichuan ends up going down, but On Fire trying to regain as much health as possible. That's going to be his last med kit to get him back up to fighting strength. But even then, there's plenty of angles that have been uncovered. Sichuan loses his head. Limit blows him up. And now he's looking for Huangshi, who quickly TPs on out of there. And On Fire is covering the rest of them. And now that they've corralled them into a corner, he starts running through, takes no fall damage, finds one, looks for a second, gets shot in the back by Xerath. And that is going to be it as On Fire rains hell from above to close out the round.
A complete shutdown on Nextera by Falcons. 6-1 is going to be the scoreline. Xerath rendered completely ineffective this game, ending the entire series 0-6. I mean, Falcons, they're off to the semifinals. They have a destined rematch with BRU in the semifinals in the best of 5. Esports, they will have to take a trip down to the lower bracket.
Unfortunate indeed, but Falcons, couple of moments there where they looked a little shaky, but all of that rust got shaken off in map number 2, where they really started taking advantage when they knew they could win out their individual ones and arguably 2v1s. It's hard to deny that this was a dominating map number 2 from Falcons.
Yeah. Funny enough, with a more functional composition, PE Sports actually had a slightly worse scoreline on game 2 on Nextera. I think Falcons just got the better of them, right? PE Sports started getting a bit more sloppy with the execution right after the pistol rounds, especially when we look at round, I think, 5 and 6, where it just felt like they had no idea how to respond to Falcons, and they were getting punished by Falcons, which was sort of what we expected PE to do to Falcons when you're up against a more aggressive opponent.
Yeah, I think it's just another layer of going into the high-level play of we know that we overextend, so therefore we need to correct that mistake. And Falcons, they recognize it. I think it was round 3 or 4, where they realized, hey, they're just holding the corners of these maps. If we do nothing, nothing is going to happen. So we need to start putting just enough pressure to get them to start jiggling, to start, preemptively firing, to bait a movement out of PE before they find that pick.
Yeah, and it's really down to how much Falcons can get out of PE. I think PE got pretty impatient, right? They started to really wanted to force certain moves that really ended up in their demise. Game 1 was then getting picked off. Game 2 was them making the first move and then getting picked off. So it's almost the same storyline, but with a slightly different build-up. And I think PE Sports will have to look back on some of these moments in preparation for the lower bracket run, because I think it's really costing them a lot of the rounds where I felt like they could have at least given a better fight.
Yeah, definitely. It really just comes down to like the 1v1s at the very end there. Ideally, they don't want to be put in those types of situations, but at least they're following the fundamentals of just like, consistently trading whenever a teammate goes down, which puts them there in the first place. But these pistol rounds are what's really annoying, right? Because again, Falcons and even PE have been a little inconsistent on their pistol rounds. I would argue that PE, there are times where their anti-bonus, their save rounds have done a little bit more work just in general against Falcons rather than their full buys.
Yeah, and you can see like here, like round 4 is one of the few rounds where things really slipped away. We saw the Sichuan here with the upgraded Winchester, wasn't able to find value off of that. And I think, there are also moments where I felt like PE, once they felt like they have a chance, they start feeding themselves, and then that's where you start overheating, right? You start getting lost in the sauce. Round 6 as well, I honestly thought that PE had it under control, but then when you look at the overarching sort of theme of this entire game is this PE dedicating a ton of resources, but they're not getting the returns that they wanted.
Yeah, no, that has been a very big problem every single time that they faced off against Falcons. The early util spam at the very beginning is like a good idea to get information, but then when you're playing against people like On Fire, especially since he is playing Orion, it's so hard to punish, right? Not only do we have to coordinate an attack against the Orion to force him into his vulnerability, but worse yet, they still had access to Ignis on the opposite side, so they can't just block him off for free because Ignis is going to bail him out. I think that Falcons adjusted a little bit better to PE Sports here in match number 2, only because this enables On Fire to kind of, prowl around rather than just, absorbing shots, absorbing bullets, use your active skill card early on to go invulnerable, and then after that, just hold the line and pray that the rest of Falcons is able to cover you through your gaps.
Yeah, not to mention that Orion, usually you want to have 2 person to deal with Orion, but if he catches you in a 1v1, he doesn't necessarily need to win. He just needs to buy time for backup to come through, and that has been the case in some of these exchanges where On Fire finds someone isolated and he's like, I don't need to take you down on my own, but if you don't have someone to help you out, I will eventually win the long fight. And that's sort of the story of the game. Contrary to game 1, Zverev was not able to put out much in game 2.
Yep. Unable to, find those individual ones to win. Didn't find those multiple chain kills as well that saved PE a lot of the rounds previously. And unfortunately, those 1v1s were not even close this time round against Falcons, as it closes out even better, 6-1 compared to 6-3 on map number 1. But looking at the damage contribution and overall damage dealt by the members of Falcons, they were putting in hella work. Even Pina didn't really have to do too crazy things. He just needed to make sure that he was either backing up Karoro or Falcon in a lot of the positions.
Yeah, but actually Limit was the one that dealt the most damage, right? Just on the sniper role, the backline support that he provides, instrumental helping Falcons win a lot of these rounds. And the match summary tells basically the full story of this game. Surprisingly enough, the average damage per round from PE isn't too shabby considering how the entire series looked, but the KD basically, brutalized by the heavy losses that they've taken. So Falcons, they look immaculate in game 2.
They look really, really good. A lot to learn for PE, but at the very least, important lessons that are going to be carried over for their next following games. But congratulations to Falcons once again. They'll be facing up against BRU up in the upper brackets. So really, no slouches over there. Both sides got some real shooters. It's the brains that's going to make all the difference.
Yeah, two aggressive teams that are not shy to just run into each other and just start, shooting away. Let's take a look at the updated brackets so far in this playoffs. Of course, the upper bracket secured by both the Thai teams, so they will clash in the semifinals in the best of 5. WAG and PE Sports drop down to the lower bracket, but they will not meet immediately. They will now have to see how the next 2 series end. WAG will either face off against AG or Heavy. PE Sports will face off either against Evos Divine or RQ Kazu.
Oh, and the lower brackets are going to be really painful to watch here. We're going to lose at least one Indonesian team, a Thai or Vietnamese team here on that match number 3 between AG and as well as Heavy. And whoever wins those matchups will then have to face against WAG or PE respectively. Either way, most teams would ideally like to avoid AG, but considering the fact that they're here anyways, maybe they're just like the rest of us.
Yeah, and even gods can bleed. But if there's any region that is used to that lower bracket run, is definitely going to be the Indonesians, the Evos and RRQ. That is also a great series to close out the evening, and that's why it's last. But I think Heavy against AG is going to be a test for Heavy for sure. AG is one of the teams to knock them down once, they come back 10 times strong.
Yep, and it's not like Heavy hasn't played against AG before, right? They have history of playing clash squads against each other. Unfortunately, getting paired up more times than they would have liked, but at the very least, Heavy, they're looking a little different, and maybe they can start taking a few of the lessons learned after AG's loss and dropping into the lower bracket to hopefully maybe knock out champs, and then turning FFCES into something so much crazier. Because imagine if AG bow out of the tournament early, right? Man, at that point, I don't know who's going to win Clash Squad.
Honestly, if that happens, the first thing that we're gonna see is people saying that Dew is on the wrong team again, even though that is not the case. But I think, if Heavy is to take down AG, that would be a historical moment, I think, just for the entire competition alone. It's going to be a tall order, though, because AG, they're definitely no slouches, especially after they've lost. AG knows the best what hunger means.
Yeah, and with that being said, though, there's much to discuss, but we'll talk about it just a little bit later for the survivors who haven't tuned in yet. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Free Fire Clash Masters. See you then, boys and girls.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course, there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate...
And we're back, survivors. Welcome, everybody. You're watching the Free Fire Clash Masters here. And it's been a really exciting time to see all of these teams play prior to the Battle Royale mode, to see a couple of new rosters and really get our blood going for some more Free Fire action here. My name is Gideon. Of course, Husky here at the table. Our next upcoming match is going to be a big one. AG, surprisingly, dropping down to the lower bracket, now facing off against Heavy, who's met them time and time again before, this time with a couple of new players. But for AG, could this be the end, or is this just the new beginning?
And I would like to think that the new beginning is a more apt approach for AG, a more suitable storyline, just based off of the past track record we've seen between both teams. But I'm a sucker for underdog story. I would love to see Heavy really bring the pain to AG, despite the odds not being in their favor by a long shot. But there's always hope, right? We've sort of had that expectations coming in when we saw WAG against BRU, PE against Falcons, and now it's another Thailand versus Vietnam matchup. This feels like a rivalry faded through time and aeons. I've always seen more Vietnamese against Thai squads than Indonesians. Let's see if Heavy can flip the script.
Yeah, it's been very common to see these two regions actually go about it, but let's look at our predictions here to see, set the tone of what we're expecting here, because both of us are leaning in towards AG, except this time, I think it's dominating, but you think that Heavy's got a really good chance?
Yeah, I honestly think they do. I think Heavy right now, right, they with the new addition, last week we talked about Don't Cry, especially on the team, like his experience has been pretty refreshing, along with the existing members, Mufasa and Alan. I think this is the team that, with that added veterancy, should be able to bring a better fight to AG. Ideally, they take one game off of AG, but even if they don't, I expect to be closer, right? That's what I come into this series wanting to see.
I think that's a really fair assessment, because I think out of all the Vietnamese teams that we've seen here so far, I think the ones with the best odds probably is probably gonna be Heavy. I think looking at the rest of them, Thailand teams have always had a chance, but this is prior to AG dropping down. Let's have a look at the lineup first. In case anybody who's just tuning in, they're like, oh yeah, there's a Clash Squad going on. Let's see what AG is up to. Basically the same thing, with Du, Cypher, Nameless, and Team SR as the main lineup for today's bout.
Wow, ask and you shall receive. Everyone was asking where was Team SR. We are very used to Baros and Cypher, but Team SR has also been an integral part of AG Global. Every single time he's on the team, I think this is one of the few players that had to go through sort of the hurdle of overcoming a lot of the doubts thrown at him. People were saying that this is not the right fit. I think it's the same with everyone else on AG Global, but surprisingly, he is one of the most decorated support players that is overshadowed by everyone else on the squad. So I'm excited to see Team SR play.
I absolutely agree here. But on the opposite end, they're facing off against Mufasa, Buhui, Don't Cry, Shiryu as well. Some new faces here alongside with the old, just to make sure that this squad gets a little tight end. And that's what we're hoping to see here, right? Buhui has been always great in these Clash Squad mode type events. Shiryu is a bit up and down. Don't Cry has always been decent, and as long as he has Mufasa by his side, hopefully we get to see a couple more breakout moments from this Vietnamese squadron to show that there is a higher ceiling than what we expect. But I'm all here for the surprises.
Yeah, there's a common theme for the Vietnamese teams, especially in the Russia role, where standout rushers on Vietnamese teams, they are immediately recognizable, right? Whether they are veterans or newbies, once you see them play a few games, you can sort of recognize that these are the key players. These are players who are meant to go on the offense. And I think for Heavy, it's no different when they get the gears going. But there are definitely certain moments where you look at Heavy and you think to yourself, all right, they are overcommitting a bit much. And against a team like AG, who is no stranger to playing it slow and conservative compared to their other Thai counterparts, this is going to be a test for Heavy as they start off on Bermuda, followed by AG's pick of Kalahari, and then the Nextera in Game 3 picked by Heavy if we do go there.
Okay, we will see that first picks will go over to Heavy. So they definitely want to get some of the stronger initiators, those who are looking to frontline, the rushers. And we'll see as we head on into the draft what these bands are going to start looking like. We've taken out supports, we've taken out flankers and frontliners, and it looks like it's the flankers and frontliners. The supports are going to be distributed heavily. Hey, there's Alan in the back watching over his boys.
And Santino banned out again. For AG, it's one of the few teams that banning Santino is not. It doesn't completely stop them, but it does throw a wrench in some of the plans, right? Like Zane getting picked up by Heavy, Cassie forced to be taken away by AG Global. You don't want to give the cogs, the parts to the Immortal lineup to Heavy. They get the Orion, so nothing out of the ordinary just yet. The Nero should be the follow-up for Heavy. The Ignis also a big possibility for Heavy to take up for that third pick, and it seems like that will be the case.
Pretty standard draft picks and bans all across the board. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Even the order was a little predictable as well once we saw that Zane get locked in first. Coda, okay, finally reconnaissance for the side of All Gamers Global. Do they want to pair it up with a disruptor? The A1 has always been interesting from All Gamers Global because this is truly a character that requires your team to be aware when A124 decides to start the fight.
Yeah, and this was what we've been discussing, right? The potential of A124 and the possibility of her getting picked up once utilities become a big problem that a team needs an immediate solution to. Timing is everything, right? Because if you miss the A124 grenade, then it doesn't matter at all. But hitting it brings so much value, and for AG, it seems like they want to step on the gas a bit more than they usually do.
I agree. And I think that All Gamers really took into consideration what this final pick needed to be, because they could have gone for Chrono for all intents and purposes to reinforce that front line, and especially when Heavy want to start the initiation with Zane, at least you have a guaranteed way to say, no, you're not breaking through this. Now, with the A124, it denies Heavy the opportunity to punish their lineup. Because imagine if one or even 2 to 3 people get hit by the A124 on All Gamers Global side, how many people are truly going to be disrupted? Orion loses to his key selling point. Same goes for Cassie as well.
Yep. I think in this case for Heavy, they have to really rethink the approach, right? Because usually you can have the Ignis, like what BRU showed us. They show the firewall and have Chrono protect the front. A124 stops that.
Well, with that being said, let's go into a quick interview for our very first map of the game between these two great teams before we jump on in to the game.
มั่นใจครับเพราะว่าซ้อมมาอย่างดีเตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับก็เป็นดาเมจปืนที่ดีครับพวกพาราเฟลพวก M500 ครับเป็นปืนเล่นต้นเกมที่ดีครับ AW ก็เอาไว้ตัดเลือดครับดาเมจหนัก Mình đã chuẩn bị về, thứ nhất là về thành viên, thứ hai là về chiến thuật của những round đấu, và cái thứ ba là để bắt bài được đối thủ AG Global. Mình nghĩ với tử chiến bây giờ khi mà không có bình hồi phục thì Kazu đang là lựa chọn tốt nhất, tại vì vừa có thể đi cánh và vừa có thể giao tranh mà không sợ bị mất máu. Với một đương kim vô địch thế giới tử chiến thì em nghĩ đội tuyển rất là mạnh, mà tụi em cũng chẳng hiểu, tụi em sẽ chốt AG Global với tỷ số 2-1.
And Heavy are here to prove it on Bermuda. They want to turn this into a 2-1. They want to show that Heavy ain't just some other team. If you're going to drag him, just know that it's going to be through the dirt with you.
Get right down and dirty, and that's what Heavy likes to do. That's the playstyle. They want to make you work for it. Standard opener, of course, on the pistols. Heavy seems to be more content with taking up a majority of the space. Got the punches being thrown out. Team SR with the Orion just to ping out the locations of the Heavy members to allow his teammates to aggress. Mufasa around the corner, takes the damage. The time turner, that's just enough, but gets knocked down by Orion's Siphon. Still though, a trade has come through. They took out the A124, and without utility denial, Heavy has a chance to push on forward. Nameless tries to hold on. It's just him alone, and he wasn't able to pull through. Heavy wins the pistol.
Heavy is absolutely right. They know exactly what they're doing here. The fact that he was able to walk past the time turner to get this kill onto Do, how did he know that was Do? Because everybody looks exactly the same here, so there's no way to tell whether that was the chrono or not. He hears the sound behind him, and I think that gives him double the affirmation. But now I'm genuinely interested. What is Heavy going to do deliberately here in round number 2 if they've got a plan for every round?
Hopefully the same approach, right? I feel like they also, from round 1, they also discover a little bit of what AG has up their sleeves in terms of using the Orion. You know, the Siphon is actually a very good idea, very good way to ping out the opponent's location temporarily through walls. But the fact that Heavy is willing to pull the trigger at a drop of the dime is something that AG will have to pay a bit more attention to. Early attacks on the Shiryu, that would take him down to less than 50% health, so it would take some time for him to top it back up with the mini Uzi.
And I love this approach, right? 2 riflers to make sure that the backlines is going to be kept into place. 2 mini Uzis. Oh, wait, never mind. As I talk about it, Nameless is able to gun down both of them from an off angle that they weren't expecting. Here by the mid. Nameless, huge kills coming in to secure this round.
I believe that's an ace from Nameless. He was just uncontested the entire round and just popping everyone from the side of Heavy. And this is a pretty common theme on Bermuda where you sort of lose track of if anyone is on that roof, and they just get free pickoffs because of the layout of the area. So that's a very important equalizer for AG. So you move the clock tower for round 3. Heavy still have some cash to invest in, as his Cypher has the Deagle in his hand. So without proper helmets to work with, it is still pretty easy to get the one tap, especially onto Don't Cry.
And you're absolutely right about the way that the Bermuda meta works. It's about contesting consistently with these angles, continuously push and pulling. Heavy and AG now looking to contest the exact same compound as the second floor is now getting breached in. They're trying to block off ways to the top floor. That Cryo Mine going to do a lot of work on that stairs. However, once they get to the top, it's all hell breaks loose, and Don't Cry finds 2, gets 3. And finally, the knockdown coming in from Do as well with the A124 to secure at least 1. Luckily, Buhui is able to get on out of there, turning this into a 3v2 scenario. Not great, but Buhui finally gets gunned down by Do as he turns the corner. Don't Cry tries to get one more, but still enough resources. The last one in the arsenal. Team SR down for the count, and it's all Do by himself.
He's going to have a lot of work to accomplish this time. Both members of Heavy basically full health, and for Do, no more medkits to work with, stuck on the second floor, and with all that glue walls underneath, it's only going to make it harder for Do to identify where the members of Heavy are going to be at. So he needs to find those isolated fights, and Heavy is doing a very good job of not giving it to him. Always stack up as 2 so that you always have someone to exchange fire. Do through the window, gets taken down by Don't Cry. Heavy retake the lead.
Great awareness. They heard the sound of the vault as well as his feet touching the ground. But this first initial contestation of the building, it's very clear that Heavy has done research on what are the most priority buildings that AG looked to contest for early on. mainly because it's a powered position, right? It gives away exactly where AG is going to start things off and contest for, and it sets the mindset for Heavy a lot better when it comes down to just overall trading. It's just these small moments that get a little bit scary once the ring around Rosie applies.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty surprised that Heavy is really going for the all-out commitment, right? Like a 3-man stack, they are just running straight into AG and willing to fully commit to these gunfights. When at times it really felt like they don't have to push too hard, but it's working out for them. Even through the A124.
No. This is a bit of an overextension coming in from Heavy as they push in their front line into the back two. They can rotate out as Team SR is looking to disrupt the front three. The back line getting chased halfway across the map, and finally Shiryu able to take out Nameless, and as well as the back line of AG has been traded out for Don't Cry, leaving only Cypher and Team SR in the same position that they were before, but they take out Mufasa. That's already a big pick. No heals from Buhui and Shiryu. They've got nothing left in the tank but 2 glue walls from Buhui in comparison to 2 med packs and 2 glue walls coming in from Team SR and Cypher respectively.
They should be in favor of AG. Unless Heavy can pull off something miraculous, a flank that catches Cypher off guard. But I think for Heavy, the game plan is to stick together. It's better to fight as a team than as individuals. Same for AG as they double up on the high ground. Bui tries to find a backstab. Shiro wins this fight against Cypher, and now they have a chance. Heavy clutches it and finds the 3rd round.
And that's exactly what you want to do. Everybody believes that swinging together is always great, but a crossfire is even stronger than those two combined. And a beautiful crossfire setup here. As again, it's the timings of these glue walls. You want to have resources to tell your opponents, hey, you can't look here for half a second. And if they happen to have to turn 180 degrees, that's not easy to pull off on a phone unless your sensitivity is crazy high, but then you lose precision.
Shiryu dropping mad numbers so far, 5, 1, and 7 on this Zane's. Really been doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the late rounds. And AG is going to be feeling the heat a little bit. They wanted to utilize the A124 as a means to an end when Heavy goes aggressive, but Dio hasn't really been able to find the moments to land those big AoE disables. And it's sort of as if you're like working with a Steffi, right? If you're not able to deny huge utilities, you become ineffective for the next half a minute. And Shiryu again with the initial pickoff on the Team XR, and he is just putting in the work. Cypher under pressure.
Oh no! Oh, the flank almost coming through. Buhui needs to land these shots here, but he's getting flanked by 2. And now that he's getting attacked by 2 alongside with Cypher, Buhui finally goes down to his knees. A recuperation from Heavy side to protect that front line. Turn around from Cypher, loses out that fight, but quickly gets traded out. They trade against each other, good stuff, but Mufasa loses out despite dropping the Tide Turner first, and Du able to pick up on this kill, leaving Buhui all by himself against Nameless and Du, who are susceptible, but unfortunately not enough. 1 good shot from Buhui, but he can't deal 2 good shots.
Yeah, a round of inches. Heavy and AG basically trading blow for blow. Everyone going for a heavy hits only press triangle on the joystick, on the controller. And it all came down to just 1 shot making all the difference. Like here, if Mufasa won that 1v1, this would have easily been Heavy's round. So AG able to find a bit of that respite as they head to peak for round number 6.
Oh man, press X to trade, and every single time you can see that AG and Heavy are actively taking these trades. Now, this is a very difficult building to play around because the Cyber Drop only drops on one side of the map, and it's heavily in Heavy's favor. However, now AG looking to contest this angle, trying to secure it, tries to die to secure, doesn't get it though. It buys a little bit of time, gets them off of it as they turn the corner. Nameless has to find something, and he gets it into Don't Cry. Cypher comes in from the back with the Time Turner, layered upon each other, turning this dome fight impossible to win. But with the very help of that Cassie, it's able to power them through the damage, and Shiryu just doesn't have the weaponry to cut through 3 guys.
I am pleasantly surprised that Team SR was just able to walk right through the smoke and then go invulnerable and have Cypher back him up. He gives enough info for Cypher to just blindly fire through the smoke, making educated guesses to get the initial pickoff onto Heavy. So AG, they are now equalized. And not only that, stacked in terms of weaponry too.
Whoa. This shot's really giving us some dynamic angles of AG here. All right, we're making a blockbuster movie on top of having competition as they look to contest the center warehouse. Ooh, long flank around. A 2-and-2 split coming in from AG side.
think Don't Cry might be flushed out. The ice grenade barely tagging on the corner. Here comes a frag. Don't Cry reveal himself getting hit as well by the grenade. Good rush. The coordination immaculate from AG. Team SR with the initial knock-in on the other side of the map as well. AG able to take on two fights at the same time and win both of them. Mufasa was able to get Dew down and eliminate him, but he needs more than just Dew. It's a 1v3 in favor of AG, and now they will take back the lead.
Now, with so much focus on Nadu, you can see how this plan crumbles, right? They throw the UAV out, and once they see all four positions, they quickly reconvene on the opposite side of the warehouse, right? After they found the initial pickoff onto Don't Cry. On the early knockdown from Don't Cry. And that way, the rest of AG can make some very deliberate decisions. Number one, delaying the front line is actually not very hard when you have time turners on your side. And that's something that AG needs to be hyper vigilant over, because that could be the next play from Heavy once they have enough resources to buy those active skill cards to get them the time necessary to even up that tempo.
Yeah, I agree. And to add on to that, Heavy is going to choose to not go for the split and stack up S4 instead. Cypher, though, on the other hand, is thinking of a flank. And AG Global, they are the ones split apart. Don't Cry in a 1v1 against Team SR, losing out on the trade. Cypher comes through with the flank, but not able to find any knockdown. Heavy now has some important decisions to make because Cypher is slowly encroaching in, and the rest of AG are just drawing Heavy further and further away from the safe spot. They turn around and find Cypher as the trade from Dew comes through on the buoy. It's a 1v1 so far.
All right, so Buoy as well as Cypher are down. A sniper for a rusher here. Not too bad for AG. They don't mind because, again, it leaves Dew with a lot of space to work with. He is damaged on his helmet and as well as his armor. Not that it's going to matter here unless Nameless is able to take another pick. Targeted onto a Shiryu's side. Dew, unfortunately, falls into the crosshairs of all three members. As Mufasa now getting into the middle of the fight. He finds one into Nameless and is looking for a second. He wins a 2v1 despite a Cassie. Destroys them under the fire of an upgraded MP5.
It looks like confusion from Dew as he thought he had a great flank, and I thought so too, but the awareness from Heavy in that situation in the final 10 seconds of this round was on point. Smells the second flank, takes Dew out, and Mufasa with just a marvelous 1v2 now brings Heavy to an equalized scoreline, and now they are the ones with the upgraded weaponry. It's a sweet AWM in the hands of Buoy.
Oh, in terms of utility though, it's only going to be 2 medkits coming in from Don't Cry. He knows he's the one who's getting pressured 90% of these fights, so he wants the rest of his team to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. And it's important. They're full of EP at this point. They've at least spent plenty on inhalers. As Team SR looking to turn the corner, Cypher finds Buhui in a quick turn of events. Don't Cry now in trouble as Dew is able to get backed up here. And when the iframes come out, Mufasa forced to drop down the time turner. It's layered on top of each other. Doesn't really get too much as Team SR takes out Mufasa. Cypher continues to loop them around in a circle, and the kiting is perfect. And Dew takes out Don't Cry, turns the corner, and now sees Shiryu as his last target, and Dew takes him out as well. Good shots coming in from AG.
Yeah, Dude doing it in style too. Just the pogo hops around the ledges to get the consecutive pops on his target. Mufasa playing a very risky game as well. He tucks himself into a corner behind a container, puts up a glue wall, and then ends up having to fight a 1v3. Sure, he got a pick off, but the trade-off wasn't exactly what Heavy was hoping for. So AG, the first team to reach game point.
All right, it's been a tight game so far. Can Heavy bring it back here to turn it 5-5? AG have all 3 of the drops secured, upgraded weapons in hand, fully kitted out, fully armored, and are ready to play. Heavy on the opposite end need to buy a little bit of time, gotta wait it out until they've got their active skill cards ready to be thrown out at their opponents. AG taking a lot of pot shots here as the center is being controlled by Heavy, but they don't want to go into the direct center. They know they want to play on the outside of it as much as they can. And now Nameless is by himself. He's going to get topped up by the electrotherapy. It's not going to be good for them. That's a big resource. And Nameless, he's waiting to activate it. He's taking his time to heal himself back up here with the medkits. Dew, can he land this shot? He finds 2, sees 1, and only 1 connects. The rest of the team continues the pressure onto the right side.
Yeah, and now AG can push on forward because Heavy will need some time to patch themselves back up, and Dew having that area on lockdown is going to make it pretty hard for Heavy to maneuver around, as they constantly have to be aware of interceptions by Dew when they cross through open space, and yet they're able to mitigate that. Time Turner gets dropped down. AG thinking of funneling through a tight corner, but decides against that Cypher, looking for a flank angle, gets challenged by Heavy, as they are doing a very, very good job of making sure that AG doesn't get more than they deserve. And so far, Heavy is doing a fantastic job of keeping themselves healthy despite all of that. But Dew is on a big flank, the Time Turner on time. And then turn around, Mufasa takes out Dew, but Cypher finds the trade onto Shiryu. And now a full fight breaks down Mufasa and Don't Cry. They win their fight. And Heavy brings it to sudden death.
Beautiful play coming out from Heavy. Look at the way that they actually take this fight. They're down on resources. Overall, AG had more glue walls in total before this initial pick actually happened. And once they get into it, they were basically playing Ring Around the Rosie, controlling the area just to wait for the active skill cards to come back off of cooldown before they reinitiate. And they got a lot of value, not only from Don't Cry, because that Ignis was melting away that glue wall lead that AG initially had to block them off from the center.
Back on the same area again. Let's see if there's going to be any adjustments from the side of AG. They felt like they did the setup right. They just were not able to fully capitalize on it, and partially it's because of Heavy's very organized response, right? Not really letting AG take the mile. Still, the initial shots from Dew is going to continuously hurt if it lands, and now Boy is isolated.
They're playing a tighter game of Ring Around the Rosie from the side of AG. They don't want their tails to be exposed this time. They're sucking it in with the rest of the team to ensure space. And now the Cryo Mine comes out and Heavy looks to reposition. Big utilities being thrown out from Heavy's side to slow down what AG are attempting as a full-on flank. And even with the smokes, it hits. The A1 hits. This should be an all-engage from AG's side. As they take the top side, Cypher spots out one by himself. It's Buhui. He knows it's Buhui. He sees the AWM in hands and he wants to take it off of him. Unfortunately, a quick response from Heavy to sneak him through. They take out Buhui. Team SR undercut him in the middle of the rotation, and Heavy trying to maintain this tight formation, now utilizing the Ignis to open the way. The Time Turner's coming through to call off the choke points as they run right through, and Shiryu and Don't Cry drop another Time Turner as well. Another active skill card we used, and to major effect, and Dew is able to hit the headshot. Mufasa tries, but it's too late. One opportunity from all gamers in one angle, and they connect every single shot.
That was one hell of a game. The first game to go 11 full rounds today, but man, AG had to really, really work for the win. Heavy were trying to weigh them down every single step of the way, but it really came down to the final round where Wu Hui just got caught, just got intercepted at the cross, and that gave AG the exactly what they need to go in for the push. And even in the 3v4 push, man, Heavy put out some strong resistance.
They really did. They make them pay for every bit of ground they wanted to take in the early rounds and then punish them from indecision in the middle of the rounds. I think that you might be absolutely right. This might actually go into a 2-1 unless AG really figures out what the crux of the problem is going to be, right? Because a lot of it is just you're going into this blind against a team who comes in very well prepared for each one of your rounds. So now that they've figured out that, hey, they're studying our habits, we need to take advantage of this. We can start changing things up on certain rounds if we want to make it a little bit more, lighten the load off of this Heavy squad.
And I think the responses from Heavy is as clean as they can get, right? You see every single answer that they had to what AG wanted to do. It was right there on the table. They didn't really hide anything, but they were responding to what AG wanted to do in appropriate ways. AG wants to push, Heavy is able to fall back, and in circumstances where one or two of their members loses half of the health bar, they are still able to really disengage, reset the state, cut noise, cut line of sight, and then find AG slacking once AG get a bit too aggressive.
And that's the thing, right? I think that AG coming off of that, their cheers when they won that game definitely was a bit of a sigh of relief because it's coming down to the wire in some of these rounds. And I think that at least it gives us something to be excited for in map number 2 at the very least. Now that, Heavy is going to get the opportunity. This is their map pick. I want to see how they prepared for this, right? How exactly, if they have prepared so much in the first 3 rounds against AG in map number 1, what could it be for map number 2?
Yeah, I think, for Heavy, if there's anything that, they need or they probably want to slightly polish going in the game 2, is just some of the moments where they start to slow the game down and go for rotations, right? A lot of times they were taking a lot of this chip damage from especially Dew, because they were not able to identify where he was in the first 15 seconds, and I think that is going to cost you in the long run. But once they are able to pinpoint where Dew is and really not allowing him to have too much agency over their movements, that's where Heavy truly shines, like pinning Dew down or just making sure that Dew doesn't fire shots that land.
If he's too busy running and healing, he doesn't have enough time to put, lead onto the field. And I think it's a decent plan, right? A lot of teams do this against AG, but I think Heavy have understood 2 things. One, to be able to pressure Dew, you also got to make sure you can pressure the rest of the team at the same time so that you can really sell the effect. The second thing is playing this double ring around the Rosie when it's a 2-on-2 situation, right? AG adapted on round number 3, having an extra man to cover for Dew in case somebody goes for an initial trade, right? Then that way Dew can get back on his feet. That way it's not so bad if they initially found our MVP on his knees, because he is able to put so much damage on the field and make that much impact. It's only a slight adjustment for AG in comparison to Heavy putting their entire plan against this guy.
Yeah, and he really had to absorb the brunt of the hit from Heavy as well. He's getting basically hunted down in the early rounds. And then once we get into the later rounds where Dew has better weaponry, his teammates are able to fend off the initial tide of Heavy, then that's where Dew gets to do the work. He gets to effectively disrupt Heavy's game plan. But man, he really had to be on his toes every single round, because Heavy is not willing to let him get anything for free.
Making sure that he punishes. I mean, look at his damage. He's already at like 7.2, which is a ridiculous number to get, considering that. This has gone the entire distance. But let's look at the scoreboard. Maybe we can get a bigger look. Maybe it's not as bad compared to the rest of his team, right? Yeah. Oh my God, he's literally double his team.
Yeah, he's literally double in terms of damage. A lot of that came from the late rounds too, where we saw him, get initial tags, and then Heavy heals up, and then he gets a tag again, and it's just withering down the members of Heavy. But you look at the Heavy stat line, it's not too shabby, Even though, let's say, like Don't Cry and Buhui, they have slightly lesser eliminations compared to their counterparts, in the overarching theme, Heavy still did a fantastic job in just keeping AG on their toes and making sure that AG loses and pays for everything that they want to earn.
And it looks good, right? I'm surprised that Shiryu actually has the most amount of damage in here, but I think he is the one who is proactively looking to take trades, proactively looking to make first contact against any of the AG members. And that's why in a lot of these fights, you see him actually go down first, because he is the one who actually takes the brunt of the shots. In terms of average damage per round, Dew is coming up with the 600 numbers, which is ridiculous. But Shiryu actually not too far behind, literally 0.5 off of 500.
Yeah, still the second most in the entire game though. And I agree with you, Shiryu, he's the one taking the first step to take these trades. He's the one enabling his teams in the early round, and once the better weaponries come online for both teams, then you see Mufasa started coming alive, right? Started getting into the action to back Shiryu up with the help of Buhui in the backline, and Don't Cry making the calls. But I think the main difference is just Shiryu found himself alone more often than the AG members, and sometimes these double ups is what makes the difference.
Yeah, no, it really does. And it's like a small double up. It's a small double up. I think that Heavy, with the way that they're playing so far in their whole game set, if a flank comes, if we have well-timed and well-positioned members, we can actually rotate backwards to actually pick up those two flankers. If it's a one-on-one flanker, we know that Buhui can actually buy just enough time to get out of there, right, rather than getting picked off. So I think that's the big difference that we're seeing from Heavy and as well as AG, right? These slight adjustments make all the matters really really important. Like the double ring around the rosies that we saw earlier. The only reason AG was getting bigger advantages was because they lined up those rotating circles to intersect with each other. And once it intersected, you see the people chasing you, you just gun down anybody who's in between.
Yeah, and I think one of the main difference was also the difference between Bu Hui and Du, right? Du was able to really pin down crucial angles where Bu Hui is spending most of his time trying to rotate away, trying to make those crosses, then helping his team pin down the angles. Also, thanks to AG putting enough pressure to force those rotation. But that was, on Shipyard, right, on Bermuda. I wonder if it's going to be the same on map 2, or is this where, AG truly comes online and takes over because of such a tight win in game 1?
Well, I think then again, it really depends on what the rotation of that playlist is going to look like, right? I think for the most part, it should be AG favorite, but there's a couple of matches where I think it could be awkward. Let's look at the player clams for now, see what these guys are up to, because after having their quick discussions, their breaks, the necessary, water breaks, it seems like AG are still in good spirit. Nameless in particular, smiley as ever, no surprises there, but it looks like, and Du definitely looking through. Wait, actually, who is sitting directly behind Du? Don't know, we'll find out later.
Yeah, I would say the mood definitely looks a bit more uplifted from AG's end. Like when we came in prior to game 1, you can definitely feel a bit of that pressure, right? But after that euphoric win on map 1, it definitely lightened up. They definitely lightened up a bit more, right? A bit more of that smile, and they get to let loose a bit more. Whereas for Heavy, we're looking for them to really recover in terms of their morale, because towards the tail end of it, when we saw them lose the final round, it definitely feels like a big blow, right? Like you can feel that they were definitely affected by how close that game went. But now going on to AG's map pick of Kalahari, this is where it's going to be pretty scary.
Yeah, it could be rough, but I don't know. It really is. It really is a scary thing to see, because I'm looking at Du, and if I'm seeing his monitor correctly, he's VOD reviewing. He's literally VOD reviewing us before we go into the draft.
That's the captain for you. That's why he's the only one that looks stressed. Like everyone else is chilling, and Du is like, guys, we gotta work on this. They are literally in the draft, and Du is like, guys, look back at game 1. We have to work on this, and I'm fine with it. Oh, he alt taps out. Wait, that's not him. Someone else alt tap. But either way, we get the Morse ban, and I do like this. Heavy did their homework, because AG brought out the Morse when they played on Kalahari last week, and Heavy were definitely watching, because Morse gave Du so much agency to just avoid initial contact and then get into areas that you least expected.
Especially when we're talking about the first shot master, Mr. Du here himself, right? You put him on Morse, he gets that first shot off, you lose a member straight away. That's how devastating it can be.
Yeah. Zane Orion for AG. So already a lot of offensive capabilities. Get the narrow end response from Heavy. The Coda considered, which is fine. You do need some intel play on Kalahari, especially when you're playing in on certain areas like the maze, for example. I think the Santa Catarina also having Coda is pretty helpful.
Very, very helpful indeed. With the Oscar in hand, the Santino should fall into the hands of AG. With Cassie banned, at least they've got Zane on their side. So they've got a lot of some really strong punching force when we're talking about dealing with glue walls and actually taking that true front to back. Heavy on the other hand, yep, I think the Chrono works really, really well for their composition now that they don't have access to Cassie, and they already have a reconnaissance man in Coda. That way, in case they try to go for these insane jumps with Orion and Zane, they can buy a little bit of time for some of the other rushers like Nero or even Oscar here to set themselves up.
Yeah. I think Chrono also helps them to really mitigate some of these early contacts with AG. When you have Du always ready to shoot at you, but there are definitely answers to it, right? Like for example, the Orion doesn't really care about the Chrono, same as Ignis as well. In fact, if he can set the Flame Mirage in the right enough angle, it can make staying in the time turner a bit more detrimental. But Heavy, they do have a very balanced lineup, a good balance of tools to find out where AG Global are at, despite the Santino, but at the same time keep themselves safe when they want to go for the aggressive move against someone like the Orion, for example, who can save himself.
Yes, for sure. I think that AG definitely have like some initiation tools, but really they can play around whoever finds a pick. Heavy on the other hand, really focus macro-wise, right? If somebody does something, everybody has to do it. And if they don't do it, that's when the comp starts to crumble. Let's start making our way in to Kalahari. Now, this has been a very difficult map for a lot of these teams. Some places are unfair, but most importantly, if you can hit your long shots, it makes the game that much easier. We kick things off here on round number 1, the pistol.
Give me the P500 in the hands of Bui. It's a one-tap guaranteed on the hit. It's like a sniper version of a pistol. Look at where Dew is. He's out there to find some info, but he is a Santino. If you get a knockdown, this will be the icing on the cake. Bui actually is able to find some of the members of AG, but has no idea where Dew is. Now they do. Dew still not willing to relocate just yet with the mannequin. Realizes that there's no need for that, and Heavy now gonna be fishing for info.
Yeah, I think the mannequin was sent out early on into the round in a pretty awkward spot. If you look at his current cooldowns, he's still got about 30 seconds until he gets it back up. Good thing that AG pulled back to cover his retreat. As we get back into these pistol rounds, Ignis going to kick things off, throwing right down the middle, making sure that they are keeping track of where this package is going to be contested or not. The super bonfires, they're rotating between them to make sure that they stay topped up so that they don't have to use any other utils. Keep in mind, nobody has med packs. Damage is near impermanent here.
Yeah. And even when you look at the radar, Dew is so far away, and Sci-Fi able to get a sight onto Don't Cry, just cuts him in half. And in a blink of an eye, AG Global finds a pistol round.
Okay, that's ridiculous. How did they not hear him like literally walk up to the bonfire? What was Mufasa looking at? Was he looking at the wall? Was he in the middle of pocket mark? How does he get that? How does he close the distance that fast?
I wonder too. Probably at the end of game highlights we will see what happened, because that was pretty fast, right? I was about to say that Dew again was able to keep himself very safe, so Heavy couldn't find him after the initial sighting, so Dew was able to pin them down, and then AG just walked up and won the fight. So pretty surprising turn of events. So far, it's been high octane between these two teams, but the VSS out for Dew already. Talk about the snowball effect. Look at where he is on the map.
And Saifa, he's also buying armor with the Kimbo revolvers in hand. He's ready to tango. He knows that there's going to be no armor from the side of Heavy and very minimal weaponry overall. His only problem is if he gets picked off, if he happens to walk into the path of 2, maybe 3 guns pointed towards him. But look at the positions here, right? They're forcing them back towards that north side, trying to keep control over the center as Team SR is trying to get the hell out of that fight. He is on the Orion. Still gets downed at the very end.
The Deagle coming through for Buhui, but they do lose Don't Cry. The other side of the map, at the end of the day, I think in terms of health bar, it definitely favors AG more, and it's the same storyline, right? They cannot find you. Sci-Fi with a nasty headshot there, just pops Buhui, and Mufasa finally sniped by Dew as he is just perched on top of this wall. It really isn't nothing much that Shiryu can do. No med kits and only a sliver of health to work with. An easy cleanup. Dew with the final shot to the dome. AG leads 2-0.
All right, let's see how this plays, how they played out, right? Because it came down to everybody was holding their position and Saifa was just continuously rotating, right? And he was able to chain these kills together. Unfortunately, once one member falls, the rest will start to fall pretty soon after. And this is after we saw Heavy actually take out Team SR in the middle of that fight. So not a lot of excuses here for Heavy. They need to keep their game plan tight at all stages of the game.
I think you need to find where Dew is. This is starting to become a problem. We sort of pointed out that it is something for concern in game 1, but at least Heavy has a way to circumvent that, right? But so far they haven't found that in round 2 as we're getting into the big expensive rounds. But if they keep letting Dew stay untouched, then that is going to be what cost them the game. So they take the aggressive move, Don't Cry against Sci-Fi, right in his face, and Nameless again sets up the cross and takes them out. The aggression did not pay off, and now Heavy will have to pay the price.
And now they're pushing them back on in. Courier them into the building like cattle going into a slaughterhouse on the second floor. They hold. Du still in the middle of his 1v1 against Shiryu. He doesn't mind the rest of his team actually going for the work, but unfortunately, Shiryu is playing Oscar and quickly uses that valiant dash to close the distance, and now getting some good shots onto Cypher. However, doesn't find the headshot. Mufasa does, and he knows where Nameless is. This crossfire is now turning into hell for AG. 3 versus 2 with only 1 med pack, and Team SR goes down.
The interception was there, but good response from Mufasa again. Now he gets to go for the pickup. Nameless just came through the window. But unfortunately, with the cryo mine there, it's not going to be easy for Nameless to do much. Buhui with the excellent utility placement and gets the swing on around the corner. And Heavy will stem the bleeding.
Let's look at this replay one more time here, because Heavy, they even out the score with a quick 180 super play here before Buhui actually goes down. But luckily, before Shiryu does anything else. But after finding that initial pick, maybe there is a little bit of sense here, right? Once Du is out of the fight, they can do something. I think that the way that Heavy has to play, once they figure out Du's position, start punishing the other members, like Nameless, Team SR, and Cypher. Because if they are going to run away and give away that spot, they will have to fall into the line of sight of Du. And that's usually going to cost them either medkits, a bit of their armor, a couple of shots, but most importantly, the glue walls.
You can see without the Morse, Du takes a big chunk of damage early on from Heavy. And Buhui was able to take the hull of the ship at Santa Catarina. Du forced to relocate. But in the backline of Heavy, this could make or break the round, but decides to reconvene with his team. It's too big of a risk to take, and he doesn't really have the health bar to commit to it.
It's a high-low situation. Shiryu needs to make sure that he controls this space. He's running out of glue walls here, and AG smell it. And now they're going to try and make that pressurous play, forcing him underneath. Cypher now taking control over that second floor as Buhui is able to sneak a couple of shots on through. Don't Cry is able to finish off the kill at the very least, as we see Team SR managing to sneak past with just a sliver of health. Finally, Nameless goes down with a grenade coming in from Mufasa's side, and now Heavy finally having a clean advantage. They need to press it.
Team SR and Cypher don't really have much help to work with as well, so this should be a done deal for Heavy unless Cypher can pull off a clutch. But with no medkits and only a gun, a VSS to work with against 3 members of Heavy, this looks impossible as Mufasa cleans up. Now we get the equalizer. This is what we want to see from Heavy. We talk about needing to identify where Du is. They are able to adjust to that. And not only identify where Du is, but punish the rest of AG.
Yeah, and they punished them really well, right? Buhui was able to find some significant shots, and once they kind of gave up on that second floor to allow AG to start participating more in those fights, it also allowed Heavy to actually find more opportunities to actually 2v1 them. They're very narrow angles to play with here on Santa Catarina.
Very narrow margins as we come back to Santa Catarina again. This time, AG going for a 2-on-1 split. Du drops the mannequin right behind the crates, but high ground leverage given over to Heavy as they just book right it for the top of the deck. Don't Cry instantly pops Cypher, and a great follow-up there. Shiryu also finds Nameless. AG unprepared for Heavy's positioning.
Really good read on the flank there, and Shiryu is even going to find one more for himself, turning this into a 4v2. Big damage on Buhui and Mufasa as well, as Team SR and Du are doing everything that they can to secure it. They take out Mufasa quickly, going into vulnerability. Where's his teammates actually? Where's Du? He can't find the angle, but he finds one for himself, and now the damage is done. Du is putting more work in here as Team SR, he's been pressured for all corners, and with Du's help isolated on that top side, they've got a high-low setup, and Buhui decides, you know what, we take Du out first. Now Team SR, as they secure the round. Buhui coming up huge.
Heroics for Buhui too, but I gotta say, Team SR, the timing was also impeccable with the invulnerability, completely avoiding the valiant dash from the Oscar to prevent the knockdown. Look at this, he gets the KO, instantly goes invulnerable, because that body slam would have taken him out of the fight, but it was Buhui that really went above and beyond. Look at this, round the corner, triple shot from the VSS, and an instant conversion for a 2K to bring Heavy up to 3.
Oh, but we're finally off of Santa Catarina. Arguably one of the tougher maps to play. Here on Refinery, there's a little bit more space to play, but narrow gap ways to actually take it. Now the high ground going to get contested by 2 All three, actually, with Buhui, Shiryu, and his Don't Cry. They want to deal with Siphon as well as Do on one side, while the other side is actually getting held back. Reinforcements from AG get into position as the UAV is revealed out all the spots of the AG and Heavy members. The center currently being contested here by a Heavy member himself, but he has to deal with Mufasa, which they take out. Now that Mufasa is done, AG have center superiority. They try to cross. Very dangerous move here as the Valley Dash comes on through. Don't Cry manages to push him off, but Cypher is at the backs of everybody as he slugs them down.
Yeah, Shiryu caught with his pants down as well. It's a panic Valiant Dash as a last-ditch effort to escape right here. Nameless instantly tags him. So pretty unfortunate circumstances for Heavy there. It felt like they weren't able to get the bearings and figure out where AG Global were positioned. Unfortunately, we're going to instantly go off a refinery towards Bayfront. Let's see if Heavy can, again, adjust to what AG is bringing to the table, because I think, refinery is a slightly trickier area to play around. You can even see on the player cam that, Alan is watching basically right behind his team.
Yeah, they're just worried about the flank because they see that AG are moving more consistently as a unit of 4, and Do is a lot closer to the front line than they would have mentioned, right? Now, AG, they take control of the entire west side as they are slowly pressing their advantage in an anti-clockwise motion. Here, we need to expect Heavy to actually take control over the center, but they haven't found the opposing sniper as well, right? They don't know where Do is. They're going to quickly reveal his position with the UAV, and now the three members start the chase. The ring around of Rosie begins now. Do currently under pursuit from Mufasa, Don't Cry, and Shiryu. Buhui, out in the open, somehow still has his 2 feet on him, loses a quarter of his health getting chased by the rest of the AG members.
Jiu just needs to buy time. The more time he buys, the better it is for his teammate. We saw Nameless cut through the middle to try and intercept Heavy, and it is working out just as well. The Cryomag gets dropped down. Nameless, unfortunately, doesn't have a way to hide, so Mufasa able to take him down. Shiryu finally dispatches of Jiu, but Cypher was able to find a response, switches to the Deagle to pop Mufasa, and Cypher comes alive. Heavy got an advantage, but Cypher is not willing to let them walk away with it. It's him against Shiryu. The glue wall dropped down, but 3v1 in favor of AG. This should be a done deal. Cypher with a magical round to bring AG closer to victory.
Man, Cypher's so sick with it. I love how he uses his pistol to bait people into fights, thinking like, oh yeah, he's just got a simple gun. Whips out the shotgun at the very end just to ensure it. And honestly, nearly loses the fight, but manages to connect enough shots with his 180 turn. Now, we're going to switch to opposite sides here of Bayfront. This time, Heavy are going to have control over the eastern side compared to AG, who's a lot closer to the center of the map on the eastern front. Let's see how the split is going to go. Are they going to do the same 3-in-1 like they did before? Play on the middle, on no man's land first before they start with their now still be anti-clockwise motion. They catch Cypher and they found the play themselves. The three have connected together. They're saying, you know what? We don't need to deal with the flankers. We just need a pick. They know where Do is already, and Buhui in a phenomenal position. We'll have to deal with Team SR and Nameless if this is going to be a repeat of the previous round.
Great job pinning down Do and really, really enabling the rest of the squad to aggress forward without much high ground pressure. Team SR also getting pinned down. Buhui is in a fantastic position, and unless Do can get him out, it's going to be hard. And now Do is down, and that should be the round for Heavy unless another miracle play happens. But Nameless gets picked off as the third member of AG. Only Team SR left against a almost 100% healthy team of Heavy. This should be another equalizer coming through. Mufasa cleans up. And Heavy just, again, making AG work for every single round. We are back to an equal state.
Heavy is putting one hell of a show here against the AG fan base. And honestly, I don't think anybody thought it was going to be as close as it is right now. But Heavy have figured out something, and AG need to respect it. They've been caught mid-rotation too many times to let it happen again. Both sides with one airdrop each as we come into round number 9. This is where the next cyber airdrop is going to be given. And AG, you know that they love to contest it, but they're flexible.
And that is what's been missing, I think, from the first 2 games, right? In the losing teams, that we needed flexibility, we needed the adaptability on the fly, something that is a lot more decisive but also coherent. We're seeing that from Heavy, and I love how they're always bending to what AG is doing. They're very malleable in terms of their approach. Don't cry in a 1v1 against Cypher. This one is going to be a very honest fight. Cypher will have to take that on. Team SR under pressure. Dude, with the distraction, throws a U2 as a fake out, and Don't Cry loses his 1v1. Cypher triumphs. Mufasa breaks the glue wall, but only finds a Team SR that is invulnerable, and AG reels them in and once more puts themselves at map point.
An important 1v1 win, an important kill onto Buhui in the corner. It made it really easy for AG with AG with the numbers advantage to slowly push them in. Out of all of it, Team SR taking an immense amount of aggro from Heavy. So many shots dodged because of his invulnerability, buying a perfect amount of time for AG to squeeze them and pinch them in the center. And now we go to Console Hall. This is where some great moments happen for AG. But against Heavy, are they going to be able to take advantage of the area? Biggest problem with Council Hall is the fact that there is that second floor that goes around the entirety of the map, and the center of the ring doesn't include majority of it.
Dude playing at a great angle, and that's where Heavy is trying to cut him off. Shiro able to fight Cypher as Dew bails out of there, but with Cypher down, Heavy able to push on forward. Shiro survives, and Don't Cry able to tag Nameless and bring him down with the ice grenade as well. Heavy again, flawless execution. Team SR on the second floor. Steve Shiru will need a bit of help. Team SR and Dew working together. The captain, can he lead his remaining teammates to victory in a 2v4?
They've done it before. Can they do it again right now? In terms of medkits, only Buhui has it. Everybody else is basically playing for keeps. They're not going to be able to change their life totals at this point. With Team SR and Dew being extremely healthy, Dew with 2 medkits as well, and a close range weapon, a hand cannon of sorts, some may say. Team SR looking to chunk out as many as possible. Quickly locks himself in, even with the time turner, and humps from under the stairs to sneak his way back up and Trogon Shiryu as Buhui headshots Dew, leaving Team SR all by himself with a Trogon in hand. It's very possible, and he finds another one, turning this into a 1v1 with Team SR with just a sliver of health, 16 HP, and Buhui finds the shot with a VSS.
Oh, great execution from both sides. Team SR goes in invulnerable, instantly calls Dew into support fire, but Heavy, they were ready for that. They dropped the glue wall, they cut off line of sight, and then they take Dew out while Team SR wasn't able to fire back, but still it had to come down to a 1v1 Trogon against AWM. Talk about a close game, and Heavy now has another chance, just like the previous map, to bring it to a victory, and this one's going to force a map tree if it happens. Poetic, round 11 as we go back to Council Hall.
And so far, AG has been doing this default split every single time. It has been punished them heavily. Now, they're going to at least lean a couple more forces on to the Council Hall wall side where they can play for the lower grounds. Now, Don't Cry, Mufasa, and Shuryu have worked up, and they want to get on top of Dew. Dew needs to win his 1v1, but he locks himself right into the back shack. AG now taking individual ones of their own. The UAV has already been thrown, and the information has been given by Don't Cry. Heavy members know exactly where they're going to be. They reposition after taking out Team SR, and they're now having to deal with the rest of AG on the north side.
Yeah, they locked Dew down in the shack, and Dew cannot take the mannequin because someone was camping it as well. So he was effectively out of the fight for a long time, and without Team SR's Orion, this is going to be a bit tricky. Sci-Fi and Nameless will have to huddle together and try and work together to win this. Big chance we have the support of Dew as well, because Dew is struggling to survive, and Nameless finds the back one onto Don't Cry. This is now an even fight. Buhui, he is going to be important with the AWM in the hand. Cypher gets to reconvene with the rest of his team as they now pop out into the open. Mufasa though catches Dew on the drop, and Heavy regains composure. Shiryu with Nameless and is down to Cypher.
Mufasa kind of nasty with it, but Shiryu, bit of damage. Oh, he nearly loses his head for that. What a huge turnaround coming in from Shiryu. The first shot made all the difference here, but unfortunately, it just wasn't the headshot. Shiryu, hand cannon, two-face. What are you gonna do about it?
Two back-to-back full 11 rounds map between these two teams, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. I mean, I can't believe that, you know, we had to really go the distance to find a winner for both rounds, both maps, but it was worth it. Heavy really pulled through basically a comeback, almost a full comeback run on Kalahari when the odds are stacked against them. But the adjustments that they made, how they really disabled Dew for the majority of round 11 made all the difference.
Admittedly, that's a crazy turnaround coming in from Heavy. Like, despite the entire storyline just being the fact that they got 2v4'd so many times, and honestly nearly losing a majority of them as well. You know, the stats are pretty close to each other at this point. But dear God, oh boy, now that Heavy have kind of found the mojo, they understand that, like, hey, AG is just like the rest of us. They can make mistakes and they're not impossible. They are really good shooters, but a solid strategy goes a very long way. And the preparation is all for this now on match point on our very final map.
Yeah, you really see the fruitions of that, right? I think the heavy targeting of Dew is starting to, is working out, but I think it's done with such grace that it's not forced, right? They just happen to find the right conditions, the way that they're pinning a Santino down, they're preventing him from relocating, and for them, it's not about taking Dew out of the game. As long as he's not able to do anything, that is as good as him being eliminated. And I think Heavy has done a fantastic job in just controlling the variables to their favor.
I agree, and I think they've improved a lot, right? Because we're seeing them more often and not getting involved with the utility in the middle of the round rather than just like launching it right at the very beginning every single time, right? Let's look at the highlights and we probably will be able to catch it, because from pistol rounds alone, we can see that both sides are consistently playing this game of rock, paper, scissors, and they're adjusting their openers every single time, right? Default splits look like every single member takes a very wide stance and covers as much ground as possible just to gain information over the team before regrouping, or other times where they play their 2v2s, right? And I think that AG, every single step of the way, had to be the ones that are putting one step ahead of Heavy to find these moments, compared to Heavy, who, if they just stuck to their fundamentals, could bring it down to every single one of these rounds to a 1v1 is good enough.
Yeah, and a lot of, I think the round that is, you know, after the first two rounds, the round that really felt like a snowball was probably Refinery, and that's pretty much it, right? We only saw Refinery once, and afterwards it's just Heavy bringing the pain to AG time and time again, you know, able to, AG catches them on the cross, Heavy does the exact same thing to them. And the adjustment is really what I like, you know, and it's not like AG didn't adapt to it. They also changed their rotation. They send Heavy on a wild goose chase and have someone intercept in the middle. And even then, it had to come down to the wire for AG to have a chance. And Heavy, you know, made sure that AG didn't really get to catch their breath at any moment of time, and Mufasa came out huge this game.
Mufasa, MVP of the game. This guy is a walking wrecking ball. Like, he doesn't even... The weird part is that he hits the first wall, and for some reason, the wall behind it is the one that breaks. Every single time, he just bypasses the frontliners and immediately goes for the secondary guy pushing in. Every time. Whether it's an Oscar or a Tatsuya, he's looking for the secondary fragger to take out of the mix. And even so, this game, he was putting some good numbers with the Max 7.
I think Mufasa and Shiryu, they really were doing a lot of things, a lot of the heavy lifting on the front end. Like, a lot of times, you see those aggressive pushes. Like Shiryu, this guy is a lunatic with some of the fights that he's willing to take and the trades that he's willing to make to get his team an advantage, right? They were enabling Buhui and Don't Cry to kind of come in for the cleanup, but it's also very nice to see that Buhui is willing to take the RWM up close and personal and just leg it for the 1v1.
And honestly, he has to be, right? He has to be. Buhui needed to adjust because he was getting caught out a lot of the time by AG. They tried putting another member next to him. It still wasn't enough, so they just doubled down on what the strategy worked best. Stick with the team, stay remotely close to them, keep an eye on flanks, relay those flanks, and look for interceptions in between. Like we saw from Dew's side, he doesn't have like 6k damage on the board this time. He was a lot more manageable, and even then, he's still able to keep up with comparable damage to Buhui.
Yeah, and this time, the only outlier I'd say was probably the matchup between Don't Cry and Team SR. Although they play slightly different roles, Team SR clocking in like 12 assists by the end of the game, but if in comparison in how they approach the game, Don't Cry more on the back end of things, whereas Team SR, he's willing to be that second layer of offense, despite not getting as much eliminations, as his teammate Cypher, but he is a big part of being the Cypher support system, his wingman.
Initially, we did see that Heavy had a plan to say, you know what, we're going to fake it, right? We're going to make sure that Don't Cry actually is the one who plays in Buhui's position. See if they can bait him into a fight, because Don't Cry just has better utility overall when it comes down to just like looking for angles and buying time. That way, Buhui can join the rest of the team. And that's when Team SR ended up fighting against Don't Cry. And that just became a recurring theme every single time. Okay, let's put Buhui back into the original position. Team SR happens to bump into Don't Cry once again. And in 1v1, let's see whether it's going to matter in the upcoming map. Because when we're looking at average damage per round, Heavy, they want it, but they still have worse stats.
Yeah, it's this pretty shocking as well. And I think a big part of it is sort of the theme that we saw from game one, where AG, they're getting a lot more chip damage done to Heavy as compared to when Heavy wins a round, it's just immediate knockdown eliminations, right? There's lesser pickups on the side of AG. So that sort of was what made the difference. But with Nextera coming up, this is going to be interesting, because I think Nextera is where Heavy really gets to go aggressive and just go ham on AG with their current playstyle. And I think now the pressure is going to be on AG.
I agree. And I think that, well, I want to say that like a lot of pressure is on AG, but I think that at this point, this is where AG need to actually really step up their game, right? It just, the big compare, if we're looking at both teams on paper, and imagine that the first two games didn't happen, right? I would say that Jude generally is better at close quarters in comparison to his counterpart in Buhui when they have the AWM in hand, right? And I think that's going to matter a lot for this upcoming map in Lara, where you see that a lot of these angles are just in one room, in one office.
Yeah, and I think these two players so far, if we compare how often they've been up close and personal, I think Buhui has had to do more, but they were doing more times than Dew. Dew is usually the one getting pressure, and he really tries to disengage and play from afar. Whereas Buhui, you pressure him, he's willing to take on the fight. But I think in the grand scheme of things, right now, it comes down to who gets the better position, right? Because a lot of the fights are won by which sniper is able to pin down the opponent players, and both Dew and Buhui has done a fair share of that.
But I think this is a bit of downloading even for All Gamers Global, right? If there was a time for adaptation, I would say that it's definitely on AG, as AG are the ones who have to kind of crack the code on how to get certain reactions out of Heavy, right? There's not much that we learned from it, because both sides in map number 2 were consistently adapting to each other. And now that we're here on Nextera, which is Heavy's pick, by the way, let's see whether AG have decided to go first on the ban picks.
I'm gonna tell you, I think Alan is a very proud man right now, watching how this team has performed. It is an elimination series, by the way. I mean, now I wish this was the upper bracket so that we could get more of these two teams. But this is gonna be the most important draft of this best of 3 as they prep for Nextera. One team is gonna go home by the end of this, and it's not gonna be pretty for either of them. And a narrow ban from AG.
A narrow ban. Interesting. Narrow was the big issue from the previous game. Let's see how much of an issue it was. I agree with the Cassie ban. I would have expected it to be from AG, but then, to be fair, they are first pick no matter what. Let's see what Heavy's going to pick up. Probably the Zane +1 here. The fact that they didn't bother banning out the Morse in these close quarter battles, probably also looking for like an Orion, right?
Yeah, I think Orion should be the default. Is it Orion or Ignis? I feel like Heavy probably leans towards the Ignis a bit more than Orion. Now that Nero is out of the picture, you need someone to effectively deal with Clue Wall. So I'm okay with the Ignis pickup.
I think Ignis is also pretty good, especially if you are opting to, because Orion is like a win more scenario. Giving it over to AG, it's like, okay, sure, you got double the frontliners, you can play from multiple angles, you can break through the most important angle if necessary. You've got a flanker, but can you deal with 4 members buffed by Zane? It's a hard argument to make here. The only one who can do that is probably Orion, and even then, he needs support.
Yep. Santino out. It's most likely going to be a dual character, the coda for some recon. The last one, Yeah, they go for the Iris. I think Iris is completely fine as well for Buhui. That is what they're gonna go for. So the Chrono should be the response of AG. Nothing out of the ordinary.
I don't know. I feel like they should have been. I feel like Heavy should have been the ones to pick up the Chrono in this position. But they are. I mean, Buhui needs to play something, right? And he can't. If he is on that Chrono, it's going to be a little difficult unless they put him on Ignis, and then even then, he needs to be part and parcel with the rest of the team. So Shiryu and Mufasa will be working together. This time, Don't Cry on the quota once again. I would like to see the Chrono on their side, but I guess they just have to win the first and second rounds and start buying his active skill card there.
Yeah. It's going to be a tight one. I think for Heavy, now that they have Koda and Iris, they have good ways to find recon, but those shots are going to hurt a lot more, right? In terms of just the damage output, Heavy definitely has a slight advantage when we just talk about sniper role. But for AG, they definitely have the offensive capability, like they always have. Orion and Oscar, they provide a lot of that. But judging by how Heavy has been really manhandling the individual members of AG, they definitely cannot just blindly rush in and expect to win the fight.
Yeah, because again, there's a lot of mind games that are going here. If Heavy tries to go for the sniper and ends up falling into Orion, it's going to be even harder. It's just going to be a lot of time wasted here. And that's something that they don't have. Here at the City of the Future, we're going to narrow down which team is going to go home and which team moves on here in the lower brackets of FFCM.
Winner will have to face off against a WAG in the next series. So something to account for. We had to get a Vietnam versus Vietnam matchup or Thai versus Vietnam. Shiryu taking plenty of damage in the opening sequence, despite them being the first one to make it to this compound. So AG maneuvering the corner very well, and now looking to step on the gas, but sadly, not really winning the trade so far. Heavy holding the ground with an exceptional amount of composure, and AG forced to slow down until Deuce sneaks a shot in. Mufasa goes down, and it's a green light for AG.
And now everybody else will start following suit. There goes Nameless ends up going down, but that's fine because the initial trades came back almost straight away from Team SR. Let's look at this replay, because what exactly was the movements, right? You're playing on the outside here with no center control, and after you find that first initial pick, it becomes very easy to actually intercept and break that line in formation. Now, let's do the same thing, except on opposite sides, an economical lead from AG. As they invest into, bonusing on this round, they're going to get some handy weapons on their side. Ooh, Don't Cry, buying a rifle of his own, 2 rifles, even with Buhui too.
Willing to really invest in that anti-eco, try and get the advantage back. In AG, they also did the same. You see the micro Uzi on Team SR's end. Saifa also has that as well. Really want to get up close and personal and just get the spray down, finish the job before the round drags on. But they're going to quickly realize that Heavy has also made some investments of their own, and that's where it's going to get a bit scary. But with Buhui down low, AG is going to now step on the pedal.
Yep, Buhui, he's already so low. He's already communicated the rest of the team, and Sniper goes down first. Mufasa is able to take one. Buy a little bit of time as Team SR finally takes out Mufasa. Time Turner had to be used there. Mufasa gets back up, kills off Saifa, and that's going to be the rest of Heavy here as Team SR and Nameless look to clean up the rest. Now, these 2 rounds done and dusted, out of the way. Some really good shots here coming in from Dude to put Buhui at 1, because once Buhui moved out of that key position, that's when Team SR and the rest of AG start exploding into the building.
And TNS are also doing his due diligence as well with invulnerability, right? Checking both corners thanks to the Flame Mirage, cutting off line of sight, but at the same time also deterring the rest of Heavy from pouring in if they do wish to do so. Now AG up 2-0. This is gonna start to be a bit. It's sort of like game 2, right? Where they're up with a 2-0 lead and then Heavy starts swinging back.
Let's see what the swing is going to look like, because Ryan's getting some really good damage here, and even baiting out a response from Heavy's side. They get a free pick onto they get a free pick here onto 1. Shiryu goes down. They Ignis their way through. Mufasa the next to fall, and everybody else starts collapsing immediately after. It is tough. Once Shiryu has already used the Zane active skill card, yes, you are tough, you are tanky, but once it times out, that's when you're going to have a lot of problems, especially since Du has the key angle.
Yeah, I partially also felt like Heavy didn't need to do that. Like Shiryu didn't need to do that. Like he pushed in, and the glue wall instantly comes out from AG, right? Isolates him from the rest of his teammate, but I felt like there was a fraction of a second where the rest of Heavy didn't feel like they wanted to commit that hard. So it could be a slight miscommunication there, but now it sets them back by 3 rounds. That means AG is halfway there to winning the series.
Yeah, which makes you question, like, where exactly did Mufasa use that second charge of the Mirage Wall, right? Because that could have been really handy to actually bail him out of that awkward position that he was pushing into, maybe a little bit faster than it probably should, or at least get his body to crawl back into safety. But now AG already taking control over the gondola here as the 2 in front. Shiryu finally goes down as Cypher wants to take this fight even further and takes out Mufasa. Front-facing members are already down. Hopping across to the other side, Cypher does not care and even gets the shot on the last remaining members. AG handedly take the first 2 rounds.
Absolute snowball right now from AG. 4-0. Heavy with 0 response. The glue wall, a fraction of a second too late, and that resulted in 2 eliminations in favor of AG. But we saw how long the Heavy members were stuck on the gondola. AG committed a smoke grenade to cut line of sight. Heavy decided to commit, and then they double back onto the gondola and got taken down. Then a bit of a breakdown in what the call was from Heavy's end, and they don't have much time left to adapt.
Yep, this is one of the rounds where they're actually coming with somewhat even weaponry, right? VSSs from either side, very cost efficient, but upgraded MP5s might be the difference maker here. As we see that there are 2 upgraded MP5s from the side of Nameless and Cypher. Even Team SR has one, but it's only level 2. They turn the corner and they spot them out. Quickly going into the iframes, they find the 1 initial trades. These duelists have already found the opening picks that they were looking for, and Cypher will finish them off. He brings back Team SR to the fray. Orion's job is done as Nameless knowingly has to deal with Mufasa, who's all by himself. Time Turner to block the first couple of shots, swaps the weapon as well, and finally catches him with the last half of the mag.
And no cigar at all for Heavy as AG cruises through and finds a 5-0. An attempted 2-man flank as AG completely ruined the plans of Heavy. They formed their own 2-stack, and with the Orion bait easily makes the fight unfair. Heavy, if there's any time to make a hell of a comeback, this is it. One last chance. They've done it from a score line of 2-5, but now they need to do it 5 rounds in a row to even have a shot at sudden death.
Oh, it's too many rounds to deal with. But we'll see. Heavy just needs to take it 1 step at a time. It's going to be a 4-man push across down the rail line, and even Cypher looking to break through to get on top. He's in trouble. The Time Turner is already out. He turns the corner into the smoke, jumps off to the opposite side, doesn't see him, and breaks line of sight. Once again, Shiryu plays within another Time Turner of their own, gets into the back. Now with the Valiant Dash already through, 2 have gone down. Shiryu takes out 1, and Cypher takes another 2 to close out that round. Fast Cypher knows how to chain link the kills.
And the high fives and thumbs up from AG Global as they absolutely decimate Heavy on Nextera, put them on the guillotine and just cut the ropes. 0 response. Heavy felt like they were lost, completely lost, and that signals the end of their journey in the Clash Masters for the spring season. AG will move on in the lower bracket and face off against WAG in the coming series. So let's see, they could be the Vietnamese player right now.
Yeah, they could be, but AJ, they showed off the varnish. They just tightened up their gameplay, showed a flex how much polish they have on their new car, and drove away with the whole thing here. Man, it feels like they've been holding back a little bit for the past couple of games, but they found the correct adjustment, and they needed to really make Cypher bad enough. You know, poke him in the right places, and then all he sees is red.
Yeah, he just freestyles on them, right? Gets the Oscar, just runs into them, just fouls them along the way. But I say this map tree has lesser moments of educated reads and more of just Heavy starting to get slightly sloppy on the execution. They were getting caught out on their because of their own moves, and sometimes you can sort of see that breakdown in communication, right? The cause was slightly confusing. The indecisiveness was there. And I think their best shot was actually round 5 when they tried to round 4 when they were trying to go for the double flank. And once that was deny, and like Heavy has nothing left.
Yeah, they just couldn't deal with how precise Cypher can be at times, right? Heavy just need a little bit of time to recuperate, regroup, and then make an executable plan. And they can do it relatively fast, but AG just does not give them that time when Team SR is able to work with his boy Cypher. And I don't know, Cypher at this point, when he's gotten this Oscar faster than Leonardo DiCaprio can earn his, right? He's an absolute superstar, but when he has the right tools, he can plow through it, right? And as I mentioned before, he just doesn't give the time. Like, what is Don't Cry supposed to do there? He looks at Orion for half a second, he's dead. Guess who's there? Cypher.
Yeah, and this was literally what we discussed in the post game of match 2, where Team SR, he might not have the most glorious elimination count, but he did end map 2 with 12 assists, right? He's like the wingman for Cypher. He's the one that's always in the shadows. We talk about in the pre-show where people have a lot of doubts about Team SR, but a lot of times it's because he gets outshined by the rest of his teammates, but he enables them. He's the backbone of some of the greatest plays that AG has made, and this map 3 basically is the perfect example of that. How much he supported Cypher and also allowing Dew to do what he wants.
MVP of this game, of course, Dew once again. Plenty of assists, doesn't have the highest amount of damage, honestly doesn't need to have the highest damage. With the Santino, the information that he was able to gather, and more importantly so, now that they've figured out and adjusted correctly, you don't see Dew just go out on these solo missions as often, right? A lot of it is just information gathering with either the mannequin or his own body, which we see he do a lot of the time, drop the mannequin back at base, walk right back out in major flank angles, see if he can bait a couple of shots, and that's going to be more than enough information to relay to the front line in Cypher to do the dirty work.
He really pinned down Buhui this game. There was nothing that the Heavy Sniper could do. Every single time around Stars, Dew just hunts him down and made sure that there was no chance of a response. I think even the statistics, right? I believe that Neptune did pointed out. We've only seen AG play on Nextera once, but they won that map. Heavy has lost both of their Nextera attempts, and this will mark their third Nextera loss, at least in the Clash Master, leading up to the exit. So I think statistics, even though the sample size is pretty small, but it does tell a pretty definitive story that AG just felt a lot more comfortable on this map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've seen their Nextera performances since last year, and I still think they still are putting in the same protocols like they did before, right? With a couple of adjustments depending on these teams. AG is a hard team to crack, especially when there are stakes involved. That's something within them, something innate just clicks together. And if you look at the numbers, it tells a clear story of how AG just did not want to give any opportunities to Heavy.
Almost did not feel like it's from the same series even, right? Like out of 6 rounds, Heavy only has 1 elimination, and that's generosity, right? Mufasa got 1, and the rest was just AG cleaning up house every single round. You just look at the damage dealt. The highest one on the side of Heavy was from Don't Cry. It's just, a sub 1.1k. Everyone else, Shiryu, the one who is tearing it up, Buhui, who has been pinning down the members of AG, barely broke into the 600-700s.
At the end of the day, it just came down to raw execution and AG just better plan. But it just goes to show, right, how in-depth Clash Squad actually is. It's not necessarily just about, I just land more shots than you do. It really does come to, do I find impactful plays on the map? Do I find these impactful kills to help my team out when they need it the most? When we look at the average damage, once again, most members aren't breaking into the 200 and honestly barely scraping past 100 for the side of Heavy, as AG, every single member above 200 and even double that.
Even you look at like obviously we could put the KD aside because it's pretty unfair. I mean, Buhui basically has a 0 KD, right? This game was not able to do anything done, completely disabled by Dew. So this is one of the most one-sided stats scoreline we've seen. It's one of the few 6-0s in the Clash Master as well. AG really doing a number on Heavy in the most important map of the series.
Yeah, and once Du is re-enabled, he becomes a monster. Look at that average damage per round. 430 consistently, despite only have 2.5k. We saw him with some whopping numbers at the beginning of this series, but man, that average still maintains high. With that being said, we have to say goodbye to Heavy. They're going to be knocked out here at Clash Masters. Sad to see them go, but that means that that AG will now have to face WAG in another best of 3 series happening tomorrow.
All the Thai teams are still in it to win it, whereas Vietnam has lost one of their representatives. And it's also such a shame because Heavy gave us the best performance we've seen today in all the 3, from all the 3 Thai versus Vietnam matchup. But it is the nature of competition, right? You go in the lower bracket, you fight for your lives, and sometimes, the stakes are just too high, and Heavy wasn't able to keep up. But we're done with the Thais and the Viets. Now we have the Indonesians coming up.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the Thai teams, the Vietnamese squads as well. But now, I mean, to be fair, if anything, to say that AG wants to go to the lower brackets is possible if they wanted more Thai representation in the later stages of the tournament. Very, very possible. But now we have to also say goodbye to one of these Indonesian teams. And I thought that maybe there would be just a little bit more Indonesian representatives, but Vietnam has really got the slots on lock.
Yeah, they have more slots than Indonesia, which would have been the case, I think, like 2 years ago, right, in 2024. But the landscape has definitely changed. Both titans from Indonesia, Evos, Divine, and RQ Kazu, go head-to-head once more. And I think this is a series where I really don't know who's going to come out on top because they both have very bumpy runs in week 1.
I agree. RQ, their up and downs really just boils down to whether Maal is going to be able to hit more shots than their opponents. Evos, it's just like, is it their day? Are they in the mood? This could be a very dangerous squad, but at the same time, it's just like, what are they missing exactly? Because Clash Squad has been around for a while, and this is one of the nominated teams as like some of the best chemistry that they have in the biz.
Yeah, and Evos Divine actually has a free slot to EWC this year as well, right? They're guaranteed that slot, so it's going to be a lot of expectations for the coming match.
Yep, we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, it's going to be the final match of the day. So don't miss it. Go take a break and come right back here afterwards for the Free Fire Clash Masters. We'll see you then.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering.
Welcome back, everybody. All to the survivors out there tuning in now. A bit late on the drop here because today's Free Fire Clash Master has been exciting. We've already had to say goodbye to one of our teams from Vietnam. Heavy has already bowed out, leaving us with another team to also go home today. It's one of the two Indonesian squads. We'll introduce them in just a little bit. My name is Gin Q. This is Husky, here to keep you guys entertained for the rest of this day. Man, this last match, Husky, you mentioned it. We don't know who's going to take it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's not a good thing, I say, because it's not like we're coming into this seeing it's not like a neck and neck series because both teams have been performing stellar. It's neck and neck because I felt like they've both been underperforming, right? And I think that is something that both the fans of both teams are dying to see if there's going to be any improvements. Then the teams only get one shot at it. There's only one best of three. We possibly end on a 2-0 and then one of them will have to wave goodbye.
Yeah, and based on what we've been seeing here today, I mean, considering that, AG was whopping on the third game, despite it going all the way to 11 rounds for both maps 1 as well as maps 2, coming to that Master 3 with a devastating win just goes to show that anything could happen here. The maps do play a very big part of how these teams are going to operate.
Yeah, and so far the games today, AG and Heavy, I think definitely set the bar for the standards of plays we can expect. But I think our prediction should be the same for this series, right? Yeah. So we both felt like Evos is gonna win, but it's not gonna be closer. It's gonna go 3 games. But I do hope that they bring in more quality gameplay today. Instead of just the game went long because everyone is choking, it went long because everyone is constantly adapting.
I completely agree with you there. I think, both teams are pretty notorious for this, having some incredible clean rounds. What are you supposed to do in those types of situations? Or it's just somebody botches it up and they get 1v3 at times. It happens. It happens. But I think that it happens probably to RRQ way more often than it does for Evos Divine, which is a very big reason why I'm very excited to introduce this upcoming team. Get ready for the lineup of Evos Divine with Ray, Rasha, AimGod, and Cochil. You've seen these faces before. You know the names. They've got a spot for free because they won last EWC. They're there for a reason.
Yeah, and Evos Divine, this is, again, a lineup that has been 3 years in the making, at least for Rasha, right? Came in, dubbed the Wonder Kid, basically kept his promise from 2024 that he will join EWC the year after and win. He did all that, but I think it's now past the fame and glory of just being the Wonder Kid that won EWC, right? It's all about what's next. And I think Evos Divine is still trying to discover that part. They're still trying to, there's still exploration to find out what's next after the Wonder Kid.
And that's the thing, right? In comparison to their components of, RRQ at this point, I personally feel, at least from Razeye, he's shown that he can gun out. He can fight people. The question is, how do they enable him when the whole plan is centered around Maal, right? So many times they keep defaulting to this habit of playing around the line of sight of Maal, and sometimes he's busy. Sometimes he has to deal with other flankers of his own, which really makes me question Abaye alongside with Dudes, right? Because these two guys used to be rushers who didn't care, who can take on multiple people at once individually if necessary. But Dudes has come back into a more supportive role. He's not finding as many frags right off rip. Even for Abe, right, the 2v1s haven't just come out consistently for the past year and a half.
Funny enough, if you dig back onto the history log, Abai and one of our players, one of the first imports in the Malaysian scene, Crime MKS, they both were regarded as one of the youngest, prime rushers in Indonesia at one point. And then Dudes actually has the clutch genes in it. We just didn't see enough of it because there are so few moments of him clutching it out when he is one of the best at his job. So it's pretty surprising that RRQ find themselves in this condition. We're gonna go to Solara first, map pick by RQ, and then we go to Evos pick of Kalahari, and then we'll go to Nextera if we go map 3.
Dang, no Bermuda this time round. Both sides wanted to go for the close ranges, and we've got 2 of the maps that technically allow that. Even so, I would have liked to see a Bermuda here just to kind of, set the scale for everybody. But now let's jump right into it. It's time to draft. Let's see how they're going to play this out in the very first match here. This is Elimination. This is for Tournament Lives. Let's get this BO3 on the road. Coda ban for the side of Evos defined as their first pick. Narrow ban for Kazu, and that's an instant Oscar first pick.
It should be Zane Cassie, right? Like we heard from the interview in the previous series where now with with very, very limited access to medkit and any means of healing, Cassie is such a good commodity to have because it's literally free healing. Healing over time, burst healing, whatever you want. Can stay in the fights longer, but they opt for the Orion Zane instead. So this means that they are willing to give the Cassie away to Evos Divine. They should probably go Cassie and pair it up with like a Ignis or something.
Now that Darrow's gone, Ignis just soars up an opportunity. Even the Santino is not that bad. I would have expected it to be at the very end here, but it seems more for denial against RRQ Kazu just to get it off of Ma'al's hands just in case.
They're really not gonna go Cassie?
Yeah, we'll see here.
I need to hear from Neptune. How does he feel about this? I think our statsman is tweaking out right now. Like he's probably key in like Cassie on his Excel sheet, and now he has to redo the numbers of the pick grade because it's not picked up. Wow, they actually just ignore it, so they go for the clue instead.
Interesting. What's the problem with Cassie here? Are they scared that final picks are going to be the A124 or something? Are they worried about they've got rid of one reconnaissance person. They're coming in with extra information, and that's about it. But Evos, they've got quite the composition, right? No information, but can basically handle every type of problem that RRQ can throw at them, with the only exception if Santino gets pinned down, him and his mannequin.
I'm just surprised that Cassie made it all the way to last pick. But either way, Evos Divine gains access to her, pair with the Oscar. Very, very standard lineup. I do wonder what the plan is with the clue for Ma'al, right? Is that form of reconnaissance? Sure. But Clue is also one of the few characters that has really fallen off the radar because people compensate that with the UAV or they just pick a Coda. Some teams prefer to pick like a Skylar just to break the glue walls and you just go ham on the front. So it seems like RQ Kazu still has a plan to play around the info that Ma'al gives.
Or maybe Ma'al is just going to be, a little bit closer with the rest of the team because you should expect Santino to eventually get involved in the flank at some point or another. Or maybe it's a deterrent, right? Having the Clue active card alongside with the UAV just to guarantee multiple points of time of which Santino can't do it. But with that being said, let's go into a quick interview with Evos and as well as RQ before we get into the game.
Karena kita jarang mainnya tuh di Solara karena kita jarang latihan di Solara. Juga kita sering latihan itu di map Bermuda atau Kalahari.
Persiapan kami RQ Kazu udah siap lah kita. Soalnya kan udah scrim tiap sore dan malam. Jadi kita udah siap lah. Tim yang ingin kami hadapi PE sih. Karena kita belum pernah lawan dia kan. Kita belum pernah lawan PE, jadi penasaran aja. Nothing tulus mindset bisa jadi keuntungan terbesar kita karena kita bisa main enjoy dan main lepas gitu. Jadi ya keuntungan kita itu nothing tulus mindset.
Interesting. Both teams are prepared and are ready. They're willing to put their lives on the line here on Solara as the very first map in this best of 3. We know what it's going to be like. It's going to be close. It's going to be dangerous. And it all starts in this office. Let the games kick off.
And pretty scary to hear Evos say that they hardly practiced on this map because they're focused on other maps. So I do wonder how this one's going to turn out. But seems like it's off to a good start, Coach, with the initial drop onto Ma'al. So that's your clue removed from the lobby for now. Abai responds. Ranze 2 was able to find one of his own as the numbers become even. It's Dus against Ray right now in a 1v1, and Ray triumphs. So Evos with a quick round 1.
Revives make all the difference in this, right? As you can see, that a lot of these fights just boil down to, do I shoot the next person in front of me, or do I let the guy I just killed get back up on his feet, right? So many moments actually happening here as the 2v2s continue to like fight their individual fights. And that's to be expected here on round number 1 when nobody has clear control of the center. Now we go into round number 2. Evos is going to come in with better weaponry this time. I'm seeing rifle being brought by Russia, some scythes being bought as well. Nades included for Kochil as he's cooking it up. He's running through with it.
Let's go for a guess. Didn't hit onto anyone for RQ, but the Ignis was going to chip off some of the health bar. Runs it already with a mini Uzi and just absolutely blast Kochil's health bar. Takes him out of the fight. The Chrono Dome is going to keep them safe from the right side. And now Evos will have to readjust how they approach this with a man down. The Super Bonfire is not going to keep them safe for any longer, but Rasha were able to sneak a shot to and right around the corner, finds Ranze as Evos takes over.
Now they're going to continue further. Maal able to find one, but gets taken out by Rasha at the very end of the day. The 3-in-1 style of Evos comes up on top. But a bit of a mistake coming in from Kochil. His first initial rush to get out the time turner didn't need his life to also be put on the line there. A little bit sad, but eventually they didn't get punished for it anyways, which is great. Coming into round 3, they're now in a solid lead against RRQ. Wow, P90, really?
Wow, okay. It's one way to conserve the economy a little bit, I suppose. We did see the AK come out too. Let's see a couple of attacks onto Ma'ao in the very early of the game as he exposes himself too early. Rasha just swaps target and pulls Ranze in the hit. Felt like there was not enough info relay as Ranze just walks out into the open and Kochil pushes through and finds Abai. RRQ collapses at the seams. Ma'al only good for 1, but it's just a knock and that is not enough. Aim guard with the push. Ma'al trapped with less than half health to work with, and the finisher comes through. Evos with 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they've got to stop doing this every single time, especially on super linear maps like this one. Going outside technically isn't exactly the best play, especially when I'm talking about outside being off that compound, which again really doesn't get you any notable angles because it's a high to low anyways. So they can wait for the clue reconnaissance, literally just wait 10 seconds, less than that even 7 seconds, and then you would have a very good idea of the positions that Evos had already taken over without having to do very much.
Slightly concerning situation there for RRQ. I think the reliance on Ma'al that you talked about still lingers every now and then, and especially when he is the intel gatherer for the team. You're going to be relying on him to really find out where Evos are. Deuce was able to get a knockdown early on, but ends up he loses his life, and Razak gets picked back up. The push from Abai and runs only finds 1, but they need a bit more than that. Aim just flicks with the P90. What was that stuff? Aim got nasty response. And that's 4 for Evos.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to lie. Really thought the P90 was a bit of a joke here, but it looks like, majority of the members are actually whipping it out. Both Ray and Aim God decide to go for it. I'm thinking whether or not that their lineups, I'm checking each one of them, whether or not they have an anvil in them. If not, if they don't have any anvils, then sure, maybe it makes a little bit more sense to bring in the P90s here. But MP5 upgraded, it has just been the go-to for close-range combat these days. If not, some people opt to even get for the traditional shotguns just for that burst, right? That pulling back and forth against the corner so that MP5s don't get that free spray.
This is slightly concerning for RQ. It's getting a bit more dire now because he's just exposed. No. Russia just picked him up for free.
He pre-fired and Ma'al just walked into it. Real sad there. And Evos, they're going to continue start picking off members one by one here. Wait, Rasha, actually his position is compromised right now. He's getting pinched from both sides and he needs a little bit of help. Kochil able to quickly throw down the Flame Mirage just to buy some time. The time turner is going to be the big difference though. MP5 in Rasha's hands to close out the rest of these fights, and these P90s going to work.
5-0 so far, clean as a whistle. And RQ, it seems like there is no response at all, right? And it's slightly painful that a lot of these opening sequences of the round is just RQ getting picked off because they were not, they were unaware of where Evos is at. A lot of these rounds felt like they were handed over to Evos because of some slightly poor positioning from RQ, and now we're looking at a game point. Evos have a chance to go 6-0.
Now Maal, he will be the first one to let his clue active card rip. They're trying to control the door, but Abe, he needs to decide, go in or go out, and now they break on through with the help of the Oscar, and it ends up that AimGod is able to take out Dudes instead. An unprecedented consequence, but now the time turner is down. At least they found a headshot each on either side. Maal able to finish off Coachil in time. Ranze takes down Rain. AimGod still holding the line. Damage from this point onwards. Doesn't have anything left. Russia with 2. He's ready to...
And runs around the corner too.
He made the sound cue, so I'm pretty sure they could have decided to walk back out, but holding the position was the mistake.
Yeah, it had to come down to pretty close trades as well. A lot of the RQ members were low health or had to be picked back up, but it does give them another chance in this round. The previous round, Russia wasn't able to participate as actively as he did as compared to the earlier few rounds as they were fighting in indoors. But now there's a lot of open space to work with, and for once, Maal was able to set the radar off without being detected.
Coachino and Russia will have to take on this 2v1 here. And I don't know if this is going to work the way that he thinks this is going to work out. They're quickly back into the position here. RQ is already deep inside the flank as 1v1s are being played all across the map. Abeye and AimGod have to work together here if they want to take out the correct targets, as Conchil is taking that time. Abe already finds one. Even for Ranzi as well, taking out Cochil. Both individual ones have been won. And unfortunately for Russia, shut down. Ray tries, doesn't get the initial, finds it still, but he's put at 1 HP in the blue still. And finally, that should be the round 1 for RRQ as they take one back.
Okay, RQ finally able to slow the game down and not just let Evos walk away with 3 picks. Maybe that's the way, right? You make sure that Evos doesn't get close to you to have an impact, and allow Maal to properly set up, get the radar scan with the clue, and find the necessary info that you need. Because I think they have the tools to stay safe. They have a time turner, the Chrono Dome, they have the invulnerability from the Orion, they have all the tools that they need. They just need to have a bit of time to set up. It's slightly slower than I would have liked, but so far it is working against Evos.
Hey, who knows? Maybe it's going to be fast this time. We did see that Abeye did drop down his Free Fire 1s at the starting point, making sure that those kicks are well protected. Back at spawn as they continue. Oh, they're losing a lot of space on this, actually. Even more than I would have imagined. And RRQ really held back all the way right at the beginning of the game. 2 on the outside, 2 playing on the inside. The UAV is going to give more than enough information for Evos to make a choice. But however, this intersection is going to get naded out instantly. AimGod could try and take the space at this point. Ranzi loses half his HP, but Ray takes even more damage. With Cassie, should be able to heal up the rest of his teammates, but that's already 1 knock onto Ran. And Ashia with a headshot itself punishing 1 member of RRQ. They need to press the advantage with the help of Coachil. And even with the Valiant Dash, they managed to cut on a free target as Ashia gets another headshot in the middle of that fight.
Does no one know where Russia is? He's getting 3 shots, and he was able to intercept RQ's rotation. This was the same position we've seen before where the sniper makes all the difference, and Evos Divide does it. Closes out 6-2 on Solara, a map that they say that they haven't had much practice on, and that is a big confidence booster.
Yeah, Russia really takes advantage of these pixel angles, and it's pretty tough to spot him out. But you have no idea, you know the general direction, but there's just too many things to look at in the general vicinity to see 1 pixel looking back at you. A clean round coming in from Evos Divine here. A lot of confidence build up for the White Tigers as they are taking map number 1. Map number 2, let's see if they can keep up the momentum.
And for RQ, they definitely felt like late bloomers. It took them a while to come online, but I think there's some semblance, right? Some glimpse of what the formula is. Now they just got to find a way to really integrate that into map number 2, because Evos, they came out hot. They came out the round swinging, and they were just beating down RQ every single round. They were exposing a lot of the sloppiness of RQ, and the indecisiveness, and that got them a pretty big lead up to 5-0 before RQ had a decent reply.
And that's the thing, right? It's all about making sure that you keep a tight, consistent game throughout each one of these maps. And I think that at least for now that map number 1 is done, the only problem is that they gave Evos a lot of momentum. And we know from their BR runs that when Evos has momentum, they look to carry it all the way through. Something which RRQ is very similar in that sense. However, they weren't able to follow the strong fundamentals that we saw from Evos.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what we have seen, from these two teams. Like Evos, when they lose, is basically everyone's underperforming. But for RQ, sometimes they just have very abysmal rounds, right? You sort of don't understand how some of the rounds are lost. In this case, I think Evos just played better than RQ on the fundamental scale. And I think the highlights can tell a very good story, right? From round 3 onwards, I think the first two rounds, Evos definitely had some pretty good moments. I think they were just better on the drop, but round 3 to 5, especially 3 and 4, you definitely see RQ, being a bit slower on the response.
Yep. It just felt like Evos define, even if the call was wrong, whether there was a potential mistake, they were just making these decisions a lot faster than RRQ could inevitably react. And winning out these individual ones really set the pace for Evos to build up more and more confidence throughout map number 1, which will be carried over into map number 2. So we'll see if RRQ actually is going to be able to punish how disrespectful Evos was, because Evos, would I say they're a team who's actively playing for the center of the map? Not really. They're playing for drops, yes, but I feel like they want to go right into enemy spawns. They want to start routing them from their current positions and then slowly scanning the rest of the map as they do so.
Yeah, if there's something that we've learned from Evos when it comes down to their Battle Royale style, is that this is a team that doesn't really care about being in the center. What they do care is having control on the perimeter. And a big part of it centers around the MVP of the game, Russia, who is exceptional when given the space. I think in CQC, there's definitely a lot more to be desired, but if you put him in a sniper's nest and let him do all the work from behind, he is a godsend.
He's just sneaking in the shots even when you don't notice, right? Feels like an invisible ghost at times when he is connecting these types of shots. The fact that he was getting away with so much on the AN94 was already pretty impressive, but eventually it just didn't matter. They had so much money that it's just that he could have bought anything he wanted whenever he wanted. And I think that coming into at least map number 2, is the plan going to be to shut down Russia or to just deal with the front line? Because both seem to be causing a good number of problems.
I think it has to start with slowing down the game. Right? I think regardless of who they pick, who RQ Kazu picks off, it will have the same amount of impact, but it's more to not letting Evos get the advantage in the first 10 to 15 seconds, like what we've seen in some of the earlier rounds just now, where RQ just didn't find the right spot to start off their sequence, and then they just started losing members.
They have to slow down, dictate when they're going to fight, how they're going to fight, what they're going to be looking for in the fight itself. If not, we might see a repeat of map number 1 here, the 6-2 victory coming in from Evos. And considering that at least when it comes down to like putting up the numbers like Russia, comparatively, Kochio, who is actually playing right next to him half the time, only doing half the 2,000 less damage, but still keeping up in raw assists.
Yeah, and I think, this game is definitely a rough one for the captain, for Dudes too, as he was not able to put on too much impact in this game as his teammates were getting relentlessly pressured. I look at Russia's average damage per round, right? It's in the 500s with the most amount of eliminations as well. 8 headshots, 8 total headshots.
Ridiculous amount of picks that Russia has been able to find here, and that's why RRQ don't seem to have the answer to one or the latter, because it feels like no matter what, they're going to have to deal with Russia and Kochil, and if they buy too much time, their front line collapses. If they go for the front line, Russia is going to be able to sneak enough shots here, so it's between a rock and a hard place, and RRQ has to decide, what is the problem? Is it because we don't know where he is, which is not true, because they had clue the entire time? Sure, Russia was on Santino, but at the same time, with the amount of UAVs that got thrown out by RRQ alone, I think it was more than manageable.
Yeah, and I think Evos just won through sheer snowball, right? They just had a lot more resources to spare, a lot more that they could invest in, so they were always a step or two ahead of RRQ, and that's perceived by Evos a weaker map of their own. Now going into game 2, I think RQ needs a quick reset, right? We've seen a lot of moments where RQ, they feel like they're ahead, they lose the advantage, and then you sort of see them start collapsing internally. I think they need to really just forget about game 1 and just play for game 2 and bring it to a third.
It's a mental reset for game number 1. Game 2, they got to come in with some fresh ideas and honestly start landing some important shots here, because the rounds that they did inevitably win, they still struggle, which was the scary part. Let's look at the player cams to see the energy in the room as RRQ, once again, 2 pieces of paper with, I don't know, some gibberish on it. It could be bans and picks, it could be scrim results, I can't tell.
Or it could be depending on the result of the maps. They might have to. They might get remanded for that. Like, who knows, right? Like, oh, you end with like 0 eliminations, no breakfast tomorrow.
This is the list of people who are not going to eat dinner tonight. A cruel but maybe necessary way to teach these poor children. But I think that RRQ, let's see the performance that they put up first, right? They look prepared. The question is, what do they mean by preparation, and who are they playing in those types of scrims to develop this particular style? It could just be that they are on a bit of a cold day, who knows, but we'll see in the energy for game number 2, because this is elimination round. There's no more chances.
Yeah, and even earlier on in Ranze's interview, he did say that the nothing to lose mentality is actually good because you can play freely, and there are teams that perform at their best when the game feels like their last, right? When everything is on the line, they suddenly explode and they give some of the best highlights in a tournament. Now we need to see that from RQ, because Map 1 definitely didn't feel like it.
Map 1 didn't give me that confidence that the kingdom is so known to give. Even when it doesn't feel good, they will still give that energy, one of which I don't necessarily agree, but at the very least it's good that they have supporters. Anyways, I think that if anything were to change, and especially coming in from Evos Divines, they've got momentum on their side. They need to keep that heat, and if they get one awful tempo breaker, that could ruin their entire mentality, and then we could see a bit of a coin flip between each of the teams every single round on Kalahari.
Yep, and this is going to be Evos' map pick of Kalahari 2. And there's some long-standing histories between these two teams on Kalahari. People used to say that Kalahari is owned by RQ, but that's really not the case anymore, as teams have started to really improve on their execution, whether it's Battle Royale or Clash Squad. But with how Evos has been looking and just the approach in Clash Squad, I feel like RQ will have their work cut out for them on Kalahari. This time they go for the Cassie ban, which I feel like makes a lot more sense than what we saw from game 1.
Yep. Gonna make sure that these buying insurance is gonna cost them. First pick Coda. Interesting. Ooh.
Man, then is Zayna or Ryan? It has to be Zayna or Ryan, right?
Why would they go for Coda so soon? That's what I can't figure out. Orion gets picked up for the side of Evos Divine. They can pair it up with Zane if necessary. If not, they can just go back onto like Nero or Ignis. Both of them are open for Blue Wall Disruptors.
The unconscious.
All right, and then it's gonna be Nero. Okay, so completely ignoring the Zane for now. Let's see. I mean, RQ Kazu, they are a team that really emphasizes on having someone to gather intel, and hence we saw the clue. I think gonna take the Coda and clue.
Dude,
this is a throwback to the meta from last year.
Interesting. Deny information, have all the information for yourselves. Evos, what do you do now? There are a few intel gatherers, none of which come remotely close to how good Clue and Coda can open up the entire map for you.
Watch me go.
Okay, so they take Santino.
Okay. Do they take Zane at this point, or do they look to like punish the fact that they don't have like a lot of util and few ways to work with blue walls? I mean, they could go for Skylar, right? If they wanted to.
They could, but I think the Zane is like the more classic approach. If this was AG, they would have picked Morse. They would pick Morse in a heartbeat.
Yeah, this would be so free for Morse. Oh my goodness, this is all right. they wanted to shake things up. This is how they're going to do it. We just got to respect what the Kingdom is trying to do here. Let's see what this final pick is going to be. Take away all the information and now get the remorse. Nobody can. This is making me tweak out, dude. Like, is this premeditated or is this just dirty tactics?
I feel like it's one of those very linear compositions where, I get info, Morse knows where they are, Morse assassinates them, and then you rinse and repeat. But the problem with linear stress is that you don't have a fallback plan, right? Like, you botch the execution once and then the whole thing falls apart.
Now, how do you deal with this, right? If you're Evos Divine, you sticking as 4 or are you playing 2-on-2s?
I think Orion can be more self-sufficient, but everyone else, you gotta need some heightened awareness, dealing with the Morse. But it could also be, if Evos could also go for the approach where you just go for the support players, right? Like what Heavy did earlier on against AG, you just go for the support, or even like what Evos did against RQ in map 1, where they just gone straight for Ma'al when he was on Clue. That could be one of the approaches.
I think that maybe RQ is just going to just pick and choose, right? Reveal targets, select the target, think how we're going to execute. Simple plans all the way through, because we are moving on. Currently at match point, Evos Divine here on Kalahari. They used to be known to conquer this map. They used to be real good at Refinery, but everybody's adapted. And now the Kingdom has one last chance here to bring it to a game 3 and potentially moving further into the tournament here on Kalahari. Let's see how this bout plays out. North side being dominated by RRQ. Spawn on south side for Evos as they control the right-hand side. Oh, that's a far flank.
It is. Right from the get-go, shots are fired. Dudes getting corralled. Aim switches target, sees a freebie there. And Ray was able to follow up on Ranze. Dudes and Ma'al, they come through with their own, and now it's Ma'al left alone. So at the end of the day, it's still disadvantage until Ma'al wins that fight against Ray. Now there is a chance, but the pickup seems like it's coming through from Evos, and Ray able to shut that show down pretty quickly. So pistols for Evos.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, right? Instantly, they quickly close the distance, so as soon as they actually have their active skill cards available, they pop it, they're right in our faces. What's the point of the information?
Yeah, and increased health and durability for Zane, the narrow with the area denial, and it's overall just a very straightforward approach, right? Like, you don't really have to overthink the execution, whereas for RQ, a lot of things have to fall into place. I'm surprised that it's dudes on that Morse. I really want to see what this Morse is capable of. Obviously, there's a threshold radius where you start getting detected, but still, usually you should be able to put yourself in positions that you don't compromise yourself, but you're able to keep your opponents guessing. That's what we saw Dew demonstrate in week 1. Let's see if Deuce can do the same.
Dude, I hate the fact that RQ are just slamming back-to-back both their recon abilities. And it's just like, what is this information going to do for you? And it looks like all that is got from them is punishing Evos for taking high ground away from where the drop is going to be, which is good for RRQ. But at the same time, now Dudes has an incredibly difficult job. He has to wait for his invisibility to come back up. They've missed their one opportunity. And now Evos, they're saying, you know what? Take it. Now we look for the punish. Ranzier, unfortunately, taking a majority of that punishment for now, as Russia is putting on the hurt.
Yeah, Aimgod finds the knock onto Ranze already, and Orion helps him up. Okay, thick one for Ma'al. Able to find a trade back onto Aimgod, but Deuce is also down. Ma'al is going to be next to the chopping block if he doesn't pick up the pace. You see the team boosters come out from Abai, try to provide support around the corner, and they actually win out. And a big part of it was Ma'al winning the 1v1.
That was a huge 1v1 win from Ma'al, because Russia had him dead to rights here. Everybody who was exposed was getting absolutely beamed out. And Ma'al, you would have imagined that he wouldn't be able to actually win out this fight, but most importantly, he does. He connects the headshot and the body shot just to put your boy Aimgod down, despite the life lead that he had on him.
And that's actually a bit of breathing room for RQ. Going into the round 3, this command post. It's a lot of areas to work around. This is where Morse can shine, right? Because you have so many tight corners that you can bob and weave around. Aimgod, she getting tagged out just a little bit, but is the Orion. So they're going to chase into the second floor. Aimguard really wants to hold on to his Orion ability. He doesn't use it in time. Ma'al takes him down. Abai finds Ray off screen. Evos loses 2.
Yeah, but with Ma'al done, where's the infiltration coming in from Dutz? He was the one who was on the long flank. I really thought it was going to be the Santino at first, but now, I mean, both flankers are now dead, leaving Ranzeye and Abaye able to use their recon abilities to see where death is coming from.
Russia, just less than 100 health to work with. Kochu still full. They both have the VSS in hand. Ma'al was able to get picked back up, so having the Santino as a bonus for RQ is going to be making all the difference. Flame Mirage gets thrown out. Kochu will have to engage in a 1v1 pretty soon. Does see the rotation, looking for interception, but there's a glue wall that was put down earlier on by his teammates. And now Ranzay able to turn the corner, finds Rasha, the 1v2 in favor of Ranzay now.
He wasn't expecting a level 3 MP5. It's doing so much damage. My goodness. Ranzay blows him out of the water, but this very first engagement onto that second floor is such a really important pick off here by Ma'al. Once he finds that, he's taken out Dutz. At that point, nothing to worry about, right? No worries about the flanks. We can slowly take our time with the rest of their groups. But RRQ manages to pull it back very, very well. I thought that with the information, quote unquote info dump, that they wouldn't find an inevitable pick. But Evos, they exposed their backs.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate turn of events as well, especially for Aimguard with the Orion. We did say that he's a bit self-sufficient, but at the same time, I thought he feels a bit too conservative with his abilities. Still a 1-for-1 trade. Dutz up against Ray around the corner. If there's a time for Dutz to clutch, this is it. But sadly, Ray wins out. So it's RRQ losing bodies very, very quickly.
Oh, it's 2v3. Ma'al gets on the hell out of there. Cochil's gonna try his best in this 1v1 for now until he gets a little bit of support from the top side. Abe able to, put the barrel against his head, blowing out the back of his brains as he tries to run around to the front tip of the ship, hopefully finding some form of appeal to come back into this. Did they actually pick up Cochil from there? I'm not entirely sure. With Rasha already gunning down Ma'al, finding one and knows where Abe is going to be. He's thinking about picking up Cochil, but I don't think it's worth the effort. He's already got the cryo mine and will use it straight away without hesitation. Well played for the side of Evos.
Dutz sneaks into the hull of the ship and unfortunately wasn't able to support his teammates fast enough and just got completely outgunned by Ray. That's sort of the beginning of the end. Rasha was camping outside and saw the rotation from Ma'al. It was an inevitable rotation, and all he needed to do afterwards was just to take out a crippled Abaye. Evos finds the equalizer, but it's definitely a closer game compared to game 1. There were some resistance from RRQ.
Yeah, they're not shooting back at the very least, but now on opposite sides of Santa Catarina, let's see if things are going to change. With the early cryo mine right at the choke point, they are forced to go right inside. Dutz gets caught out straight away with the help of Aimguard, who finds one. He's got his vulnerability. Yep, he's going to bring himself back up to 50% HP, and luckily the rest of his team is able to rain down Hellfires. RRQ get a couple back, turning this into a 3v2.
And Dutz going for the exact same play and instantly got punished. So Evos reading into the patterns of RRQ Kazu. But thankfully, Ma'al and Abaye, they stick with the same plan at the top. But this time, Ray on the money, and it's him against Ma'al. Ray, he's just holding his ground. He does not care because Kochu is coming in from behind. And Evos will not take the lead.
And that's a classic example of suppressing fire. This, again, breaking line of sight, very good idea for the side of RRQ. But Evos themselves just understood. We got to disrespect it, right? They can see us, we can't see them. So we have to fight for these powered positions first. And if we happen to get a pick, it just makes the game that much easier.
Now Evos in control as we move to Refinery for round number 6. I say the AWMs are coming out on both sides. Rasha having his trusty sniper rifle in hand, but they're going to force stack up and run straight down the middle. Dutz and Ma'al looking for a flank. Let's see if RQ can hold the pressure. Abaye certainly can. Aimguard does find a trade back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, bit of a gap there. Oh, Ranzier is so close. And Ray looks to secure, but unfortunately, a big gap there for Ranzier to exploit, seeing his feet in its entirety. With a bit of his bum, but now Contesting for the cyber airdrop. Aimgod needs to win this, and he does end up winning this. They try to get the revive down, and Zabe makes the attempt. Ma'al, luckily is saved in just the nick of time. RRQ, very good play here, because again, Refinery, they're very comfortable with it, and you can tell that they are comfortable with the angles. They immediately snapped into place.
And we did see the 2-2 split come off from RQ at the start of the round, and they set up just a immaculate crossfire to completely tear down Evos when Evos went for the commitment. Now it's going to be Bayfront though. We got no redos on Refinery. Bayfront is where we go. It's going to be slightly more classic. The compound with a great center point to work with. Another 2-2 split. Abai and Ranze stick it together and do the solo mission as the Morse. They did drop the UAV for some recon.
Just a little bit of recon, right? They also know exactly the positions of the members of Evos. Question is how they're going to capitalize on it, as now the counterintelligence will eventually come out soon. They know what's going on here. Even drop down a UAV, revealing the members' positions as well. They know where RRQ is going to be, and it doesn't look like they're going to reposition too hard. They're just leaning more towards the northern side in case anybody clips them in the center. At this stage, I think that Evos should just either they give up their position or just start making their way over through where their bottom back two members are into the center.
I think Evos' position has been compromised as well. That's why RQ is willing to play it slow. Ray, what a snap with the VSS. Takes down Abai. But his teammates is there to bring him back up, so there shouldn't be any confirmation yet from the side of Evos. Rasha, on the other hand, not much health to work with. Kochu tosses out the ice grenade, sees the drop down. It's two of them. He's going to try out the flame of Rasha to cut off line of sight, and the damage is now going to be important. Rasha needs to come through with some of his own, and is able to find one, but Ray does perish in the process, and aim got soon to follow. Still even though, 2v2.
Kochio, he's out of utilities. He's all by himself on this one. Same goes for Russia. He doesn't even have body armor for the most part. He needs the shots with the AWM to be worth it. And unfortunately, Kochio falls into the Alpha Strike. And Ma'al gets the headshot too. Good stuff. Good stuff coming in from Evos, making this into a real series.
Another recovery from Evos. This is what we want to see from RQ. Just good composure, being able to play around the intel that they were given, but also punishing Evos. He was not willing to make some of the moves like they did in the earlier few rounds. And especially when RQ has so much intel gatherer, they're willing to play it slow because they know where Evos are at. And Evos are just taking chip damage with zero ways of responding.
I can barely tell what RRQ is half the time. Their logo and the minimap blend in nearly perfectly when they're in a building. So at this point, you see that RRQ taking heavy left side. Double UAV on top of that. They know that there is going to be some resistance towards the center here, but they want to focus purely on the flanks. And AimGod, in a really exposed, compromised position, losing a chunk of his health, has to reposition. As Rasha is the next to fall. Ranze able to sneak on in and not do it. All the information has been given.
Part of me is convinced they sort of saw Ranze rotating, but maybe didn't expect him to run straight into Rasha because Rasha was caught off guard. Now, Kochu, the only person with full health as the rest of his teammates don't have any regeneration to work with. AimGod's already gone down. Dudes on the exploration again as Ma'al takes care of Ray. Kochu left to his own devices. They know where he is. RQ looking for their fifth and they will get it. Now on map point.
They've set up a really good perimeter here. Like you can see that the split up, they're looking towards Ray's side. They take out the UAV to deny them the initial information, and they got everything of their own, right? Suppress and then oppress your opponent. And once they fall into the perimeter, these kills are easy to secure when you've got multiple angles from all over the map to hit them with.
Yeah, that's Evos' turn on the ropes. Not the best weaponry to work with. Haven't been able to activate Rasha as well at this narrow. Unfortunately, if you want to make use of it, he needs to be able to be in front, and Rasha takes a fat shot to the body. So now needs to reposition with no guarantees of his own safety, and Dudes finds Ray too.
They're going to make an attempt very soon here. Ray, oh, Dudes taking him out, no problem. but with so much economy on their side, everybody has like an AWM in hand. Aim God needs to win this 1v1 to secure the control over the center position of that map. Running out of glue walls as well. He tries to get on out of there. He only has one left. He could look to block up, but it's too late. Dude's able to get him in the head. Abaye takes out Aim God. Kochil as well fall, and that's going to be a quick collapse here as RRQ take map number 2 and turning this into a real series 1-1.
And that's more like it from RRQ. A composition that focuses on just gathering intel and making sure that your enemies are blind for majority of the match. Nails them the win. And now we're going to be able to go to the third map. Again, we don't have Bermuda in this rotation. So it's going to be equally interesting as we head to, I think, Nextera for map 3. Yeah, this is the RQ Kazu that we know, right? Some big plays made by dudes, but also consistent stuff from Maal.
And again, I really would have thought that they were going to get punished, right? But the information works out for them when they have when they get early shots in. And I think that was the missing secret sauce that we didn't inevitably see, right? Because what is the point of having information if you can't do anything with it, right? But getting those first initial shots slow down the positions to allow themselves to take advantage of the info given, right? Because once they lose ground, once they slow down on gaining the ground, at the very least they can start holding points and start to slowly shift their attention away to anybody who's looking out to flank on the opposite end.
And it allows Deuce to do his duty as the Morse too. Completely going dark on the radar and just popping up at off angles to find those extra snipes that RQ need. And that's why a lot of times in the later rounds, Evos, they would have 1 or 2 members with 0 way to regenerate health, playing at less than half health for majority of the round.
Yeah, I really think that the only ways around that is that you have to either go for the full flank, deal with the UAVs, and then look to proactively rotate across the rotate on the outskirts of the map to make it happen. But then again, if you get spotted out early, there's really nothing much you can do about that when you're already having to use 1 to 2 medkits just to survive the first AWM shots.
So it's good stuff from RQ. We just say we wanted to see them adjust, and if there's any Indonesian team that sort of has a pocket pick or like those gotcha moments, RQ is definitely one of them. But I definitely didn't expect them to go this far, down the rabbit hole. Clue, Coda, and Morse, and I think banning out that Cassie definitely helped them as well, so that Evos have no way of regenerating health bar when they get tagged.
Yeah. Permanent damage throughout that game. Really, really brutal, especially when you don't have the economy to keep on supplying it as well. And since it's going back and forth, right, it's just you're expecting your opponent to have better weaponry the following around. Let's look at the highlights of this game, right? Because if there's anything that's different, at least from the side of RRQ, they're making fast choices. And not to mention that at least Maal is getting way more involved in the majority of these fights.
Oh, yeah. And I think a big part of it, like, the early rounds, there definitely were some questions, raised, especially Evo was able to basically catch RQ with the pants down due to RQ going for the exact same maneuver. But then that all changed, right? When we got to areas with bigger areas to play around instead of like a compound like Santa Catarina, we play around a refinery where RQ is very well versed on. They set up great crossfires. We go to command post, RQ basically dominated it because they just knew how to distribute their firepower.
Great way to divide and conquer. Hopefully a lot of these things are going to be transferred over into map number 3 here, because arguably I think even Evos were pretty surprised with the way that RQ were looking to fight in these bouts. They were expecting it to at some point, RQ's got to get close to us, but really it's only for that killing blow. It's only for that throat strike.
Yep. And that's the MVP. I have my money on Maal because he played a great game. And here it is, 10 eliminations, 4 assists, the Santino and the AWM, and even the Anvo too. So everything falling into place for the young gun of RQ Kazu.
Things are working well for him, right? I want to hype him up even more, but we saw what happens when Maal isn't able to participate as much for the team. And what this means is a direct correlation to the rest of the team's performance here. We need to see some other people actually come up to this level with Maal to make sure that they are a double-pronged threat, because he's putting up some 4.3s, which makes me wonder what everybody else got too.
Yep. And I think I would expect Dudes to be at the bottom in terms of elimination, but has that high impact with the Morse play, right? Because he's not really actively interacting with Evos, but he's also the one that's setting his teammates up. But in fact, I think in the later rounds, he actually got a couple of eliminations himself, 7 to boot with 5 assists.
Pretty good. I was expecting Dudes to have slightly less damage, specifically from either Ranze or Abeye, but it looks like they're the ones who are able to, not only find and finish off kills of their own, but Dudes getting involved, putting a lot of awkward moments for Evos and really shaking up that chemistry and that momentum that we saw from game number 1 itself. Rather surprising.
Yeah, and it's actually sort of I think a breath of fresh air for some of the RRQ fans, considering their previous performances back in week number 1. But now it's all about keeping it consistent moving into map number 3, where it's Evos' turn to try and figure out how to come back.
Honestly, it probably feels pretty good for RRQ to shut down such huge momentum after having a dominating losing 6-2 in the previous map. But now looking at the average damage per round, we are seeing that contributions have been made by Dudes and Abeye in this match. And even when we're looking from Ray and Rasha, they're actually putting up a decent amount of shots as well.
Yeah, and I think even in terms of the average KD, oh goodness me, Abeye with the 6.3. I mean, this round, a lot of it came down to Ray in the front line, right? Like Kochu and Imgol started falling off in the latter half of the map as they just started getting outgunned by Abeye and Ranze. But at the same time, it's also Ma'al taking advantage of all the intel that he has to pick them off.
And it's unfortunate for Kochilin as well as Aim God, right? Because again, you can see that Aim God is actively trying to get these frags, especially he is the one playing the Orion anyways. He's getting the information, but sometimes, especially on that refinery map where it became clear, you just can't win every single crossfire.
Yeah. And with that, we are guaranteed a game 3. And I had to say this because our good friend Neptune, because today is day 4, right? And then he was like, I can't wait to get to day 4, match 4, game 3, because it equates to emotional damage. Man, like, being a dad changes you, man. All these dad jokes.
I'm not gonna lie, I respected that it's spelled out. Like, it's spelled out damage exactly how I imagined it in my head.
Yes.
I'm just glad that it does that. It's not like, it's an abbreviation. It is literally on the nose. I love it. Well done, Neptune. Well done. This is one of the better dad jokes.
I mad respect that he came out with that. So that's our boy.
That's our boy. Well, hopefully we'll see how this is going to play out, right? Because if maybe we get his big dream to come to fruition, we're going to need some real competitors for that. And I think that this time, if RRQ is putting up numbers like that, that means there's still room for improvement for everybody else to kind of get to that pace. Because right now, whoever is performing just even a little bit better makes all the difference in this final game.
Yeah, and I think for Evos, it's time to. I feel like Evos maybe are also thinking of switching it up, right? Like these two Indonesian teams, they are not shy to come up with to open that bag of tricks when the going gets tough. RQ has shown it. Now I'm looking forward to see if Evos is going to stay traditional or will they also start to pivot.
Yeah, maybe they could even lean to more spans, things to consider for the upcoming games, right? Like, hopefully it's given enough of a shock, or at the very least, it doesn't really change the standpoint of Evos Divine. Now it's just a new problem to overcome.
Yeah, and see Evos. One last group huddle again. This is all for the tournament lives. If they lose out here, it's going to be end of the line for them. So it's going to be important. Same as RQ, the Spirits look a lot more better as Ranze was able to really come online and do what he wanted to achieve and just go full on aggressive with the support of Ma'al.
Once they kind of get their plans into motion, it's hard to stop. But with that being said, though, I think it's time. Let's head on into the picks and bans of this game, our very final game.
The show's about to begin.
Orion and Zane are going to be the targeted bans. Interesting.
Wow, so Oscar gets given over for free. The Kodas comes out as a response. for RQ Kazu, most likely a Coda. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to stick with the exact same, approach with the Intel Gatherer, but this time they will prioritize the Santino more.
Okay. All right. Does that mean that Nero? All right. Are they going to go for Cassie, or are they going to show that they actually want information for the upcoming game?
I hope they take a clue too. Okay, so it's sort of a denial. I can respect that.
I would have preferred if they just took the Cassie, They're like, we'll play with nothing. We'll play with nothing. Give us a homer. We'll figure it out.
Dying flame.
That means that Ignis goes over. Is this going to be a Cassie, or are they going to go for Morse again? Although now there's some Intel Gatherer on the side of Evos Divine, so probably Morse isn't too good of an idea on this map. Steffi will be the final pick. I still think a Cassie is not too bad. There it is. Makes it through, most likely, for the Oscar. So a bit of support there. The one thing that really stopped them in the tracks in map 2 was that they don't have a way to regenerate health, but the Cassie changes that.
Man, this has been interesting. I like the adjustment from Evos Divine, right? They're like, you know what? Let's get off. Let's see whether they're going to give us access to Oscar or not. We're going to ban out the Orion, because it just felt like RRQ were going to take like these annoying angles and quickly get in and out of it. We saw the performance with the Orion beforehand. I think they don't want to, simulate that again. And if they wanted to go for Morse, they disrupted the pick and ban orders to make sure that they don't have the complete nuts on their side.
Yeah, and so now without the Orion, I feel like even in the previous game, Orion wasn't exactly used to the best of its capability. So I'm fine not seeing the Orion at all. But I do wonder how RQ Kazu is going to be able to utilize this Steffi coming into this game, because I think that sure you are dealing with the utilities, but at the same time, if the rounds that Evos Divine have won, it really doesn't matter if you have a Steffi or not.
Yes, and I think that's where the composition is going to really struggle in those types of pinches, because it feels like RRQ, they just got to work with the information that they have and slow down the inevitable pushes coming in from Evos Divine. We come down to Next Terra, the city of the future. Only one of these teams are going to continue to have any future in this upcoming tournament if they don't win this game right here, right now. Let's jump into it.
Potentially the final 11 rounds max before a team is eliminated. We see the Santino Mannequin though getting put out. Evos actually doesn't spot it just yet. Rasha tries to shoot it instantly, gets picked up by Ma'al, who was laying it way. Rasha getting very careless with the positioning, just puts his body out in the open, and RQ just collapses onto them. Ray goes down, Kochu. Next Aim God, not long to live for. RQ secures the pistol for sure, unless Aim God pulls off a miracle.
Yeah, this has been some interesting tech in game number 2, but this is just raw dog fighting from RRQ. Really good push and pull on these angles, controlling not only key areas of the map, but making sure that they play these corners. Like the way that Dutz is playing this corner, really, really good. That's what you want to do, right? If somebody's already putting down suppressing fire, you just got to go for the wide swing.
Man, I'm extremely surprised that Rasha just exposed himself like that, right? I felt like they could have been a bit more of the due diligence of staying safe, but definitely a bit of a careless moment there that costed them the pistol round, but thankfully it is just a pistol round.
Completely agree. But now the portal is being taken, this time by RRQ towards that heavy right side, and it looks like Evos, they're like, we don't care about the center, let's just fight. As soon as they start seeing them, they want to make contact. These walls are dangerous as they completely surround Ranzier. He's already down for the count. Dutz is the next to fall, and now Ma'al is going to get attacked as Aim God, unfortunately, caught out in the open. No electrotherapy to keep him alive at that point, but it doesn't matter as they've already cleared out the rest. This is the problem, right? If RRQ close the distance too soon, Evos have plenty of utils to punch right through their defense.
Yep. And having the Cassie is one thing, but they themselves having the clue means that they are not going in completely blind too. They have ways to essentially respond to whatever tricks that RQ has. You can't just stay in the dark anymore. Evos will find you.
Now Evos, with this one win advantage, equalizing the score. They're coming in with level 2 armors in comparison to RQ, who's a little under the weather. when it comes down to equipment. Blue's been popped out soon, and even Rasha getting involved in this 4v4, and that's what they're going to do. Press the man advantage, close off one angle. They've already got one down, and now they have to press the advantage even further as they're getting locked off. All glue walls being used to hold the front line. They find two in a trade, and they're actually winning it back out. The Cyclone blocks the angle, but it doesn't matter because there's only one way to go. Let's look at that one more time. The over-eagerness from Evos is insane.
Man, they just bulldozed through. We saw the initial pickup onto Ranze. They Lua started getting set up, but RQ, they just pressed the fire button. They just ran it down without a care in the world. Just spray and pray, and they actually got the better end of that trade. I can't believe it.
Yep, I mean, honestly, RQ, they got away with it, but they can't keep on putting themselves and giving away those first picks as early as possible. If they're going to contest it, at least now they've got the money to do it. Everybody's got rifles in hand. VSS is all along the board for Evos, except for AimGod, who's got a proper rifle. On the opposite side, RQ, plenty of rifles, and even an MP5, level 3 from Ranzier.
All right, right off the bat, let's see it on the gondola. It's going to be a 1v1 duel. He's just walking through. There's a cryo mine there. In play, Let's give him a good old knuckle sandwich for the takedown. And without Deuce in play, the rest of RQ, they're going to start getting cornered. They're running straight into Ray. It's a 2v2, but Ray stands his ground, finds both of them.
And RQ, this is going to be a quick round closure for them as Evos equalizes 2-2 so far, unable to find many advantages. Oh man, dudes, he really whiffed this one. He got a couple of good shots in, tried to turn, had to reload, turns around, gets outmaneuvered, all while just half crouching. That's the worst part.
Yeah, man, they are really going in just, you know, press forward key and just leg it.
They don't
2 rounds in a row.
I feel like they don't want to be in the zone of RRQ's influence. That's what it feels like. They're like, okay, if we're too far, we die. If we're like in the middle, we die. But we've been winning pretty confidently when we're right in their faces. So I think that's probably the best bet, right?
Let's see, Dude is getting pinned down again by Rasha. And this time, Rasha making sure that he stays safe. They're going to take the gondola. Bye! Third, cannot just do that. There's a Nero on the other side. The cryo mine takes him down, and this is a free elimination unless Ma'au can bail his teammates out. But there's 2 RQ members on the gondola, and Ma'au is just bailing from it. He does not want to be a part of it, but ends up outside there. They can just mark his position and take him out.
They're marking his position right now. Is there another off angle that he can actually work with? Because the blue is going to be the first thing that forces them to move. He swaps positions to get back to the top, gets on the gondola, gets beamed down anyway, leaving only 1 member left, and that's Dudes who exposes himself, ends up going down anyways.
The pure chaos in... So far, this past 3 rounds have just been, there's just been a lot of running it down. I think the utilization of the gondola definitely was a bit questionable from RQ for 2 rounds in a row. You are just putting bodies on it, but you gotta give a bit more respect to the utilities of Evos Divine, who are just getting too much value out of it.
Too much value indeed. But the worst part about it is the fact that RQ, like, could they have done this any better? Like, no, mistakes are inevitable to make. But now, as it crosses the zipline, Abe, he's in so much trouble as he's getting pincered from 2 different sides at this point in time. The UAV is going to reveal the position of that backside flanker, but doesn't mean that Rasha, he's lost a good chunk of health. They're not going to have Overwatch for a little bit of time with no med packs. They just need to keep their heads low to the ground. RQ, the rest of the team is already pushed up forward, and Ma'au finally goes down, gets taken out by Ray, but they find one back in Rasha. Abeye losing a third of his life, putting him only to his last sliver here, and AimGod going for the chase with an upgraded Tommy's. Dudes running circles around them, eventually goes down.
Yeah, getting blindsided from behind too. Another round where at the opening, a pickoff already came to Ray, finding a very crucial pickoff, and the rest was just history. RQ felt like they were headless chickens running around. 6 eliminations for Ray, 5 apiece for Kochu and AimGod. Rasha, all you have to do is to scan out where RQ members are, get those free assists on the stats on the scoreboard, and the rest is left to Evos. Now we head to Graph Labs for round 7.
Grab Labs. Nobody really likes this map, but you still got to deal with it. AimGod and Ray will work hand in hand to deal with, well, based on what we're seeing here, 4 members of RRQ. One actually dips off to go into the center, maybe looking to contest or punish somebody who tries to contest for that initial pack. But RRQ ain't going to let it sit and slide for too long as the UAV comes out. Evos now taking advantage, taking the space, utilizing the casting, broing right through it to take care of the Super Bonfire and one of their members as they get back into the mix. Ranzier, unfortunate for him, ends up going down as Abe also ends up going down, and Baal unable to catch it in time. Pre-fired every single one of these angles. Ray destroys them.
That honestly felt like a misplay because Ranzier hops over, but then Abai did not follow. So either he missed a jump or he second-guessed himself. Either way, got his teammates killed. And again, a quick wipeout. Evos, 1 round away from glory, and RRQ, they got to pick themselves up because it felt like whatever magic, whatever was working in the previous map for RRQ, they've completely lost that touch coming into Lexterra, and now we go back to Graph Labs for potentially the last round.
They're trying to keep it confusing here. I mean, this Graph Lab round is going to be a little rough. And RRQ knows it. They're coming in with VSSs and MP5s in comparison to the AWM's VSSs and MP5s. And one man with a fully upgraded Tame in hand as well. But with the information already distributed, they know exactly where they need to be. Top north hand, west corner, already covered by a majority of the members of RRQ. Only thing is that Coachio has the high ground and he's keeping all of them in check. He sees them walking up here. Coachio breaks it into 2, sees the mannequin. Positions revealed.
And Russia just now got the scan as well. They know that most of RQ members are all huddled on one side of the map. So it's going to be Ray receiving the hit. Gonna put on the glue wall and now look for an escape. He needs to buy time for the rest of his teammate. Ranzier though, he's not going to wait. Doesn't need to be that patient. AimGod comes in, tries to go for an exchange, doesn't find it, but Raja was able to take down Abai. It's a bit of a 1-2 punch there. Abai needs assistance right now, but Ma'ao gets backstep by Kochu, who just absolutely blows his spine out. And RRQ now down a 3, but it is still an even fight.
Damage has been dealt, but it's still a 3-on-3 right now. The Ignis is going to slowly work on those glue walls, and Ranzier unfortunately gets punished by it. Coachio has done God's work, and now he gets Dutz as a resolve. A free pick upon free pick. With the right tools, you get the right answers. And now Abe is all by himself, and Coachio secures it. You can see, he knows it. He knows he's on fire today.
Another instance where Evos triumphs over RRQ. Felt like we've seen this many times. RRQ again just could not overcome some of that demons that resurfaced during the most dire of straits. So Evos looking like the better team today. Definitely a lot to be desired still. You know, there were some very shaky moments, but they will get another shot in the tournament as they move on to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hot game, of course. Really a back and forth between both of these teams. Inconsistencies did start to show, but once they got heated up and became a full-on bar fight, that's when the fun really started. And I think that Evos really shows really good composure. It's great to see that, you know, this is one of the few times we see AimGod say, you know what? I want to get really involved compared to when they play BR, where he's a lot more, you know, controlled, self-centered, and only when they need him to unleash the beast does he let those frags rip.
Yeah, the captain was like, guys, usually I'm the one commanding, but this time I'm going to put on my armor. I'm going to put on my student armor. I am going in hot. And indeed, he went in. And Raja basically presses scan, leaves the rest to Ray and AimGod. The rest is history, especially, I mean, the last 2 rounds, incredibly rough. You know, Fate is the crew mistress, putting RRQ on Graph Labs when they're already down. And Evos just, you know, took it and ran with it.
Yeah, you know, I'm very glad that, you know, at least for Clash Squad, the format itself, that they made sure that, you know, some of these maps that felt a little unfair, a little lopsided depending on where you spawned, they give you 2 opportunities to play on either side of the spawn. So really, if you lose both sides, you know, you're just getting outplayed at that point. It's good, yeah, but also bad at times for teams who are especially on the up and up and are really taking a boatload of damage. One of which being RRQ here, because they played some really good rounds. Like, they got the pistol, they got the initial momentum from this point. I really thought they could carry at least the next 2 rounds, but losing on this bonus here is really what cost them a lot in the early stages.
Yeah, they lost the bonus, and then when we went into, you know, the factory area, that's where you really see some of the questionable moments, right? Like sure that they had the round where they just bulldoze through Evos, and then you have 2 consecutive rounds of this where RQ, they were so committed to control the gondola, they were just giving up everything else, right? It felt like there wasn't enough foresight, enough thought put into it on what Evos could do in response, and they were just losing members for no reason. And then we had to grab flaps, and they just got completely dumpstered there.
Which was honestly the argument I had for Coachil in map number 2, right? It's like, they have Chrono. Like, what are we doing here in the early rounds? Same thing can be said about our RQ. So again, it's one of those few small adjustments that make all the big differences here in this game. But give it up for Aimgod, our MVP of this game on that Oscar. You can see him, he knows exactly how to take advantage of you. It feels like he's paying attention to you behind your glue walls. As soon as you open up your pockmark, he's there. As soon as you turn around to look at what's behind you, he breaks through the walls. He seems to catch all the timings.
Yeah, and RQ kicking themselves a little bit to letting Cassie through in this final round as well. I think there definitely was a good response from Evos taking the clue away. That really gave them the edge that they need to figure out how to deal with RQ's rotation. But Aimgod, you put the Oscar in his hand, he runs your glue wall down, and then you have a Nero from Rasha to Nero from Ray to support that as well. It's just a double layer of trouble.
Just so many different problems to deal with, so little time to adapt to it in constantly changing maps. Honestly, I gotta give it up for Evos. They brought one hell of a game to here today. They made it entertaining. They also made sure to keep it hot and exciting throughout. But there's some things that they still need to learn.
Yeah, I feel like, now that they will be going up against PE Sports in the upcoming series, if you ask me how the odds are going to be, I still feel like PE Sports has slightly better odds, but it does feel a bit uplifting if you're an Evo supporter, right? It definitely feels like a better light than what we have witnessed. Of course, like we established, Russia didn't really need to do too much this game. Just 1 eliminations plus 17 assists because of the clue.
Just so many ways to provide impact and value to allow somebody else. Having a tool with multi-uses, multi-purposes, a multi-pronged weapon even, is really good in these games that only have a limited number of players, right? 4 on each side. Just being able to have multiple game changers is what makes the difference here. And I think right now RQ has yet to find their secondary win condition.
Yeah, and I think overall it's just for Evos, they definitely need to find that consistency, right? Like what works for them, because on the good days they look exceptional, but at the end of the day, I still think for RQ the journey might have ended here, but there's definitely a lot to reflect on, as they will now have to prep for the Battle Royale season, but then there's going to be more FFCM for the rest of 2026. Hopefully, we see a stronger version of RQ.
If we're comparing the numbers here, honestly, nothing too out of the ordinary, except at least we get a better look at how the performance of each individual member's average damage per round. If people were doubting Rasha, he's still putting up 245, right? He's still keeping up with Coachil. He's still keeping up with some of the members, like even Maal on the opposite end. Even though it's slightly less, but Maal's died a significantly more amount of times as well. So again, make your comparisons up to you. It's just good to see that at least all the members of Evos are doing their due diligence, making this machine move bit by bit.
Yeah, and it's definitely nice to see, I think, RQ start to still have that identity of going with more unconventional approaches, but able to make it work. I think that's what makes an individual team special, even though they might not be the best in the game right now. But this is going to be the updated bracket in the upper bracket semis. In the semifinals, we have VRU against Falcons. That will be a best of 5. But before we get to that, which will happen on Sunday, we still need to go to the lower bracket where AG will take on WAG, Evos will take on PE.
Yeah, so many other matchups to see here today. And honestly, with tomorrow as well, we are going to have to say goodbye to another 2 sets of teams, if not more, at this point. We know 2 for sure, but then the rest of them, we don't know who they're going to be. Is it going to be Evos? Is it going to be PE? Is it going to be WAG? Is it going to be AG Global, right? Too many questions to be answered, and not to mention at least one more competitor from the upper bracket, whether BRU or even Falcons. Here is tomorrow's schedule for all you survivors waiting for how it's going to be played out. We're going to do the entire lower brackets tomorrow, and the winners of these lower brackets will move on into the all bout to make it into the next stage.
Yeah, by the end of tomorrow, we will find out the first team to enter the lower bracket finals, and then they will wait for their opponents between BRU and Falcons on Sunday. And honestly, this feels like a two-faced boss fight already, right? You have to deal with either one of the Thai giants, and then fight the other one that just beat the giants you faced on Sunday. So it's going to be quite a storyline if that lower bracket run happens, but it's going to be a tough and long run.
Really is. Hopefully, maybe one of these lower bracket teams is going to surprise us at the very end. You know, to not only take out AG Global, but then take out one of the competitors in the upper brackets, and then finally the last remaining in the grand finals. That would be an even crazier story. But who knows what could happen here for the Free Fire Clash Masters, right? So many things. Honestly, from last week to this week alone, a couple of things have been pretty surprising.
I mean, there's a good chance we lose both Vietnamese teams tomorrow, or we at least keep one Vietnamese team in until the lower bracket finals. But there's also a chance we end up with only Thai teams. No, like the possibilities are there, but Indonesia definitely is the region on the ropes as they only have Evos left.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe Evos makes a breakout performance and goes all the way to the grand finals. We'll never know, but we are interested to hear what you guys have to say. Let us know in the comments which teams that you're going to be supporting. Post it out on social media, tag it with your favorite teams. Maybe they might, show you off your little post to the rest of the world, to all the rest of your fans. With that being said, though, I don't know what to expect for tomorrow's games. I really don't. I feel like at this stage, it's anybody's game. The question is, who can either beat, besides AG, of course, whether Falcons or BRU, doesn't matter which team, who else can take them on besides AG?
Probably WAG. I want to say Heavy, but Heavy not here anymore, so probably WAG.
Well, with that being said, we'll leave you guys the same question. Thank you so much for watching Survivors. You've managed to make it all the way here at the Free Fire Clash Masters. My name is Gideon. This is Husky. Thank you so much for watching. See you tomorrow.